Oh god, yeah. Especially the early seasons, because man, there's some risque stuff in there by today's standards.
Staying up late as a kid
Bust
and
out
seeing
your
that shit come
pussy
on
this
like
summer at
channel
Kohl's.
4 or
Take
5.
50% off on all spring items. And shake that ass for some Kohl's cash this summer at Kohl's. Bust out your pussy this summer at Kohl's. Take 50% off on all spring items. And shake that ass
It's lagging.
for some Kohl's cash this
I have to
summer
wait for the
at
thing to finish downloading my video. There we go. There it goes. I gotta wait for that to upload because we got a very serious problem to deal with, ladies and gentlemen. There's an absolute fucking loser who's claimed that he has challenged me to a live and sent me no live message. I then demanded and challenged him to show up to my live today because I ain't playing no games of no live tag. We ain't doing that. You're gonna show up, you're gonna be present, and you're gonna talk the shit you was talking on the internet. And if you cannot, well, looks like someone's getting blocked. Hello, Guten Morgen from Denmark. There's a lot of times where, like, when I am doing my thing on the internet, that there's gonna be people who are gonna get mad as fuck, especially on TikTok, because they live permanently on the internet, and they believe, if a person doesn't do what I want, that means that they're scared of me. And this motherfucker decided to play the, you're scared and standing on trans people's card. So, like, now you're not finna say that I'm using people's dead bodies as a bit. You're gonna stand present for your words. And if you can't stand present for your words, you're not gonna be spoken to, and you're not gonna be heard either. It's so annoying. Hello, hi horror, hello. It's ironic because, ironically enough, the person who's saying this is a person who was the upset loser who was mad about the thing I said about Hogwarts Legacy. Y'all remember that one, right? The one that came around and said, how dare you? The shows are not like they used to be in the past. Which is funny, because I just got, gaming. See if I use this link that works. Yes, it does. That, ironically enough, I was just listening to the, is it After Hours? Or is it Drunken Podcast? I'm not sure if it was Open Bar, if it was the After Hours Open Bar podcast. But ironically enough, Critical Drinker was just talking about the article that was going around about Friends. The full story. There's a fucking user complaining about Friends and the transgender character that they have in the show for like an episode or two. This user got mad. So, I made a switch to said user saying, hey yo bro, it's not the 90s. You kinda can't bitch about things from the 90s. It's not the 90s, my guy. Oh no. On it. I always hate when my freeze pops have a fucking leak. But they were pissing, bitching, crying, moaning, and seething, complaining about the fact that I said, and I quote, it's not the 90s. The reality of the world is that while you're throwing a bitch fit about Hogwarts Legacy, someone's career is being killed. Pickamies was the one that I used. There's been some of her being harassed as well, but the one I used in the example is Pickamy. The loser then decides to say, well, I don't care about Pickamy's career. I don't care about that. They signed a law that's stopping trans fucking kids. And it's like, you mean the law in Tennessee inside the bill in section 3 that specifically says that you cannot have actions of a prurient manner? Quoting and citing burlesque show actions and including go-go dancers, strippers, and everything else inside that project. That one, I'll try to get this up on screen for you if I can be able to find a copy of the first page because it's in the fucking prelude. Let's see here if I can pull it up just by using keywords. Tennessee bill, purulent acts. Here we are. Bill text. Put this in the big screen. I'm also gonna be, I'm gonna be a smart man. I'm gonna be a smart man and remember to record this, because I'm gonna make sure to upload this part onto TikTok directly, so that when this new user decides to throw a bitch fit about the thing that he was complaining about, he doesn't know where to run, because this is one of those kinds of people. You know the ones that actively use sign language, shames, insults, guilt, and the need to be right. In this case, sign language and dead bodies to try and argue a point, because he's claiming, you're transphobic, Carl. I'm transphobic for reminding you that you can't harass people on the internet and then lie about it. So, we're gonna do the shit live. Window 3. Thank you. And throw that into the proper view. Here we are. State of Tennessee, Public Chapter Number 2, Senate Bill Number 3 by Johnson, Crow, Bowling, Haley, Hensey, Yeager, Bailey, Jackson, Stevens, Nicely, or is it Neasley? Neasley, Reeves, Taylor, Pody, Rose, Watson, and Roberts. Substituted for House Bill Number 9 by Todd, Ritchie, Kalman, Kopecki, Moon, Barrett, Balso, Rapier, Howell, Hawk, Vital, Moody, Davis, Sherrill, Gant, Fitz, Lynn, Sparks, Butler, Slater, Kelsing, Leatherwood, Reedy, Hastings, Warner, Campbell, Zachary, Capley. Goddamn, that's the last name right there. Mr. Capley, I heard you were lying on the internet, motherfucker. Williams, Reagan, Grills, Cochran, Powers, Eldridge, now there's a goddamn strong last name, and Baum. An act to amend Tennessee Code, anointed Title 7, Chapter 51, Part 14, relative adult-oriented performance. Be it enacted by the General Assembly of the State of Tennessee. Section 1 of the Tennessee Code, anointed in Section 751, 1401, amended by adding the following language as new subdivisions. Adult cabaret entertainment, meaning adult-oriented performances that are harmful to minors as determined in the subsection of 39.7.901 that features topless dancers, go-go dancers, exotic dancers, stripper, male or female impersonators. In this case, that means drag shows. They're talking about those who dress in drag, male and female. So it covers dykes and broads. And or similar entertainers, and B, includes a single performance or multiple performances by an entertainer, meaning drag shows, cabaret performances, strip teases, and encore performances from the entertainer on a stage inside of an adult venue, like that of a strip club, because all cabaret shows take place inside of a venue that is marketed and has been given a license to do so for the adult entertainment industry. It's the same license that you need to have for a strip club and a gentleman's club as you would need to have for any kind of liquor license for a club. It's the same kind of license you would apply for. You have to get it subfiled and stamped by the fucking state. You have to have it. Entertainer means a person who provides entertainment with an adult-oriented establishment regardless of whether a fee is charged or accepted for entertainment and regardless of whether the entertainment is provided as an employee, escort as defined in... Video still uploading. Escort as defined in 751.1102 or an independent contractor, or B, a performance of an actual simulated specific sexual activity, including removing articles of clothing or appearing unclothed, regardless of whether a fee is charged or accepted for the performance, meaning you cannot have any person in the public who is consuming this content for free. If a person is doing this shit for free, it is bad. If you are doing it paid, which means you paid to get into the venue, but you brought your fucking child with you, still bad. Whether they are charged, accepted for the performance, and regardless of whether the performance is provided as an employee or an independent contractor. Meaning, it doesn't matter if you just happen to invite your gay friend who has a thing for drag and has a really good drag persona, or if you are a person who's employed by somebody like the Cream City Foundation. You know, the one where the guy went to jail for diddling kids, but he was claiming that he totally wasn't diddling kids. That guy. Section 2, Tennessee Code anointed, 751-1407, amended by adding the following language as a new subsection. It is an offense for a person to perform adult cabaret entertainment, A, on public property, or B, in a location where adult cabaret entertainment could be viewed by a person who is not an adult. Expressly saying, don't do it in front of kids. 2. Notwithstanding from subsection 751-1406, the subsection expressly preempts an ordinance, regulation, restriction, or license that was lawfully adopted or issued by a political subdivision prior to the effective date of this act that is in conflict with the subsection, and subsection C, Part B, prevents or preempts a political subdivision from enacting and enforcing a future other ordinances, regulations, restrictions, or licenses that are in conflict with this subsection. 3. A first offense of the violation of the subdivision C1 is a Class A misdemeanor, and second subsequent such offense is a Class E felony. For those of you who do not speak law, that means Schedule 2. Schedule 1 is your 5 to 10s. Schedule 2 is your 10 to 15s and pound me in the pooper fed prison. Meaning, the entirety of this can be summed up as, do not do drag shows in front of kids on a property. However, we will be protecting you if you have already been doing adult shows. But if you fuck around, you finna find out. This act takes place on April 1st, 2023. The public welfare requiring applies to the prohibited conduct occurring on or after that date. Meaning, when this bill will go into effect on April 1st, because people threw bitch fits on the internet complaining about Hogwarts Legacy, instead of campaigning against this bill, they will no longer be able to do drag shows in front of kids. That is the long and short of it. That is the law. That is the rules of the law. Now, I'm going to expose you to the cringe that is this loser's fucking TikToks. Please prepare yourself. I apologize. It has to be said and done, because this is the person we're waiting on. So, for those of you missing context...
Bro, that's wild. Here's the thing, though. This isn't the... Bro, that's wild. Here's the thing, though.
This individual right here, this bald man, this is the man that challenged me, quote-unquote, to a live. I never received a version of this live. I am uploading the video right now on TikTok. That is my response to him. It is another TikTok hysteria video, specifically from this individual and the followers that they're trying to have harass me in content. Proof provided in the fucking content. You can even actually go to the stitches, and if you look up my account and find them talking shit. They're just doing it right now. This is the individual in question. This is what he was upset about. Hogwarts Legacy. This was the response I gave immediately to that person getting upset at me, where I quoted and cited this very bill.
This isn't the... Context on the screen, please. Because I'm not done destroying your arguments. This Tennessee bill, you do understand that I am against it, right? No, you didn't know that? Damn, bro. Why did you make blind assumptions about my viewpoints instead of actually asking them or debating them?
Because the other part of this bill was the one that said that it blocks children from present health concerns. Specifically, they lied and said that the bill stops people from receiving healthcare treatments. But what it actually does is that it does the same thing that this bill does, but in medical format. A child cannot receive these life-altering surgeries that amputate something like the penis or destroys the vaginal insertion cavity without the medical necessary need to. So no cosmetic elective surgeries. I'm against a child not being able to have that right to do so, but only because it technically falls under the same right as the religious castration, which the take is, I don't care about you as a legal adult having your foreskin cut off. I do care if as a child you are abused and have your foreskin cut off. The same way I would care if you are a child, a female, and you have your labia amputated for religious reasons. I'm not down with the Quaker shit. That might be a take some people dislike. But that was the point of me saying I'm against it. If the person is supposed to be receiving something that they want, that they have the advocation of their parents to do, a child that wasn't groomed on the internet to be trans, a child who said, Mama, Daddy, I am not the sex I am, I would like to have selective surgery, yes, I understand the matters that it's going to cause to my body, yes, I understand the risk that it causes to me, I'm willing to go through with them, and they want it. I don't believe in a bill that blocks a child from being able to do so if they have negotiated with their parents, and their parents are both on board, and they were not groomed politically into doing so. I am against any person who does it politically doing so. Let that be the take as it stands. Anybody who takes me out of context know you're talking shit.
Here's an idea. Trans law harassing everybody in the world about everything, including a wizard video game. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm gonna go with not being an asshole to everybody in the world because you think that that's even equatable. You should be ashamed of yourself even trying to equate that. So, like, The fact that you're hyper-focusing on the VTuber means that you forgot it's not just the VTuber. It was the VTubers, leftists like yourselves, content creators like even that of the Young Turds. I'm sure you aren't going to agree with the opinion that's going to come out of the mouth of Chunk Yogurt, but Chunk Yogurt even doesn't like people like you, so there's that. It's the deplatforming of lead designer Troy Levitt. It's the harassment of the employees. It's people actively trying to do everything for it. You understand that I'm very aware of these topics, and not only am I very aware of them, I already talked about them ahead of me playing the game, because it was literally one of the first things I did while researching about the game and the controversies around it. Specifically, right here. On this, right there. That's me, right there, in the glasses, in the back. Can't see it because it's flash, but that's me. That's me talking about it. And my audience, actively, who are also aware of it. You guys, you gotta stop. You keep going. By far, you don't know when to stop. Please, continue going and increasing my platform. This is easy content. I can do this literally all day. I can't actually set time to do this all day. But you ain't finna like that. You ain't finna like that.
Yeah, that's the loser we're dealing with. The person who got upset about that. So we're gonna sit here. We finna wait. We finna wait for this motherfucker to come through the Discord. We're gonna wait for the live. We're gonna give it about 15 to 30 minutes. And when they don't show up, I will be mocking them. Then I will be blocking their account on Twitter and TikTok. Because I'm not going to be harassed and bullied by a fucking loser who cannot even stand present on their words, who says shit over the internet and thinks, oh, I invited you on a live. I invited you on a live. You didn't show up for the live, Carl. You never sent me a message for the live. You didn't. I don't think you ever intended to, either. I think you were going to just say that at a distance and then hide after the message I sent today. Message otherwise known as, hey, remember that trans person just did violence? I wonder if that person's going to talk about the real world. And immediately as I said that, that's when he took the victim position and said, you're standing on the grave of dead kids. I'm like, yeah, you ain't standing on the grave of 41%, bro? You wild. It's not new. It will never be new, and it will never be shocking or surprising, but it is disappointing. I made you, because I'm assuming that he's listening and watching, because the kind of cowards that do this are the kind of people who sit, look, and listen and say, well, it wasn't worth it. I didn't like the vibes. You, cowards, are the kinds of people who sit there talking shit at a distance until the real world comes up and hits you in the face. Then, suddenly, you're all about, well, I like peace and sanctity, and you're just not a good person to speak to. Because this motherfucker sent his followers to try and make videos claiming that I am evil and that I am hate. A person actively blocked out my fucking words. Ah! It was uploaded to my drafts. This video needs to be uploaded today. I'm going to have to clear all of my fucking video space, which means a lot of fucking videos that I wanted to post on Twitter aren't going to get posted. That's really annoying. I might even have to delete some apps. Because I thought I moved all these to my folder. Oh well. The video is saved in the draft, so doing this is fine and safe. Boop. Stop the recording. Yes, I agree. Standing on the graves of X is a pussy move. But unfortunately, that's what trans activists like to do. They sit on the 41%, and they try using the 41% of people who attempted suicide, the same way that Soulsborne transmoder person tried the exact same shit on Twitter, and say, you're an odious person. You don't deserve the thing. You're so evil. You're so rude. You're so mean. And it's like, no, you dumbass. You're claiming that I'm a rude person, but you have no fucking qualms telling other people to kill themselves. You have the audacity to say that, and in the same breath to say, no, I'm love, I'm life, I'm what's hit, I'm what's happening. Nah! And then a motherfucker on TikTok randomly talking shit about friends? Friends? That's the hill? Okay, buddy, at least you're dead. At least you're dead. At least you're dead. Ain't gotta worry about that no more. The real question is, where the fuck is all my space going? It can't just be fucking TikTok. There's gotta be something I probably downloaded from the Play Store without remembering it. Size, please. No, it is mostly TikTok and Twitter. If I delete and reinstall Twitter, will that possibly change the problem of my space size? Let's find out. Because I will sacrifice my Twitter app if downloading my video isn't able to go through. If I do so, I can always reinstall it. It might actually be one of those situations where I might have to do like a hard reboot on my phone because all the space that I have is just not being saved properly. It might be one of those situations. I'm not the biggest person when it comes to file storage data because I bought myself a 64 gigabyte micro SD card. But for some reason, whenever you make a video on TikTok, it double saves it. Like when you post a video, it will take the video and it will save the video. And it will save two copies. It'll save a copy on the app, which then goes inside of the user data, and because of the way that TikTok is constructed poorly, the coding labels any data of videos you post as user data added to the application itself, and so it slowly starts creeping data memory leaks over time. And then it saves the physical hard copy itself, which, once that uploads, we'll see how long that file is, and that's probably the reason why it's not going through. It's trying to save that double upload. I don't need the double upload. Well, actually, no, that's technically a lie. I kind of do. On the desktop, you can't actually save your own videos directly. You'd have to use an application to rip them, or not an application, a website, a website link widget, to rip the videos with or without the thumbnail flash background in order to use. I use them directly, so like, whenever I use my phone, I upload the video directly to YouTube. I upload it directly to Twitter if it's short enough to do so. I upload it directly to the YouTube Shorts if it's under 60 minutes. If it's one of the videos that I make that are on the screen like this, and then I save it to TikTok, it will save correctly to TikTok if it goes from PC to the website, but when I download it from my phone and then try to re-upload that as a short, the video will always be sidebarred in a weird way. I realized this when I was trying to re-upload the videos that I did as duets to people. I have to physically turn the file and then physically upload it as a vertical, and then upload that onto TikTok and YouTube as a short in order to get around that problem. So that's a thing that I have to actually deal with. But we're still waiting. We still waiting. Also, that's wild. Interview with a Vampire the movie? Why don't you make them watch Interview with the Vampire the AMC series? Make them watch Exceptional Negro. Please, make them watch Exceptional Negro. I promise they won't lose their mind. I promise! You know what's 1,000 times more enjoyable than the show? Jay and I watching and talking shit about the show. Carl, yes! Carl, yes! Let's get some music in this bitch. Carl trying to make a masked unalive back. I mean, like, I suffered. Why shouldn't other people suffer? I suffered enough. When am I allowed to be happy? It really sucks that I now have what seems to be a cavity forming. What feels like my canine? Here. Okay. Yeah, it feels like my canine. See, this used to be this one inside the third molar on the right side of my mouth. But yesterday, when I went off air and I made my chicken, I was feeling things, and I've always gotten things stuck in this position, in between my teeth. And I think it was Fatal Crest or somebody who joked about what I was using that ended up causing it. I was picking in between the teeth, like so. This end caught onto the enamel, and hooked right there. And that's when I found that cavity. So now, my dental troubles have caused me 2 holes in my mouth. Careful, Carl. Signify will think you're Aaron Yeager. Yes, Black Aaron Yeager. Malik Niga. Niga, pronounced like Niga Higa. Whatever happened to that content creator? I know he didn't fall off. He's like that several 100 million subscriber kind of person. I wonder if he went out to do other things outside of YouTube, like Superwoman tried. That is true. If I'm black, he might actually be okay with genocide. All black genocide. All black Holocaust. I'm not down with the eugenics unless it's 100% pure African. This individual has not yet showed up. I will check the Discord bots. No hit from the Discord bots. It'd be actually funnier if it was Public Enemy. It has been indeed been 30 minutes. You are 100% correct. It has indeed been 30 minutes. Now I'm about to upload these 2 videos back to back. What is this motherfucker's name, even? Hold on. I'll make sure I tag this correctly. There we go. And let's go ahead and drag drop that. bald bearded hookworm. Make sure I record this correctly. This is me uploading the video where we talk about the bill. This file right here is the file that's being recorded right now. This is me recording and talking about the bill. And, as y'all can see, that is at 99%, the video that I just made. He'll probably see that one in a moment. So both of these will probably hit the exact same time. We'll have to blame TikTok on this one. But, been challenged. Me reading out the challenge and repeating the law in which he did not read. 30 minutes have passed. We'll give him an extra 5 minutes. Because of TikTok slowing up on making my video record, we're going to give him an extra 5 minutes. No, not the Restrict Act. No. This guy's not smart enough to be against the Restrict Act. I can promise you that much. He was indeed defending Killmonger in the Black Panther video. See, I think the way that Signifier sees things. He's like that black cutie pie chick. You know, you remember the one that Jay and I were mocking? The one who said she'd be for all black movie theaters, all black society. Basically, white segregation, but black. This bill happens to be the, supposedly trans-killing bill from Tennessee. Otherwise known as the Article 3 bill. Waiting for the motherfucking video to process. Come on, you at 99%. Go through, motherfucker, go through. Is anyone else buffering? Yeah, it's a side effect. It started buffering the second I tried uploading to TikTok, so I guess we're just gonna have to wait for after the stream. That's really kind of fucking annoying. I can't even upload the video while I'm fucking live talking. That's okay. I'm recording them for later. The video should be uploading any fucking time now. Hopefully. Even if they try to immediately block the video, it goes up on YouTube as part of my fucking cycle of content squelch prevention. Ah. Black Swan episode 2 and predict production tonight. Okay. Every bill is either a killer or a censorship of leftists. See, in many ways, they tell on themselves when they do that. Because when this user says it's preventing trans kids, you're really technically half correct. It is preventing trans kids. Because if the kids are getting interested into trans ideology and becoming drag queens because they think, oh, this would be a fun way to express my sexuality in dance, I'd question why you did that. Because if you then complain and say, how dare you stop us from being able to have trans drag shows? But you're actually admitting is that you're doing it with a hopeful perception that people will be lower information than you and not know how to respond to you, which is insidious. Imagine hoping and praying, I pray that they're stupider than I am. That sounds like some Lance shit. That actually sounds like some surf shit. Yeah. Bathrobe done. The challenger does indeed have yet to appear. Yeah. We're waiting. We're all waiting. And I said I'd give him an extra 5 minutes once that video was posted. And his 5 minutes have passed. So, we have given him a full 30 minutes plus an additional 5 minutes. Technically longer, because this stream is currently at now nearing 40 minutes. So, this person has tried to dodge and has dodged a direct challenge. His account will be getting blocked. Did the video ever post is the real question. It did! Yay! Now for me to upload this shit directly to fucking YouTube.
And an afro for these. Live, they're gonna. Paraphrasing here. I'll kill the career with housing.
Oh man. Hold on. I spent all that time uploading it. It didn't even load all my fucking edits. God damn it! I have to remake it again. Good thing I moved all those files over. Man, that's annoying. Good thing I remember the order in which it goes in. I already explained. You want to learn about it, you can be able to watch the video that I'm going to have to re-edit and upload right now.
This is one.
Alright, I'm going to need... Yeah, because it didn't save the fucking titles either.
Why don't I ever put myself in an afro for these? I'm gonna make you wear an afro.
I just want to see that.
That's adorable. Go ahead and watch this video, sweetheart.
I'm sure everyone has heard of.
Alright. I'll be switching my phone and restarting my laptop, so desyncing live over and over. It should resync properly now. Oop. I might have to remake the whole fucking thing over again. That's unfortunate. Fortunately, I can be able to get the videos in question.
This isn't gonna.
Alright. From my posts, from the saves.
I'm sure everyone has heard about the shooter who is allegedly trans.
Need that video. Need that video.
Okay, apparently we gotta talk about it because there's a lot of adults out there that don't understand that this.
And since I already have the piece of the first one, I can actually just redo the last half myself, which I physically might have to do. And so I think I'm going to do that right now. You're going to hear me yelling in the background, ladies and gentlemen, and I'll be right back. So I looked, and the thing that wasn't saved was the last bit. So I'm actually going to include y'all in this bit, ladies and gentlemen. You're finna be live inside the live. This has never been done before. It might happen again. Who knows? Niggas be on the internet mad at me all the time. It might happen again. But for this, I'm gonna need unfreezing popsicles. This first one will do. Now I've got enough space, so this will be super fine. See, you've been saying things like, where have you been? You've been hiding. I've been here, with the boys, in my room, streaming. Look, there's your chat room right there. Say hi, chat. Wave to the dumbasses on the internet. They're very dumb. You have to wave at them. They're very dumb. You see, I don't have time to play with you because I'm busy playing for them. You need to understand this, okay? The world doesn't revolve around you, alright? And not only are you wrong, you're very wrong. We even spent time. We even took time. Look, they're saying hello to you. Look at them! Look at them! Look at them! We even took time to go through the bill that you were too lazy to watch. We were actually going to upload our shit-talking responses to you, but we were waiting for the video to finish downloading. Look, there's the bill that you were angry about that you never fucking read. It's weird how I have to do your job for you because you're not a media journalist and you don't know how to report the news. We've been waiting for about... How long has it been streamed in live chat? We've been live for about 40 minutes now. Going on 49 minutes, 50 minutes. Thank you for the super chat, Mike Morgrim. I'll read that in a second. We've been waiting for you since when I posted said video, but the video didn't upload correctly the last time that I uploaded it. So we don't have the funny ending that I gave, but you're very weird. Not only are you very wrong and very dumb, you're very weird. You never sent me such reply. You never sent me an invitation. You probably sent a TikTok where you're trying to talk shit to me, but either A, you never sent it, which can easily be disproven by, just showing the message where you sent it, or 2, where you thought that I was avoiding you, I was actually doing my job on the internet, where we do this with the chat room, and we were waiting for you to come through and talk the good shit, but you never did. I played Hogwarts Legacy and Atomic Heart at this point. You were nowhere nearby. You never shut up. You never shut up! Just like you're never going to show up here. It'll probably take this video like another 2 minutes to upload this time, but I'll keep it short and sweet. You're dumb. I don't move for you. I don't revolve my world around you and your opinion. The reason why you were brought up was so that I could be able to use you and people like you for content. So you're saying that you were using the dead kid? No, you dumbass. And I know that's where you were going because you already tried it once. No. I remembered when somebody on the internet tried to talk shit about something and said, and again, I'm paraphrasing, I'll kill 1,000 pygmies for real before I let my narrative die. And that's funny to me. It's funny to me that you thought you were trying. You claim and say that I was, what again? That I was a transphobe? Fellas, is being a transphobe when you disagree with people on the internet? Is that what being a transphobe is? I mean, today I was called a transphobe. They left out the P and left an O. I was asking them, is that a trans hobo? Or is it a transsexual hobo? I named them John in my head. That's a whole ass video. You can go watch that too while you're being mad as shit. So, I'm gonna be live all day. Well, I say all day. 4-ish hours. I'm gonna be live for about 4 hours on my channel, youtube.com/SinglePlayerCarl. You either show up, or you just get blocked. Okay, love you, bye-bye, hugs and kisses. Chat, say goodbye to the dumbass. Moon, you can't say no! You have to be polite on the way out. You can't do that to them! You at least have to say goodbye. It's the last time they'll ever get to do this. You gotta say goodbye. It's how you know we're polite people, and they're just jackasses. Oh shit, I almost forgot twice. Wait, I almost forgot twice. See, I forgot the first time and I uploaded it at the end, which is probably why I didn't save that bit, but I want y'all to pay attention to this, okay? This is just for you, dumbass. You saw how the Tennessee Police Department immediately shot to kill a violent shooter that was on public premises, terrorizing the public after committing a crime? Uvalde, Texas Police Department. And I have to put the phone down for this. That's how you clear a bitch! That's how you clear a bitch! No warnings! No time wasted! No warning shots! Just body shots! Just headshots! I love my job! Alright, gotta make sure to edit that in. And without further ado, we will be beginning. Oh, fuck me. Slowly. Alright, so, we have heard part 1 and part 2, but today is part 3. My god, he's really milking this fucking opening. Moon, you wild. JD humidifier. JD humidifier. No, there's a name. There's a name you can write home to. Alright, Chroma Key's correct. Thank you, Morgan. Think up the great content. It's good to listen while grinding Tiny Tina's Wonderland. Now don't lose your marbles too bad. I never lose my marbles. I purposely throw them at the wall. Alright. Now, make sure to add this shit in here.
You've been saying things like, where have you been? You've been saying things like, where have you been? You've been hiding. I've been here, with the boys, in my room, streaming. Look, there's Chad right there. Say hi, Chad. Wave to the dumbasses on the internet. They're very dumb. You have to wave at them. They're very dumb. You see, I don't have time to play with you because I'm busy playing for them. You need to understand this, okay? The world doesn't revolve around you, alright? And not only are you wrong, you're very wrong. We even spent time. We even took time. Look, they're saying hello to you. Look at them. Look at them. Look at them. We even took time to go through the bill that you were too lazy to watch. We were actually going to upload our shit-talking responses to you, but we were waiting for the video to finish downloading. Look, there's the bill that you were angry about that you never fucking read. It's weird how I have to do your job for you because you're not a media journalist and you don't know how to report the news. We've been waiting for about, how long has been streaming live, chat? We've been live for about 40 minutes now, going on 49 minutes, 50 minutes. Thank you for the super chat. I'll read that in a second. So we've been waiting for you. Since when I posted said video, the video didn't upload correctly the last time that I uploaded, so we don't have the funny ending that I gave. But you're very weird. Not only are you very wrong, you're very dumb, you're very weird. You never sent me such reply. You never sent me an invitation. You probably sent a TikTok where you're trying to talk shit to me, but either A, you never sent it, which can easily be disproven by, just showing the message where you sent it, or two, where you thought that I was avoiding you, I was actually doing my job on the internet, where we do this with the chat room, and we were waiting for you to come through and talk the good shit, but you never did. I played Hogwarts Legacy and Atomic Heart at this point. You were nowhere nearby. You never showed up. You never showed up. That's like you're never gonna show up here. It'll probably take this video like another 2 minutes to upload this time, but I'll keep it short and sweet. You're dumb. I don't move for you. I don't revolve my world around you and your opinion. The reason why you were brought up was so that I could be able to use you and people like you for content. So you're saying that you were using the dead kid? No, you dumbass. And I know that's where you were going because you already tried it once. No. I remembered when somebody on the internet tried to talk shit about something and said, and again, I'm paraphrasing, I will kill 1,000 previous career before I let my narrative die. And that's funny to me. It's funny to me that you thought you were trying. You claim and say that I was, what again? That I was a transphobe? Fellas, is being a transphobe when you disagree with people on the internet? Is that what being a transphobe is? I mean, today it was called a transphobe. They left out the P and left an O. I was asking them, is that a trans hobo? Or is it a transsexual hobo? I named them John in my head. That's a whole last video. You can go watch that too while you're being mad as shit. So, I'm gonna be live all day. Well, I say all day. 4-ish hours. I'm gonna be live for about 4 hours on my channel, youtube.com/SinglePlayerCarl. You either show up, or you just get blocked. Okay, love you, bye-bye, hugs and kisses, chat. Say goodbye to the dumbass. Moon, you can't say no. You have to be polite on their way out. You can't do that to them. You at least have to say goodbye. It's the last time they'll ever get to do this. You gotta say goodbye. It's how you know who polite people, and they're just jackasses. Not the first time, and I uploaded it at the end, which is probably why I didn't save that bit, but I want y'all to pay attention to this, okay? This is just for you, dumbass. You saw how the Tennessee Police Department immediately shot to kill a violent shooter that was on public premises, terrorizing the public after committing a crime? Uvalde, Texas Police Department. And I have to put the phone down for this. That's how you clear a bitch! That's how you clear a bitch! No warnings! No time wasted! No warning shots! Just body shots! Just headshots! I loved my job. Oh, baby, look, it's me. Why don't I ever put myself in an afro for these? I'm gonna make sure to wear an afro.
Something you put out of business. Being so successful, look at you. Success. Got in. Frank, you can be successful with enemies, huh? Be unsuccessful, too. That's a choice with me.
He has to stretch them dad knees.
Get live, motherfuckers. As we proceed to give you what you need.
See, you put in last time on the content warning black misandry, but for some reason you don't have black misandry here, just misogynoir.
So this is not a Breadtube video. This is not a...
You are on Breadtube. You are a Breadtube video. Everything you do is Breadtube. You might claim to associate yourself not with them, but you are associating yourself with crumb tubers who are on Breadtube. You are a Breadtuber. You are making Breadtube videos. This is on Breadtube.
Breadtube video. This is drama and mess to an extent. I don't know. When I first started writing this, it was actually a lot meaner and more mean-spirited, and I'm happy that once I got that out of my system, I was able to kind of come back to talk about this issue with more nuance and empathy and complexity, things that I...
You don't have empathy. Certainly not for the men, and certainly not for the men in the topic that you're discussing. Because if you did, you would understand that with the colonel that you chose to speak with, you chose to talk shit about people, then you try to involve people who have nothing to do with the kind of mean-spirited behavior that you're claiming people are about in your content, and then associated yourself with probably some of the most mean-spirited individuals on the internet, and a couple of milquetoast ones, like Foreign Man in a Foreign Land, and absolute fucking ass clowns, like Clout Shark. It's not your fault that Heaven Samuels happened to have died. I'm not going to hold that against you, but I will hold it against Clout Shark, who specifically chose to make content after he died to try and capitalize on the algorithm because he wanted to chase the content. You are doing no different here, especially after that fucking clout chasing video you did as your part 2. Just own the shit, guy. This one is literally 2 hours and 41 minutes. Own it! Own it!
believe in and that I'm known for, that I'm happy I am here to give, but maybe a little less this time around. This also won't be the perfect takedown of the Black Manosphere that I think...
There is no perfect takedown you can give the Manosphere. You can only give takedowns every single time they choose to post content. What you're proposing is a never-ending war. It's a never-ending war that goes to one place.
Once, because why? Do you need specific understandings or reasons to take down the Black Manosphere? Maybe on some...
Yes, you do, because you're addressing people and you're problematizing them. You're labeling them as a problem and as a threat that must be dealt with, just like with critical theory. And if it's so critical that you need to antagonize and judge and mock and intimidate and constantly make content about a person to then boost them in the algorithm so that no matter what you do, even if you claim they're the worst thing possible, you're giving them a platform. If you decide that the smartest thing you can do isn't ignoring them and thus allowing their platforms to die, but instead put attention on them and ensure that they have content to do and to talk about, then you need to be able to deal with every single bit that comes from it. And you are not necessarily willing to do that.
Sure, and I'll probably get into some of that stuff, but for the most part, as I looked into this world and researched it, the idea of battling with these folks seemed stupid and a waste of time and a waste of my energy and really less important than examination of this space. And that's what this video is going to more be about, because I think it's more useful to understand the Black Manosphere, have some knowledge of its few virtues, and to get a better scope and understanding of its many flaws. With that in mind, to my white fans, I ask that you chill out in the comments for this one, not to be rude, but low-key, this ain't none of y'all business in a weird way.
Oh, what a wonderful thing. This ain't none of y'all's business. I'm only speaking to the black niggas in the audience. My black niggas in the audience, you know that it is real time. Yeah. I already talked shit about the white ones. But the black ones, you whites aren't allowed to speak. Shut up.
That's one reason why I wanted to make this video. I don't mind taking a hit on views or the algorithm or whatever. This just feels like a weird topic area to broadcast as widely as my channel now broadcasts. Because this is going to be a very insular kind of in-house conversation, and you'll probably be missing a lot of context for it. Hell, a lot of black folks, if you're under 25, will miss a lot of the context. So it is what it is. Some folks that usually stream or react to videos of mine, I ask that you leave this one off the menu, please and thank you. So many of you know that I released 3 hours worth of anti-manosphere content in the last couple of months, along with supplemental type stuff on my side channel. But only maybe about 15 minutes of this was specifically about the Black Manosphere. And this garnered maybe a dozen hours worth of response videos on various, mostly very small Black Manosphere channels. Most of these responses were overviews of the entire first video, which was really not explicitly about the White Manosphere, but about the force that wills it into existence. As such, there was a lot of nitpicking and a lot of completely agreeing, but acting like you don't agree with some of my points. Some classic misogynist.
So, instead of showing examples of that, you're gonna talk shit about them. Man, we're just dealing with the best cavalcade of the internet today, man.
Some homophobia, some transphobia.
If a black woman would have kept her mouth shut, back then.
So, you're gonna blur out the people in question, but not actually demonstrate the people in question that you're claiming are a part of the problem. That's wild, bro.
And not much in terms of critique that made me feel compelled to really respond. Except for the passionate and dedicated fans of some of these channels who have been all in my comment section ever since. Really embarrassing themselves, like begging me to talk to their friends directly. I don't understand if y'all know how y'all look, but the more I look into the Manosphere, I realize that a lot of these people don't understand how they are perceived by the rest of the world outside of the Manosphere.
So can take a lot of time, depending on the size of your yard and the kind of material.
Uploading the video now. See, I could say I agree with him here, because this is actually indicative of the kind of things you would see. I remember there was a time where ABBA brought on a Fresh and Fit fan. He was a part of the group of people who went around attacking women there was an incident that happened, like, I don't know, 2 years ago now? How old was Twin Sisters? Last year? Probably a fucking few months before that, so it feels like 2 years. There was this girl who went on to Fresh and Fit, and then she got her shit doxed. And part of the group of people who did it went on to a discussion. I say a group of people, one of the people who were in the group of people who did this kind of behavior, went on to talk to Abba, and Abba asked him, why do you think this is an okay thing to do? Why do you believe that this is acceptable? Why do you think that this is okay and should be admired and followed? And he basically gave all the talking points that a person would if they were ideologically captured by a content creator. And when Abba said to him, what do you think would happen and what would you feel like if I were to do the things to you that you did to them? And the guy's response, I believe, was to the letter of, well, I'm not really anybody, so I already got my money straight. I'll be fine. It didn't even occur to him. How he looked and how he behaved was a reflection not just of himself and not just a reflection of the behavior from groups of people like that of Abba and Preach. Or, in this case, Fresh and Fit, upon other people. The kind of behavior indicative of fans who basically believe that they can do dumb shit for their favorite content creators. But the gumption that, oh, I'm nobody, so if you try to ruin my life, it won't matter to me. Forest for the Trees doesn't even begin to describe it. So on that end, I can say he is correct. The people who show that have very low mental facilities when it comes to accountability. And they don't understand that you can't behave like that and it not be connected to the worst kinds of optics, which is usually what people do when they don't realize, hey, you represent more than just yourself. You represent multiple things. So it's sad that it happens like that. But it happens like that. The only thing you can do is point and laugh at these people. Unfortunately, it's the only thing they understand. For people who use mockery and bullying as a weapon, the only weapon that can be able to make them understand that they are not the good heroes is to also put them on the spot, which creates a vicious cycle, because bullied people will then bully people. It'll always be the question of a bigger fish. Basically, it leads to the problem of big bank take little bank. Even this here, a content creator doesn't understand a topic. He is then mocked because he doesn't get it. He doesn't understand. He then chooses to leave out details and lie. Me, I put details back in the correct context, and I show the example of the thing that I'm talking about, that they're trying to avoid accountability for. They attempt to avoid accountability, and then, when something happens that demonstrates the principle of the thing that they were against before now being flipped upon them, they now take a victim stance, saying, oh my god, I can't believe you would do that. And they forget wholly, because memory hole, they forget wholly, or leave out the detail wholly, of the things that they did in the past. And when it's mentioned and brought up to mock them, they then say, weren't you the one who ducked me? Weren't you the one who did this? Weren't you the one who did that? Or, if they're in the attack position, yeah, what was all that shit you was talking before? What was all that shit you were doing? Yeah, yeah! In this case, here, I have somebody dead to rights. Not just in principle, but in rhetoric. The rhetoric they gave was, I don't care about what happens to some fucking streamer. They're killing trans kids! The killing of trans kids being a bill that says you cannot do drag dance in front of them. So, I read the bill, I respond to them, immediately in kind. They get angry. How dare you? Don't you know that people died? You said you weren't transphobic, but now you're trying to put this against me? No, I'm mocking you for being stupid. Yes, I will mock you for that. You are dumb. You should have never mentioned that. Because you are the kinds of people who use things as political tragedies to use as ding 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 cudgels against other people. And now you're being mocked not only for the dumb take that you took, but now being mocked for the hypocrisy you're showing. What happened to the energy? Well, keep the same energy, dog. Don't switch up now. You totally switching up like motherfuckers on Ariega. What's wrong? This kind of behavior goes both ways. All groups do this. Everyone can be guilty of this. But it takes the maturity to understand that, okay, they know what they're doing, they're just not going to ever admit it. So the only thing that you can do to break the narrative is show the truth, demonstrate the lie, point your finger and say, look at these motherfuckers. Look at them. Look at them. look at them, and then laugh. Because that's all they're ever going to understand. This is all that Breadtube understands. That's why every single time the Surf TV comes up with some stupid-ass take, Lance gets embarrassed. Because Lance demonstrates how little he knows. From donating $6,500 to glasses state of choice, to not understanding when to shut the fuck up when even Anna Kasparian knows not to talk about this shit. Signifier is no different.
And I swear, all I could hear was Mindart from Dexter's Laboratory.
Excuse me, sir, but may I please relocate myself to a closer location of the board so I can achieve the optimum effect of your education?
Just a lot of incredibly serious, balanced, logical men that, you know, I know they are. But really mad that I wasn't interested in talking to their favorite black incel creators. And really, I'd probably left it up.
Calling the creators that you don't like incels. This just in, Abba and Preach are incels! Not letting that go, by the way. Accountability.
That if not for one point made in a piece, a 4-hour-long piece from two men whom I seem to share a decent amount of fan overlap with, making this particular point.
When I tell you I have hardcore...
Again, hiding the channels. Do not hide the videos from the people that you're disagreeing with. It makes you look like a bitch. If you're gonna be about the heat, take the accountability, and deal with your licks and move the fuck on. You don't have to agree with them, and they don't have to agree with you. But when you start hiding the information and you're saying like, well, here's the accountability, but I'm gonna hide them because I don't want them to get popularity. It's not about the popularity. It's about the fact that you're doing the shit publicly. And then you're playing both sides. You're playing the perpetrator angle and the prey angle. You cannot be the aggressor and the victim at the same time. You're not going to strike out at people and then cry when they hit you back.
Trump voting conservative. I got hardcore stuff, you know, black revolutionary. I got brothers who are liberal. I got brothers who are apolitical. I got brothers who are Hebrew Israelites, Muslims, who are atheists. You know what I'm saying? There's just the one common factor that these men have.
I wonder what he's going to say. They're all connected to the man for what?
But they're concerned about the quality of life of black men and boys, and they're interested in being able to understand and articulate what we experience.
Concern for black men and boys. Wow, that is not what I was expecting from this space. A space that spends so much time.
You just tried to do the same thing again. His point was something probably like, the thing that you can find that's agreeable and accountable amongst people like this is that they're concerned about black men and boys, but they're not really understanding the messaging that they're putting out there. Which, wasn't that literally what you signed off the last video with from all your favorite, let's say butt buddies? Realistically, not butt buddies. Cohorts. Fellow Breadtubers about. They were complaining about, yeah, we can use mockery as a tool to insult them. Yeah, we can use that as a way to, like, silence them. But how do we get them on our side? You get them on your side by not being a bully to them. You get them on your side by actually having the debate, having the discussion, talking to them. And when you talk to them, not immediately saying, they'll never get me a reply. You give them the opportunity, the same way I gave this dumbass the opportunity. And when they don't show up, you say, all right then, your word means nothing to me. You're not a man. And you move on with your day. And then you bring it up when it's funny too.
Complaining about black women, concern for black men and boys seems like a valiant reason to do anything. It's the reason why I do a lot of my content. So surely we have a lot more in common, right?
There's no leap of faith of OnlyFans. I'm sorry, bro. We have to culturally and especially genetically.
So that was Fresh and Fit that he just stitched out there. I'm not sure about the other ones in the background.
I do a lot of my content, so surely we have a lot more in common, right?
There is no leap of faith of OnlyFans. I'm sorry, bro. We have to culturally and especially genetically re-engineer black women, you guys. The only way we can do this is with non-black women and socially conservative black men.
We can't get together. They go be a concubine to the four guys. Let him stop. Talk about the four guys that made that.
Flashing black letters. They're concerned for black men and black boys, but they're divesting away from black women. How could you possibly be for the black community? Cry me a fucking river. That's such an old take. If they want to be interracial, and if they are not dating black women, that means that the black women that they have available in their sexual marketplace are not of value to them. That's a stretch for some of these people, because probably to them, a value is a house slave. But in general, the general black male, so people who are basically my age group, who are between 18 to 40, if men are becoming passport bros, because Lord knows he's probably going to have opinions about passport bros, if men are becoming passport bros, and they are moving on and moving away and choosing not to date black women, that means they would rather date anyone else other than their own kind, and I'm air quoting that. That's not because they hate black women, although there's some that probably do have some kind of enabled misogynoir, but we're not talking about these men, we're talking about men in general. For all of those ones that you could claim, oh, you just hate black women, you just want a black woman as a slave, you don't really love your sisters, you don't really love your queens, there's another male that's like, Bro, I'm trying to love this single mother, but she's actively pushing me away, and she's not giving me the ability to be able to help her and prepare and care for her. It's as simple as that. You're taking every kind of male, which is the reason why it's so stupid when you make takes like this. You're taking every single black male and every male in general, and you're telling the white ones, fuck off, we don't want to hear from you. And the black ones, yeah, these men, these your boys, these those guys, you stand behind them. And it's like, no, I don't stand behind Fresh and Fit. I will mock Myron to his face myself. I will go on his programming with the connection that I have through fucking Baku, and I will mock him to his face in his apartment and then challenge him to fight me. I don't need to run hands for somebody else. Eric can handle his ass, his damn self. But me, I will throw hands, if necessary. Because we want to stand 10 toes behind what we say and what we believe. That's what a person should do. That's what a man should do. It's most definitely what black men have to do, because it's the only thing that we actually have left. Our word. Our bond. Nothing else fucking matters. Because even black males and black females will destroy their own communities to uplift themselves and enrich themselves personally before they ever do something to help their fellow fucking man. Real shit. And also, if the guy's talking about concubines, you should probably say they're clownish. However, are you going to then address the amount of men who have impregnated other women and the amount of women who have chosen the same men that impregnated other women because they like the idea of the brother getting around and not liking the point Dexter? Or in your case, the man doc! Ha 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 ha!
And shut up. And now that the world is kicking your ass, now all of a sudden you can bear witness to it. You fucking disgust me. I said it before in my stream and I will say it again. We don't want submission, we want worship.
Ugh. Welcome back to that. That said, this criticism was not a nitpick or a misconstruing of my point. It was legit. Not the last part maybe, but the part where they called out how I flattened all of the black manosphere into one easily digestible concept. I realized I did that. And that wasn't just wrong and inaccurate. It was also missing out on a lot of important and useful analysis to the issue of what the black manosphere specifically is and the unique problems it presents compared to its white counterpart. There's way more to the black manosphere than I initially gave credit for. It's all bad, mind you. Like, this isn't going to turn out the way I think people thought it was, but I do think there's a lot more to it to talk about. But the fact that they wanted me to talk about it speaks volumes to how unaware many of these guys are that they would actually want me to go deeper into the history of the space, considering how cringe and embarrassing and crazy this space is. But they went wrong.
The problem is that what you're considering as the space is the space as you see it, as it has been destroyed by your Breadtube cohorts and counterlikes. Before Atheism Plus, before Anita Sarkeesian, before any of the craziness that came from that kind of behavior, you actually had people like the Honey Badgers and Dr. Rammerkamp himself. You had individuals like Shortfat Otaku and Sargon of a God, and etc, 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 etc. You had plenty of content creators that would happily speak against the people that you just played clips of, but didn't show the faces and names of. And we would all mock them along with you! But ever since the groups of people like Riley Reed, thank you, not applicable, it actually has a game called Riley, yes. When that happened with you, BGS Itamor, is that the content creator's name? How many clips of that were played? I'd like to know, actually. The video, the correct video is finally uploaded now, so we can re-upload this to YouTube. But, back in the yesteryears, because of all the shit that happened, people making content like this is actually what prevented the cross conversations. Because you said that when people did that they were harassing and bullying smaller content creators. And now, those smaller content creators have become the big content creators who are content preferred for advertisers, who get paid to basically shit talk other people. And you look for whipping boys that you can easily be able to demonstrate, and you defenestrate them, while at the same time daring somebody to say something. You then say, when you're looking for your all black, everything did content creation and critiques and opinions from other people, you say, I never see anybody ever calling out this behavior. Y'all never call out your next own. Y'all never call out your own. It's because we don't stand with them. They ain't with us. They don't walk with us. They don't go with us. They ain't with us. We don't know them mutters. We don't know them niggas. Stop telling me that they're my nigga. They're not my nigga. Because if they were my nigga, they wouldn't be doing that. Which is another message that you're not getting. A lot of those people do not roll in the circles that you claim they do. Because if they did, one of their friends would have beat the shit out of them. If I caught one of my friends talking about people like that, I would have beat the shit out of them. There was actually a time and period where we found a rapist inside of our group of friends in college, and we extricated him from our group. We were having a sleepover. We had girls over, because of course we had girls over. And my friend, which I will actually take out the funeral processional picture of, because some of you actually haven't seen him. This man, this piece of white Jesus chocolate right here, he used to live on what was basically not a houseboat, but a house that was lakeside in Cataluga, Georgia. We had women over. I forget if it was because we went to the movies or because we went out dancing, but we had women over in his house. They were sleeping. We had over a particular person who knows that he shouldn't be drinking rum. He was blackout drunk. He essentially forced himself onto and inside of a woman who was passed out on the couch. The girl then told us. We then confronted him. We handled that directly. Myself, a black male, and that piece of 100%, probably not Cajun, but probably looks like he's Cajun, white chocolate. So that motherfucker take his nuts before we cut him off. And to leave. And never come around our group again. And he never did. We used to love talking to that guy. He played Yu-Gi-Oh! With us. He ran a really good zombie deck. Cut the motherfucker out like a goddamn bad habit. Like a fucking tumor. Immediately! And that was 2013. 2013. So I was still in college when that happened. Was still working with the Fed. This shit's not new, man. It's not fucking new. They'll act like it's new, but it's not. It's just new to you. As a gun owner, what is your response to leftists who say other countries have mental health problems too, but they're not shooting up schools, so it's good to ban guns? The majority of those people do not live in countries that are going to have the problems that America has when they're being subterfuged by their government frequently to try and get them to take away their own liberties and rights. And if it were a mental health issue and it's not to say that it isn't a mental health issue in America, if they claim that the issue is mental health, not the guns, therefore it's good to ban the guns, what are they going to do when the guns that they're banning are illegally purchased by criminals and then go break laws? There's actually a wonderful TikTok, actually, from one of the people I cited in this video. Hold on. It's here in the saves.
No, because that part. Let's talk about that part. When that got pushed through, I was a whole-ass correctional officer at Charles Bass Correctional Facility in Nashville, Tennessee. I still remember the moment that my inmates saw that come across the TV. Some of them legitimately...
I'm trying to get the text in there, too.
Bunks, they were laughing so hard. Now, I'm not freaking kidding. I'm not exaggerating. I have never seen hardened criminals laugh this daggum hard. They thought it was fucking hilarious. One of them had the audacity to look me dead in the face, stone cold, talking about... That's right, Miss Wells. All I needed was a sign, and I wouldn't have done it. Got me over here like, boy, go sit your damn ass down. Ain't that damn fun. One guy popping off like, yeah, them speed signs totally stopped me. Bruh. Another one hollers off, yeah, because the no smoking sign stops me. Had me in a whole ass spot because I was trying to figure out if I needed to write him a citation for that. It took a solid 5 minutes for the oldest man in there to look me dead in the face and be like, look, it's not going to work because, like, we're criminals. If we followed fucking rules, we wouldn't be here. Cue the 15 inmates on the unit that shouted out simultaneously that they're still innocent and didn't break no damn rules. And one of the guys we had that was in a fucking gang was just like, yeah, that totally stops the gangs in Chicago. You could almost use the prison system to figure out if the law's worth it or not. If it's not, the inmates are going to get a cackle out of it. And if it's a good one, they're just going to get sad. And it's okay, don't worry. They're not going to hide their emotions or anything. The vast majority of inmates in the United States prison system have emotional regulation issues. That's why a lot of them are in there. So yeah, you don't have to worry about that. You'll be able to tell how they're feeling. No, because that part,
like, it is so common when people say, other countries don't have these problems, so we should ban our guns. Motherfucker, Those countries are having themselves a problem where they're being taken over from the inside out. I know France is one of them. And that sucks because I'm also a dual citizen there. It sucks for me that one of my homelands is being converted by the worst kind of Wahhabi Muslims. Wahhabi. Not Sunni, not Shiite. Wahhabi. The kind that has been specifically curated to unset and destroy a Western country by using the Crybully tactics that work in the West to basically capitulate and make the country bend on their knees for civility. The live stream is stuck. That's what I'm hearing. I will check the live stream myself. I'm not seeing it stuck. I'm not seeing it stuck. Yeah, because I'm playing this back on ultra high, so there's not that much latency. But I think it probably is desyncing, but I understand. Point is, it's a little wonky every couple of minutes. Okay, I understand. But yeah, other countries do not have the issues that America has, and America does not have the issues other countries have. They are not mutually inclusive when it comes to those issues. If it was just a mental health issue, it'd be easier to solve, but even then, we can't address that issue. Why do I have to go to the bathroom so goddamn much? I might have to stop adding so much spice to my chicken. Ooh! It's tender! Oh, okay. What was that hot shit I was talking about? I feel like I forgot my place. Carl has a UCI. You might not be wrong. Did you poop, Carl? Yes, I did. I did the number 1 and the number 2. I washed my hands. I feel like I lost my place. But the shit I was talking, yes, all that shit. Catching up to the chat now and uploading this video so that y'all can enjoy this in its magnanimous form. A bald Berkworm bully and the Tennessee shooter. That's not probably the best title I've come up with, but yeah, it'll do. That'll take a while to upload. I'm reading the chat now. Hate to jinx it, but that's probably a pre-diabetic symptom, because I know I got it. Solves the problem of people being disingenuous about what is and isn't a mental health issue for cynical power and control reasons. They can't divine a woman, but give them the power. Is it not a good faith proposition when they say that they should have the power to take away your rights and ability to defend yourself from them? Mind you. To take away your access to credit, your kids, take you to a labor camp, the Second Amendment is the backup to stop all of that. That is correct. When a person suggests that you are evil, and therefore they should have the right to shoot you, you know, the trans day of vengeance people have been boasting about. When a person has the audacity to claim, I'm not debating my right to exist with you, and they threaten you with gun violence, I have the immediate correct response to repeat and then react with violence of my own. On the internet, it's just talking shit get hit. But if you threaten my life with a gun because you claim you're not respecting my pronouns, so I'm gonna make you respect my gun muzzle. The moment you do that, baby, the moment you do that, Cause me, I ain't gotta use weapons. I don't need no weapon, baby. Did I put them in here or did I put them back in the other room? They're probably on my fireplace mantle. 1 second. You ain't threatening me with no weapon. I don't need to use the gun. I just need these. You played Assassin's Creed? This is what those were invented off of. I made these in metals. That's cast iron. These are invented to go into the eyes. I googled medieval torture techniques when I crafted these. And one is indeed longer than the other. I feel like I did that because I think I was looking at that one joke women make where they're like, one titty is bigger than the other, one titty sags lower than the other. Visibly see that one is bigger than the other. Yeah, I don't need no weapon for that. Pull a gun on me, you're gonna find one of these in your gut. You're gonna fuck around and find out that day because you're gonna have the right one at the wrong time. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Anyways, back to it.
I oversimplify some things. And I can't promise I won't do it again, because despite the runtime for this video, I still had to leave a lot of stuff out. I don't make 3-4 hour long reactions to other people's creations. I make my own. I'm what you call entertaining. So, for the sake of entertainment,
I'm what you call entertaining when I talk shit about other people and attack them and then use myself as a shield so that I continue being a bully.
had to leave some details out. At times, I'm sure you guys will pause the video and fill in the gaps. But I'm going to do my best. And I've also brought a few folks with me, as I often do, with a relatively wide perspective on the manosphere and its unique problems and how they relate to it.
Bring up the counter. Bring up the counter.
Issues in America in general.
When people come to the manosphere, there's always something going on in their personal lives. It sometimes it can be money grab, but most of the time it can be like just social isolation, breakup, or just difficulties, in their dating lives. It varies. I don't know, because at the end of the day, you want to see them turn the camera on.
That was something explicitly that people really bought into in the 80s. I think when it started switching over was when Run DMC eclipsed all the first old school acts. And then 5 years later, by the time you reach the late 80s, people like even Chuck D was out there saying hip hop is reclaiming black masculinity. Right. We need to see strong men because that's been pushed out of the culture. And as a teenager at that time, I bought into all that talk. I think when you're of a certain age, even if you are intellectually curious and trying to study and learn, if everyone around you is working from the same fundamental assumptions, it can take time to step outside of that and say, well, why is that our baseline assumption?
Right. We know our condition. We just may not have the tools or the frameworks.
Man's name is Lil Bill. Oh, Lord. With a shiner like that, I could see you from space, bro. Talking about some swing, twing, twing.
Articulate it in a way to somebody who hasn't experienced it firsthand. I say that to say that you have a lot of young boys who know their condition, but they don't have an explanation for their condition. They don't have a framework to understand it. And so when they get somebody that has a platform and understands not only where they are, but can give them an explanation for why they're in the condition that they're in, they're going to go that way, especially if it's somebody that looks like them.
It's going to sound a little abrupt.
Martin X. Mental health professional. Okay.
Black men are never going to be seen.
I'm not willing to do the effort to disprove if these people are or not, or are what they are. But what I'm going to say is, damn, bro. All these people you bring in as experts when you could actually just present the fucking findings yourself. And even then, when you try to present findings, you try to use findings that go against you. I swear. I need to get Aiden in here. Goddamn. Let me see if she's available today. See if she's awake. I can't imagine she's gonna sleep in twice. Yes, she connected this time. We doing part 3, bitch.
Okay, hang on a second. I have to. I gotta do something right quick.
Is it poop?
Why would you ask that?
I just pooped. I just asked.
What? You don't have to be. You could have just said, "Oh, the bathroom." You didn't have to say, "Did you poop?" What's the weird out? Poop, please. I'm ready for a second. Hang on 1 second.
The J will return in Iron Man 3 after Iron Man number 2. Which is her way of saying, how'd you know? Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. How familiar are you with the Black Manosphere, Carl? I'm tangentially aware of everything from Fresh and Fit to, what was that one guy's name? The really, really gauntly black old one. I want to say fucking Peters. Is that his last name? Peters? On the trans gunslinger topic, fuck it, we ball. If they come in with heat, imagine how many people will just Wild West them. Well, considering that this happened in Tennessee, and Tennessee basically took the example of the Uvalde Police Department and said, nah, we not allowing that shit. You're getting shot, sir. I can imagine that there will be many people willing to do. Also, I forgot that I'm not in the green room. I'm in the green room now. But yeah, I can imagine there are plenty of people who will happily take the charge. Happily. Because it's ridiculous. Can't threaten shit like that and expect nothing to happen because of it. Because, like, there's lots of intelligent people in the Black Manosphere, but I don't think he ever will address those people. And if he ever does, he'll only ever take piecemeal what they say. He'll never take the whole thing fully. Okay. Invite. Ouch. Why is it not letting me send this to a person? It's really dumb. I'll just copy this. Send that to her. Send this to her. Then we'll see who we got from there. Y'all be nasty playing that you be taking a shit. I don't say it like that. That's what I do, but that's not what I be saying like it. I'd be saying things like, nah, I taking a mad dumpy. Mad poops. Extremely huge poops. Hard farts. I'm just waiting on her. We'll keep going. We'll wait for her to get into the green room.
That's progressive enough. Doesn't matter what it is. If all the men today became empathic, understanding, and engaged in women's issues, the conditions and the situations that Black communities still have to navigate as it relates to domestic violence and harm and incarceration will continue because they're systemic. And those systemic factors create attitudinal assumptions on Black men. So we could gather all the men in the world, Black men, and have them move in a certain way, but because how Black men is being understood is ideological, that's going to persist.
I think that's a bit cap. Because the problem is not if you took all the Black men in the world and you taught them how to respect women, that problems would consist and can change because they're systemic. No, that's half the problem. One part of the problem is endemic. The other part of the problem is systemic. If the problem won't change because the problem is systemic, then that means there's nothing that anybody else can do to help you. Because you need the world to change, and the world's not going to change for you unless you're able to bully them into compliance. Which you're not going to succeed at doing, because many people at this point no longer are willing to be able to make moves like that for anyone. Because we're not going to let people bully us anymore. You have entire generations of males, like myself, reared by women, who are coming up and are showing you that you cannot do this shit to people because they're going to start vehemently holding it against them. It don't work. I'm telling you, it don't work.
That their participation in this research in no way is an endorsement of my rhetoric or opinions. I've heard that some of you Black Manosphere folks can be a little catty, a little, maybe dare to say, unmanly when conflict arises, so I don't want them to be the target of your ire. This is an FD signifier production. That said, I know you guys don't want me to preamble for 15 minutes. We're going to jump right on there.
How come you ain't never like me? Like you? Who the hell said I got to like you? What law is there say I got to like you? Want to stand up in front of my face and ask a damn fool ass question like that? Don't about liking somebody. Come here, boys, and I talk to you.
Take it over.
All of my initial opinions about the manosphere that I discussed in the previous videos still stand. The manosphere, Black or otherwise, is at its core a byproduct of men aligned to a specific performance of masculinity under patriarchy, a performance that they aren't good at.
Under patriarchy. And feminism and Black patriarchy is a form of action that is had under feminism dictated by patriarchy. Because it's totally patriarchy's fault when women dress up pretty for men and say, the patriarchy made me put this lipstick on. The patriarchy made me put these thigh highs on. The patriarchy made me put my ass out on the internet. The patriarchy, bro.
And so they seek a variety of ways to improve said performance or to cope with the consequences of what a poor performance of masculinity means for them. This coping usually comes in the form of vilifying, demonizing, or just generally blaming women, and possibly falling deeper into more harmful, more fringe, or more regressive, or possibly even aggressive belief systems that can turn into violence. However, the blackness in the black manosphere adds numerous layers of complexity to this framework. For one, being a black male automatically disqualifies you from ever reaching true hegemonic status in a white supremacist society. As I said before, even the most successful, traditionally masculine, educated, moneyed, good-looking black men will be routinely subjugated to racial indignity and submission under a white supremacist hierarchy on the basis of being black alone, let alone any other thing that might intersect with that black male identity. See Ryan Coogler being handcuffed and detained for simply trying to withdraw money from a bank. Terry Crews being sexually assaulted and then publicly blamed for his...
Bro, no, stop. Stop it. Ryan Coogler being put into handcuffs because they assumed that he was a bank robber is them having a case of mistaken identity. That is not an example of hegemonic white supremacy being racist against black men. Because even if you went to a bank and you showed them all the appropriate status, the bank still wouldn't have your money on hand. Not directly. They'd probably have to have time and have an armored car sent with the money to you. And even then, that's not a problem of, look, see, the banks are being racist against the blacks. That should be a calling sign to, wait, the bank doesn't have my money on hand, but it has a record of my money? What's happening to our digital trusts and funds? But you don't care about that, because motherfuckers in the black community definitely don't care about the idea of black finance. Lord knows that the rush card has tried to do a lot to get you motherfuckers to understand it, but you still don't understand it. And stop using Terry Crews. Stop using this big chocolate milk dud of a man.
His own assault, or the entire presidency of Barack Obama, where he was still met with racial indignity as the most powerful man in the world. Regardless of a black man's status and behavior, he will never be a real man under white supremacy. However, that doesn't stop a lot of us from trying. Best case scenario, we redefine masculinity and manhood to fit our reality and our needs, or the needs of our communities. But it's probably a lot more common that many black men fall into scripts about masculinity that we've been fed by our elders, or media, or society as a whole. And this leads to a lot of conflict in our own experiences with the world around us and with black women who also greatly desire a performance of us that is similar to white patriarchy. And this is where much of this conflict arises. The fact that black men are essentially being held to a standard of patriarchal performance that they cannot keep up with, even from many black women, especially in the modern day where black women are gaining access to higher levels of education and economic status that black men are more intensely barred from.
And white dick. Don't forget the white dick. You forgot the white dick.
When you combine that conflict with legitimate issues in the family court system and a modern media landscape, especially social media, that makes black men feel disempowered and speaking up effectively, you see where the black manosphere gets most of its juice. Because at its core, the black manosphere is a battering ram for this frustration, for this conflict, to butt against black women and blame them and attack them, because they're an easier target than white supremacy, especially for a lot of these men who have had certain views or certain experiences inform how they see the world. Now here's where we're going to have a pause the video. I didn't know this was going to be an interactive video, did you? Many of these black manosphere guys are clout chasers and very thirsty for attention, and they will react to this on their channels, or they're fans who are really a lot like Debate Bro fans, just really thirsty, really get off to them.
All of their fans are debate bros. They're not my fans. None of my fans are like that. All of your fans are like that. Every single one of them are like that. Here's gonna be a fun part. Am I included in the black manosphere despite the fact that I do not like these motherfuckers? I bet I will be.
The idea that their fave is the big brain, and they will pretty much require their favorite black manosphere figure to respond to this video. Thus, I can expect that this video, much like my last manosphere videos, will get lots of attention and airplay on these channels. And so I want to be helpful and also put you in kind of a weird catch-22 and just give you prompts to pause the video and offer your counter arguments when they seem most appropriate. Here in particular,
I'm going to try and predict what you're going to say. I bet you won't.
It's interesting because, truth be told, there is a relatively wide variety of belief systems in the manosphere, aside from the one core belief, which we'll get to later. And we can expect that some figures in the black manosphere will argue the virtue and validity of patriarchy, maybe the natural order of men versus women, and maybe they'll pull up some religious angle that helps justify this. Maybe they'll talk about some really explicitly succinct element of history or African history.
This is something that you should never do, by the way. If you ever make any kind of video essay, never attempt to try to call out arguments. Don't try to call out argument ad fatum. Don't try to call out ad hominem. Don't try to call out things that are cringe to call out. Try to speak like a normal human fucking being. Because if you need to preempt all of your arguments, it means you didn't actually think about the arguments that a person can create. Which is really bad if you do this in a video format, because it means that if I want to be able to talk around you, I just simply don't mention the things that you're doing. That automatically equals DEBUNKED if you really wanted to go the own angle. But realistically, what it does is that it demonstrates that all the things that you believe in, and anything that you say after this point, because I'm watching this video raw, I don't know what you're about to say next. When you do that in real time, and you're doing it against a recording, it means that whatever you claim a person believes, if they have a counter-reaction and a response to it, and they can cite examples of how that doesn't work out, it means that that is no longer a cogent argument that you can use to abuse people. And you have to take accountability for doing so. There you is, bitch!
Hello.
You got an echo.
Do I?
Yeah.
Fuck.
It's like It's like a very lithely echo behind it. It's not like it's echoing like in a tunnel. It's more like you have a lot more oomph and bass.
That's because I'm in a cavernous room right now.
Okay. Is that the new house?
Yeah.
Hooray. You missed 2 streams worth of this bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
I thought the first one was bad enough, but this one is even longer than that. It's longer than both of the last 2 combined. Snigga unironically put Fresh and Fit next to Abner and Preach and said Abner and Preach are a part of the Black Manosphere and are responsible for horrible behaviors.
Oh, Jesus.
And then he clip-chimped them and took out necessary, relevant discussions that they had and said, nah, they just like making fun of trans people. They just like making fun of trans people, bro. Not to mention this motherfucker has a fucking sore spot because he switched up on Eren Yeager. He decided, no, I can't be behind Attack on Titan. The Japanese man had to know that he was making comparisons to slavery. And I'm like, bro, what did you want them to do in that story? Did you want Eren Yeager to basically allow his people to be genocided? You wanted them to be slaves? I thought you hate people being slaves. But now he's bitching about the Black Manosphere, also known as all the people that he doesn't like, that he mentally thinks of when he thinks of people like you and me, but can't put into a even box. Just fucking stream this to the fucking room. Fucking shit's 2 hours and 41 minutes long. I know my videos and my streams can be long, but I don't understand how you can make a 2 hour and 41 long video about people bitching on the internet about shit that you don't even care about. Anywho.
That supports their point without pointing out the vast variety of pieces of history that do not. This also might get low-key homophobic for them. I don't know. Others will come with the classic, we're not a monolith. We're not a monolith. What? In fact, Black Republicans alone are an extremely diverse group of people. To point out that while a lot of the Black Manosphere is undeniably conservative, regressive, and reactionary, that there are others that are more left-leaning or at least centrist and don't desire an explicit connection to traditional white patriarchy, but more so desire freedom and self-determination.
Oh, he's right now he's trying to lay out presupposed arguments against the Black Manosphere because he got a lot of pushback when he made the first and second videos, especially when he involved Abba and Preach. I don't even think Abba and Preach have responded to him directly. I know you and I haven't responded to his ass directly, and he's still mad, by the way. He's still mad that you won't acknowledge him.
Wait, how do you know that?
Because he put it in the first video. That extended portion that he had was all about him being petty about you. And he's been actively talking about it on Twitter.
Oh, Twitter, okay.
He's upset that Jelong Bonnie won't acknowledge him. Because remember when he left that one comment on the Christmas video?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he's been mad about it since then.
He's got a real problem with women not acknowledging him.
Why does he want it though?
Which means he must be pissed at his wife every day.
But why does he want it though? He has a whole ass wife. She even helped him retwist. I was so flabbergasted when he put like that section, and he always does that with his transitions between subjects. He just moves through rooms and starts doing other activities. So when I saw his wife, I have to assume it was his wife, otherwise it was a random woman who was doing his retwist for him. And he's just sitting there having his wife retwist his locks and be like, "You still talking shit on the internet, baby?" "Yeah, baby, I am. These black incels gonna be so mad." "Ouch, you pinched my hairline."
Well, watch the nails, bitch.
Well, you see, now that you're here with me, you're adding to the misogyny war.
You know I like cocoa butter after the twists are done. Oh, boy.
As a black man, that it's an intersectional feminist falsehood that black men seek white patriarchal power. Valiant and admirable points, all of them, if not for the fact that when you look through a lot of these guys' content, what you mostly see is what I'll call black women's cringe content that explicitly seeks to characterize black women as degenerate or evil or stupid or hating of black men. And although I want to be very clear, these stories and these black women do exist, as I said in the previous video about Abba and Preach.
Motherfucker, you did not talk about those people. You actively bitched about him ever talking about trans issues, And whenever he even talked about the fluff piece of the female captain who basically fell down during a 3-hour training course for her fucking medic's badge, you actively cut out a part where he said, no, there are women who beat ass and kick ass in the military, and those women are not this woman. But it's such a ridiculous notion that you're like, this was such a harrowing tale of this woman's bravery in the service. And then there's a fucking male strolling past her ass like, bitch, get the fuck up. If you don't finish this course, we all will fucking push-ups, bitch. Like, how do you do that? How do you clip jump like that, then lie? Do it like this, I guess.
A large chunk of your content is explicitly designed to create a specific narrative about a group of people.
Nigga, what does your content do?
I don't like how your content singles out groups of people, even inaccurately a lot of the time. It just grinds my gears. It untwists my locks.
It frays my fucking Jerry curls.
It makes it obvious what your agenda is. These videos serve as ways for them to signal their misogyny to each other and justify it. Because, of course, why wouldn't black men feel a certain way about black women if every video they see is of a black woman doing something degenerate or harmful or stupid?
Motherfucker, I am about to do some things that you don't like. Are you in a safe situation to watch people washing their chicken with fucking Listerine and dish soap?
Oh, don't remind me of that fucking bullshit.
You want to hear about the people who accidentally gave themselves a chemical attack because they started boiling Fabuloso on the fucking countertop? Lord knows you guys would not like that shit.
Or whatever.
In case you ain't heard it, but the price has skyrocketed.
I can already tell by the length of the eyelashes, in conjunction with the dexterity of the forehead bangs, that this will not be an intellectually riveting conversation.
So regardless of the variety of spectrum...
But is he wrong, though?
Well, I like to call those chicks giraffe eyes because their eyelashes are so fucking long and their eyes bulge out like giraffes.
Yes.
You may see in the black manosphere from a political standpoint, I don't give much credit to any assertion that any of you are anything but misogynists at your core, and I'll pause here for your response. Or an ad break. In this next section coming up,
we don't give ad breaks to Curiosity Stream, nigga. Fuck all that shit.
Is this the second part?
No, this is the third part. There was the first.
Oh God!
Yeah, he made an understanding the black manosphere video because he was mad that all the black people were in his ass.
Something in his ass.
Probably his wife's tongue. Who knows?
No, that would imply he's actually getting some.
He has gotten some at one point in his life. He has a child.
That's like through a hole in a sheet. That's not real fucking.
It's me.
Whatever. he's basically slandering people, or at least people like some people who don't deserve it. Like I don't give a fuck. I'm just kind of ripping him.
But then he's gonna show up on the next video and he's gonna be upset. He might show up in the fucking comment section when we have to do Mayfair Witches and be like, Jay, you haven't returned my calls, Jay. Did you get your silver play button, Jay? The long body.
Dear Miss, I'm too busy to call or write my haters.
Everything that I've gotten wrong here. And while we're on a commercial break, I'm going to actually change the scenery to make this next section a little more appropriate. So. You might be asking, why am I in my car? And why does my audio sound so good all of a sudden?
Because your wife threw you out. These are so easy. I almost feel ashamed to make these jokes because they're so simple.
Not in a big room. We're working on it. Enjoy this while it lasts. It will not be permanent. You may be able to hear the air conditioning. I don't know. It's fucking hot. I can't turn it that low. I'm in my car because if you know anything about the first wave of the manosphere, you know that's where many of the...
Waves? There are waves of the manosphere now? What are we, feminists?
Major players got their start between the early 2010s until probably around 2018. Further, a lot more, for whatever reason, don't show their faces. So sometimes it'll just be a static image from a Zoom call representing them, or a single image from a movie or something. They're not known for putting a lot of effort into their presentation. I'm sure that doesn't translate to the way they dress or groom. Some of these guys are...
If they look ugly, it must be because they don't have pride in their work. Aren't they pathetic? Ayo fam, have we ever seen the face of just some guy? No? I don't think we have. No, we actually have. We've seen the face of just some guy and some black guy as well. What's that? Two corners of the same stone. What's that? That motherfucker went crazy because somebody had the audacity of calling him out and being hypocritical so much they literally unfollowed all of his following on the internet and ran away from the event because of the mighty lolly? Damn, nigga, that sounds like somebody broke your argument. I cannot imagine any stupider thing than, well, you don't put your face on the internet. Yes, tell me more about how the Black Hotep Vegeta profile picture made you upset, Signifier, please.
Are literally decades into this type of content, and their appearances are a mystery, or at least they would be if they didn't dox each other all the time. Jay Smooth is an unheralded legend in what would be today kind of considered left to. In the old YouTube FJW content, Jay was the only black man with any sort of relevancy to his presence, and never got all that big on YouTube. But if you're an older millennial around my age and you were online at the time, you probably recognize his face and voice from a lot of perfectly like.
I don't know this nigga. You know this nigga?
No, I do not know this nigga.
Is that a nigga? He said he's black.
Did he just say this guy was black?
He might have a black mother and or black father and a very white father and or white mother.
Yeah, they're both black in that they're Italian. What? Now, like, I'm not like, if he's biracial, then fine. I'm just saying, like, damn, like, he looks Italian.
Indeed.
Short, sweet, and to the point pieces of content about hip hop and politics from the early 2010s. I want to put Jay Smooth out there partially just to point out, like, despite the jokes and the nonsense we're going to talk about with the Black Manosphere, black men have always been out and about doing the type of content that I'm doing. It's just we've never gotten this.
That video. Turn down the goddamn exposure. It's not hard.
He has to pay his white editor extra for doing actual basic work. Again, I never want to hear a single person, including you, ever mock me about my way of editing again. I don't do what this thing's doing.
So Jay Smooth referred to something he called homegrown intellectualism.
And that speaks to a larger pattern of there being a big constituency of people who yearn for that that feeling like they're doing knowledge. Like, I'm thinking critically about mainstream narratives. I'm finding sources of information that I trust. I'm feeling like I'm studying the game. I'm learning. I'm on the inside track with the real shit, which is a hunger that this whole tradition of sort of homegrown intellectualism, like Henry Clark, Dr. Ben, and so on, that filled that void for people who weren't going to find that in other words.
Homegrown intellectualism, otherwise known as bedroom feminists. We finna talk about that? No? Signifier? Speeding right through that shit? And made up a majority of the content you were talking about from, what was that again? Early 2010s to 2018? Damn, what happened during 2018? What happened before 2018? What happened around 2014? What happened around 2012? Do you remember, Jay? I remember. I wasn't even there for the shit. Was it the Goober Gay? I'm pretty sure it was the Goober Gay. That time period where all the contemporaries that you're talking shit about were told by YouTube, your content's not allowed here. But excuse me as I make way for PhilosophyTube.
Ways. It filled the void in imperfect ways. You know, I think for a lot of people that stuff was sort of a gateway drug to more rigorous intellectual thought later on, and some people just kind of stay at that level.
Right. Or they use it to spin off into more toxic nonsense. And it's an interesting reflection on how intelligent
toxic nonsense. Can you give us some examples that aren't fresh and fit?
Black men can be stifled and contorted by systemic barriers, and many men who could be doing more useful and productive things find themselves simply arguing with other men about politics or social issues.
What are you doing on the internet, Signifier? Stop describing yourself. It's not healthy.
And numerous men in my family fit this description. We're argumentative and opinionated, and in part because this is the only way they could sometimes get to stimulate that natural curiosity in a world where being black and curious could be dangerous. My view is that along with misogyny, it's this homegrown intellectualism that also drives much of this first wave of the manosphere. There are many different expressions of this high-minded misogyny. You hear these men talk, and despite the fact that they're saying ridiculous things, you can tell that a lot of them are intelligent. They just all come to this space with one specific issue, and that's their issue with black women. But even that has so many different permutations of how it shows up in their content. For example, Save Yourself Black Man, or SYSBM, figures to believe that black women are basically the devil, and that any non-black woman of any sort is better than a black woman. But then there are figures of the black manosphere who swear by black women, and they want to rebuild the black family, and they would if black women were just more ladylike and submissive, or insert whatever other thing here. Then there are also black men who are men going their own way, or MGTOW, and they basically have just given up on engaging with women seriously altogether, limiting themselves to short-term dalliances and partnerships, but never intertwining their lives with black women or women in general. These men tend to be divorced. And there's even...
But that's not them being a part of the manosphere. Like it is in the name. I said this last stream. Men going their own way, otherwise known as men who are single or not seeking relationships, if not just celibate, are not a part of the manosphere. Because that's insisting that a man who's in a relationship with a woman must be on your side because, look, this man's getting himself some nookie. That means you must definitely agree with me, right? Aren't these guys pathetic? And like I said in my Kidology video, she and you are cut from the same fucking cloth. For her, she just literally can't. I just literally can't have sex with men because I want to have good, deep, rug-tulling sex. It's like, okay, then go find a man. But I can't. They're all into violent sex. Then don't do the violent sex. And in your case, it's like, these men, they ain't getting no play. They don't really have a stake in the game. They ain't got a skin in the game. Why would they want to have a skin in the game? They're not showing their real faces around here. And it's weird, because I remember, and I was a fan, and still am a fan, of Dr. Ranrikam when he was still a MGTOW. And I'm pretty sure within the last few years, he's found himself in a relationship with a black woman, because she's shown up at least 4 times in his music videos, adding vocals on the track. And the only way she could be doing that is if she's in his home in Britain, or she's showing up at the content house that they have in the Badger Cave in Canada. Either way, he's eventually found himself a girlfriend. Even though he was a man who was so misanthropic that he said, I don't want to have sex, I don't want to spawn. I would just like to, preferably, not have the world go into a hellscape. Even he found pussy! And that's a person who fights for men and women. So is he on your side or not on your side? Because there's a world between on your side and not on your side. But it continues to be a blind spot for 3 videos straight.
Almost progressive wing of the black manosphere who see themselves as masculinists and promote black male studies, although they still end up spending a lot of time just complaining about black women. You hear the dog whistles when you see the company these men keep and the hills they choose to die on. It's hard to take even some of the valid things that come up in those more left-wing spaces all that seriously. Think of the black manosphere as a church with many denominations and permutations of how Christ can be celebrated, except in this case Christ is, well, you know who it is. We'll get that later. Somewhere in this jambalaya of foolishness.
I don't know who Christ is. Who is Christ? Who's Christ, nigga?
Straight white and male. I guess. I don't know what the fuck he's trying to say.
Because, like, I could say the same thing about black women, not black women. Black women. Because we're at the point where we have to make the delineation between white women and black women and black women.
Yeah, you gotta put that TM next to it. Black women.
Because, like, all the black women that would say, oh, yes, I'm gonna find myself a white man, the way that almost every pro-black feminist does. And even in the ones that are gay, like Patrice Cullors, find herself a strong black queer who's also an artist, but she had a baby. She already had a baby by a strong black male artist. There's you have to say this about the opposite of you. So if you say that black misogyny is all about creating a church about the domination of fuck women, what would you even call that? What would you even call that metaphorical church? The Church of the Latter-day Pimps. In this metaphorical church, where you say they do multiple things and have multiple denominations where they insult women, what about the opposite of that with black women, where they do nothing but shit on men in general, black men, passport bros, and guys that are too intimidated to talk to them because they don't want to potentially get their lives ruined and their lives canceled because of the crime of having looked for half a second longer than they should have at somebody? What happens to those people? You talk about those women? Do you address those women and their part in misogynoir? Because there's a lot of black women who hate other black women who would ever dare date outside their race. There's also a lot of black women who hate black women and men that would dare date outside their race and say, but I don't have anything against black women. I just had to divest. They do it all the time. They've been doing it on TikTok for a very long time. But I don't think you're ever going to address those people, because that goes against your narrative.
There are a few morsels of value because, as I alluded to earlier, a lot of these men are working class black men who often are maligned in the media and really are defended, or at least effectively do. Numerous forces and barriers in our society deny black men victimhood in life, despite the fact that we're often told that we like to play the victim. It's only in death that black men can receive courtesy, and only if they die in the appropriate way. For example, take George Floyd. In death, George Floyd has become a martyr. You see it.
Of course this bitch is crying about George Floyd. Oh my god, I can't. Forever breathing in our hearts. But not with that foot on his neck.
His face all over the place as an example of the murderous nature of white supremacy. And
the murderous nature of white supremacy.
I get why, but the conflict that arises is that in life, George Floyd would have been the exact type of black man that would have been called a dusty by certain portions of Twitter or YouTube, etc., because he was a regular black dude on a lot of levels. He was an around the way type of brother. He had issues with drugs. He had issues with petty crime. He had a handful of baby mamas. Although those are not virtues per se, those are things that are within the realm of possibilities for a working class black man who deserve dignity. And he probably wasn't getting it and wouldn't have ever gotten it to the level that he does now, having been murdered by the police. Well, maybe not for the...
Did you intend to say a message? Because you just said a message. He didn't get adoration in life because he wasn't somebody who would have been noticed. But in death, he serves as a public martyr and a public figure for your issues that you immediately ran into the ground by burning the world down in his name. Yeah, shouldn't that be concerning to you, Signifier? Don't you think you're a little bit of a George Floyd yourself?
He gets a knee in his neck, but it's from his wife. And it's usually consensual, sometimes.
You fucked up for that.
For the best reasons, this argumentation, this major point, is something that was probably brought up more in the manosphere than anywhere else. They were also at the forefront of being critical of the Black Lives Matter movement when it started, looking a little funny with the money, that we now know definitely was a problem, and other things.
Oh, but you're not gonna address any of that?
Yeah, don't address that. Don't bring up that little problem.
You don't want to bring up good old Patrice Cullors of the Black Marxist movement in America, and how she bought large mansions? No? It was definitely a problem, guys. Listen, I understand the issue, but we're not talking about that. We're talking about these shitty black guys. Come on.
I feel compelled to point out that they've always made these types of arguments on every wedge issue between black men and women, from Serena Williams to Lori Harvey's dating life to the guilt.
Okay, so Serena Williams married a white man who was one of the original 3 founders of Reddit. The 2 men who then wrote him out of the will because that guy was an actual activist who fought for what was right and killed himself because he couldn't deal with the stress of his business being used by corporate shills, and is now a website full of corporate shills. And Lori Harvey, who ended up not marrying a man who was good for her because she wanted to do the same thing that, that Tamara, or is it Tia? Which one of these 2 twin sisters fumbled that blackmail? Was it Tia or Tamara?
I don't know.
I swear it was...
And that black guy that she fumbled starred in the Karen movie, by the way.
I know.
This is a fun fact.
But, like, you can say all you want about, well, these guys had opinions about people like them and this shit over here, but it's like, yeah, because that's a woman who then, after fumbling a black man, went onto the world and said, I know that black love will find me again, and then started dressing provocatively with her son in pictures with her. Because, that's what black women do, right? They say, men ain't shit, but I know I'll find myself a black male. And then they put themselves immediately on the sexual marketplace, ironically, in tiger print. Can I find pictures of that? Don't you laugh at me. This is for science.
Of course. It's not about your little sister fantasies.
Excuse me! Excuse me! I do not find the twin sisters of my age interesting. I only have eyes for Brandy, bitch, and Mia! Don't you put this shit on me! Let's see if I can fucking find pictures of her in this fucking outfit. Because I know it was fucking tiger print. Yep, here it is. It is Tia Mowry.
Oh, Lord.
Tia Mowry's son trolls outfit channeling star's inner Rihanna. He looks like a girl.
What? No, he doesn't. Looks nerdy. He doesn't look like a girl.
It's the facial structure plus the hair.
He looks like a little boy, Carl. Stop it.
I'm just telling you, there's a lot of hair, and if you look at it from a correct angle, it's also the thing he's doing with his hands. It's also the thing he's doing with his hands. Okay?
It's just the hands. The rest of him looks like Urkel. Like he's got an Urkel vibe, but he does not look like a girl.
Urkel, if he got a blowout, that's a lot of hair. I can't show you this image, chat. I don't want to get banned. If you want to,
it's not even that bad.
Bitch, you know how YouTube is.
I thought you said Twitch.
No.
Or whatever, whichever.
Okay. Okay. You're bullying me about it. I'm gonna show them. That's what we're looking at, chat. It's really not that bad, but at the same time, if your mama went onto the internet and said, I know black love will find me again, and started dressing like this on a regular basis, prowling for dick, don't you feel that you would be a little bit embarrassed? I mean, it's correct. He should be trolling his mama. Definitely. Because that's what happens. You create a generation of useful black males that became sassy-ass niggas. Like me. You don't want to get flamed by your kid? Don't fuck up men. I'm sorry.
To Bill Cosby, to Roe v. Wade, and they're more than often wrong than right because they basically just take whatever the men's side of the issue is every time, regardless of how reasonable it is. But I want to validate that at least in their heads, they think they're addressing a real issue that isn't being addressed. And on some occasions, I think this is very true. That said, I want to further engage in how I see this space as a maladaptive response to the struggles of black men in America. When I look over the space, what I see more than anything are black men who, for numerous reasons, maybe had the capabilities to reach that high-value man status, but one bad break up, etc., and those opportunities were no longer there. I don't think it's unfair to say that a lot of these men are clearly dorks and nerds, much like I was, who maybe are trying to present in that exaggerated swag and...
Motherfucker, you were unironically the kind of guy that I was talking about when I described Kidology, who unironically said, yeah, no, I'm not really feeling all the people here. I'm just gonna sit here and play video games, and then my queen will find me. You can never call other people nerds, nigga. And you can never cope and say, well, I was a nerd too. No, you were a bitch. Your wife pulled your legs up over your head and fucked you in the Amazon position. And you were loving it. But no, seriously.
Like I said, knee in the neck.
But no, seriously, you cannot brag about other people potentially not really amounting to what a man is. Because to you, a black man is what you saw in 90s films. We know, we've watched your content, we've seen it, we heard it from your mouth. And talking shit about them and saying, at one point, maybe they would have been high-value men, but one bad break or one bad breakup, and looking at them. Look at how they're broken. No, get the fuck out of here, my God.
Violent confidence that we often attribute to black men, but are failing at it for the most part, and maybe don't realize it. And in this, maybe find themselves stymied or isolated, or just without peers to engage with and communicate with on the various topics that they find interesting. Isolation is an incredibly... The camera got too hot, so we're back to old school FD style with the Galaxy Note, and it says I only have 14. Realize it, and in this, maybe find themselves stymied or just without peers to engage with and communicate with on the various topics that they find interesting. Isolation is an incredibly...
It's like, if ever goes black and it's like, beep, 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 this mouth is too hot, this breath is too hot, nigga, wash your teeth, drink some goddamn Kool-Aid, shit, this bullshit you talking, I can't stand it no more, I'm striking out.
I mean, I've filmed for like long periods of time, and my camera's never gotten so hot where it's just like, nah, nigga. Now your camera just hates you. Like, it sees this bullshit you're spouting and just peace the fuck out.
I think the one time, or any of the times I ever have any problem, it's when my camera's on low battery power and it doesn't have enough battery to run the fucking flash backlight.
Mm-hmm.
I've never had the camera's too hot, it cannot be used until it cools. The only time that it really matters is like if your phone is on the charger and the charger port is running a fast charge, so it decides that it won't let you turn on certain applications or it's limiting the brightness of the screen for safety concerns. I've never gotten this, but it's just funny. Somebody pull up a fucking just pull up a fucking text and just black out all this text and be like, this bullshit is too much, nigga, you need to switch cameras. I'm done.
The camera got too hot, so we're back to old school FD style with the Galaxy Note, and it says I only have 14 minutes, so let's go ahead and wrap this part up. Isolation is an incredibly serious problem for all men. A lack of intimate partnerships and useful, productive, platonic friendships is genuinely unhealthy and leads to further isolation and more opportunities for these men to get sucked into these spaces. Because the black manosphere is...
I mean, you're not wrong, but you're half true. Isolationism is a serious problem, but it's a great thing that those guys aren't alone. They're just lonely. There's a difference. There's a difference. An isolated, lonely man wants partnership. Like I said before in the Getology video, these men want relationships, not relations. They want to connect to their fellow man. Maybe at the hip, several times. But they want to connect to the fellow man. If they cannot find relationships in dating, they will find relationships in platonic friendships. That's why they end up bonding together the way that they do. That's what the manosphere technically could have been claimed as. Men and women talking about issues together, and when talking about those issues, discussing it with either like-minded people whom they might agree with in lockstep, or discussing and debating the ideas amongst themselves and others, whether it be as like a mock monk debate, or actively jumping in a live stream and co-streaming with them while they're playing video games. Because that's where the majority of where this bonding happened from. Your style of content was created from Destiny, co-streaming with other people like fucking Zerka and Trainwreck, and making the creation of what eventually became the Twitch debate bro political space, which then spun into its own fucking thing, with people copying his style and literally copying his website, of which Clout Shark is one of those dumbasses who did so, leading to you associating yourself with him because he ran to you, because you and him were made by Khadija Mabawe, who you constantly reference to, who made your career possible, that led to you now deciding that you want to, quote, be a kingmaker and decide to make other people's careers possible. Is that what you call it, nigga? Is being a kingmaker when you get upset that other people won't acknowledge you making their channel popular? I guess. And the idea that you can say, well, the solidarity is the problem, but, like, these guys are wrong for that. Because you're problematizing it. You're saying they have something wrong with them. And I would say, socially, like, yeah, they might be assholes. They might be jackasses, especially if they believe that women should be slaves. But that's the greater extreme of the whole. What about the guys who were like Carl in 2018? What about the guys that were like Carl in 2016? What about the guys who were like Carl in 2012, when he was fresh out of high school? And first really started actually uploading clips of himself to his channel from when he was having accolades and successes in his personal life and his professional life. Even back then, before I became the nigga I am today, I didn't have these issues. I had people I could talk to. I had my family. I had my godfather. I had my niggas. I had my niggas and my bitches. I had plenty of people that I could go to, male and female, that I could talk through with my problems. Ian was probably one of the biggest ones. Anybody who knows me personally in Columbus can ask and be told, yeah, them niggas was thick as thieves. He and I were both living the hermit life around the time that he died. Both of him, me and him, back and forth, multiple conversations, multiple adventures. But you don't know that shit. And yet, if you were to listen back to this broadcast and talk your shit the way that you've been talking it, you'd say, oh, this is just another one of those members of the fucking, of the Black Manosphere of space. But it's not! Because I don't like these niggas! They're weird! People like Version Fit platforming rapists like Charlton Heston. Go onto a platform saying, I would... you know that one black nigga that was on Fresh and Fit? The one said that, oh, we used to run trains on black women, and we used to run trains... Yes, that motherfucker. Actively admitting that he would rape women.
I wonder what the actual Charlton Heston thinks. This motherfucker is admitting that with his name.
Like, he said the shit live, and even fucking Myron was like, whoa. But they didn't stop him.
For this problem from these men's perspective, as far as I can tell. Like I said, some of these guys have been making this stuff for a decade now. Some have fans that have been there solidly the whole time. And a lot of the content on these smaller black channels is like these panel discussions, which is basically just a bunch of men trying to get access to a community, talking to each other, connecting with other men. It seems like a disproportionate amount of them are truckers, or maybe black men in rural areas who find the community of the manosphere to be important, if not just to give them an opportunity to have useful and stimulating conversations.
Nigga, did you just try to talk shit to Jericho Green? I think you just tried to talk shit about Jericho Green. Like, a lot of the black males that usually talk in those sections are truckers because they make their money driving. They make a lot of money driving. So they pay attention to the issues and they talk about them. They just might not be somebody of a high profile, but they're literally
also, why pixelate the fucking thing when, like, how are we why did you do that?
Because he wants to address them without actually having to give them attention. He wants to have his bullying cake and eat it too.
Then don't use the fucking clip. Because how the hell are we supposed to know what the hell you're talking about?
Because he plays the clip examples and verbals of them being abusive about women, and that justifies it. There's a whole piece and part you actually missed. He would put them up on the screen and like flash pictures of them, saying, these people are very serious and care about men and women.
We have to culturally and especially genetically re-engineer black women, you guys. The only way we can do this is with non-black women and socially conservative black men.
We can't get together. Then go be a concubine to the four guys. Like I heard Scott talk about the four guys in the main net. They're attracted to the four guys. Well, go be a concubine. Well, if there's 50 women at the four guys, then get in the rotation and shut up.
And now that the world is kicking your ass, now all of a sudden you can bear witness to it. You fucking disgust me. I said it before in my stream and I was...
See? He's always eternally talking shit.
a decade now. Some have fans that have been there solidly the whole time. And a lot of the content on these smaller black channels is like these panel discussions, which is basically just a bunch of men trying to get access to a community, talking to each other, connecting with other men. It seems like
Also, you said trying to get access to a community. No, they're in a community. They're actively having a discussion. You just showed a clip of it.
For a decade now, some have fans that have been there solidly the whole time. And a lot of the content on these smaller black channels is like these panel discussions.
As somebody who likes to talk about platforming other content creators and getting to talk and hear and know and see and get information from different sources, you should be all about getting involved in those kind of discussions and bringing somebody of yourself, of your size, to them. Imagine how big it would be for your channel, Signifier, if you went onto a discussion with somebody like this, and you actively platformed them. You gave them the ability to talk as much shit as they possibly wanted. You didn't cut their microphone. You didn't say, all right, you're just saying a whole lot of misogynistic shit. No, you challenged them, and you asked them questions, and you discussed with them. You gave it a serious, full-hearted 2-hour effort. The same way that all of us monetize our haters who get angry about us. If you did that, not only would you then be able to talk the shit you want, because then you would no longer have to say, well, I don't go on to lives, I don't go on to live stream discussions, I don't do debates. You could actively say, well, I gave the guy the chance to explain himself, he either didn't show up, or when he did, he was just acting like a complete asshole. Why don't you do what we, like Eric July does? Why don't you monetize your haters? Why don't you monetize them the way that you should monetize them? You were so ready to put names next to people about who you consider them to be part of the problem. But you only focused on the big fish because you wanted clout from attacking the big fish, because those are the perfectly acceptable targets because you're punching up against them. But these people, the people you consider yourself punching down against because, look, I'm too big of a channel to give them clout, you start covering their names so that they can't benefit from it. But you'll definitely use them to try and bolster your numbers and then take them out of context even further. And even if they are talking shit to you, and they're absolutely crazy, you're going to continue to justify it by saying, well, I don't want to give them clout on my channel, because they'll just use it to then continue their rhetoric and their message, and I'm not about that. But you are about that. You're about it for your rhetoric. You'll happily do it for the shit you want to talk about and say. So fucking annoying, bro!
Which is basically just a bunch of men trying to get access to a community, talking to each other, connecting with other men. It seems like a disproportionate amount of them are truckers, or maybe black men in rural areas who find the community of the manosphere to be important, if not just to give them an opportunity to have useful and stimulating conversations with other men. This is one of the reasons why I include Umar Johnson and lots of other Hotep figures like your Tariq Nasheeds and the Coliseum or whatever other Hotep debate spaces that exist on YouTube. Y'all, there's a whole Hotep debate bro scene that I didn't know existed. They may not be Redpill, but they represent a form of black male intellectualism akin to the traditions of black males who were philosophers and scholars for generations in this country without formal education or fancy degrees. You have guys like Iceberg Slim, Donald Goines, Walter Dean Myers, John Henry Clark, Neely Fuller, including some of those aforementioned comedians. These were black men who found a way to express themselves and express big ideas. Some of those ideas harmful, and we've maybe hopefully learned not to bring them forward in 2022, but some folks have it. But even still with those bad parts, they were able to bring insight and understanding and philosophy about the black experience and the black male experience. And this is akin to what I've preached on previously about why we don't deify and idolize scholars. I've been saying it for videos now. Please don't, if you're a big fan of Marx, Google who Frederick Demuth was. And thus these spaces are a double-edged sword because misogyny, homophobia, and increasingly xenophobia have become commonplace in them. But if you're intellectually curious black men drawn to the energy of philosophy and debate, but without the access to it from a college or the thousands of dollars in debt that you might have to get into to go to a formal university, I get it. I get the appeal, and I understand why some of these men are there, except the misogyny. I love a lot of my boys, right? Like a lot of my homies I've known for years that we're very close, but only a few of them will I talk about anything more than sports and video games with. And if you are an intellectually curious type of dude who needs that type of energy and you can't find that in women, the black manosphere might have something for you. It just might. It's not gonna help you women though. Like that. That's the other part. It's the patriarchal frameworks that we are all.
I mean, if I listen to Abner and preach, I definitely will be able to pull as much ass as I want. It's guaranteed. Like, if he's allowed to go up to a Jewish woman and slap her because she asked him to slap her for content, and he does so, and she's like, ooh, your hair is so big and so strong. I'm pretty sure if I continue to be myself, I will happily find myself in the company of people like that. Whether or not anything happens from there is based on me and my autistic riz. Even though I'm pretty sure I'm not autistic. I'm retarded, but not autistic. Jake can testify.
Yes.
All brought up and combined with the difficult experiences of loving and partnering while black that make the misogyny within the space kind of this beacon for men to collect around. It's more like the price of admission than the actual focus of the space sometimes. And that might be why.
Excuse me, what? The misogyny is the price of admission, not the spectacle they gathered for. But that would mean that the racism in any kind of group that ever focuses on a factor about what others do would be the price of admission, not the spectacle. So if I take that and I plug it in where it deserves, the hatred of the Jew is what brings people to the Aryan philosophy of neo-Nazism, not the price of admission. and the hatred of Jewish people, but the lust for Khazarian milkers is what is the price of admission, not the spectacle. The desire for black dick by white women is both the price of admission and the spectacle for why some of them date black men, and the self-loathing of white men and white society is the price of admission as much as it is the spectacle. The desire for white dick by black women and the constant debasing hatred of the black men they're divesting away from is the price of admission and the spectacle. I don't think this goes where you want it to.
Why these men don't get how they look and sound from the outside looking in. They see their misogyny and some of the ridiculous things they say and believe, or the ridiculous things of other men within their community that they just kind of give passes to as normal. This is just dudes doing what they do. It's the reason why they really, like I heard this multiple times from these various response videos, they think that I have an all-female or all-white audience, which is not true. Y'all niggas are outliers here. I've shown...
let's put that number up there.
From these various response videos, they think that I have an all-female or all-white audience, which is not true. Y'all niggas...
Please, make it normal, please. I can't keep up with what he's saying. Please stop doing this. I hate this.
It takes so long to talk.
I know, but I don't care.
Let's see here. He's saying that his outliering number of people who are watching his content are people who are 15.3% female and 29.6%, I'm going to round up to 30%, male between 25 and 34 years. So people like Fictional Darling. And definitely people like fucking Lindsay Ellis. Next highest group is 18 to 24, so your fucking young-ass activists. 13.2 to 18.9, gonna round to 19, with a 1-point percentage to 2-point percentage variance. The majority of his audience is white leftist male, more than likely, because this is only showing viewer age. It's not showing, the actual demographic groups, which, that's weird. Why do you only show the ages when you can be able to show all of that? I'm assuming these are from your YouTube metrics, nigga. This is not what the YouTube backlog metric looks like. Where did you get this number from? It's not a very good idea to lie, Signifier, when other content creators know what the back end looks like. I'm not even gonna say that you're lying, I'm just gonna say that you're probably fudging the numbers. Because, like, I should see a demographic breakdown of who is in your demographics. Because that's not what our backend looks like.
Niggas are the outliers here. I've showed my analytics on multiple occasions. Here it is again for y'all to see.
Like, why did you do that the way that you did it? What the fuck?
My audience is 60 to 70% male. And when you look at the content I'm making, I am not making white male, white female, white-oriented content.
You are, actually.
So... And yeah, what you said, you definitely are. But like, yeah, so like you bring in certain types of people. You're not a like. I hate this mentality some YouTubers have that they think they're world renowned. They think everybody knows who the fuck they are as soon as they get a following. Like, no, only a small group of people know who the fuck you are.
Come on, come see the non-exceptional nigga as he talks yet again about black love and black situations in society.
Yeah, most of your audience is like white leftists who like it's basically like they're not so down bad that they'll go to, you know, the manosphere shit. They'll just go to you because, you know, they're taking it like a pussy from people is just much easier.
They're too lazy to watch the content in question, and they believe that if they platform the content by watching it directly, the same way we would archive an article from some place like Variety or Kotaku or Destructoid, Rock Paper Shotgun, basically a Waypoint website or something that isn't like mainstream Hollywood TMZ, that they're adding to the problem. So they would rather watch the content in piecemeal from somebody like Signifier instead of just watching it on their own and then commenting on it, or they'll only ever comment on one specific thing that they want to talk about, and they'll hyper-focus on that and leave all the details out, and if they can, they will actively remove context so that you forget what the fuck was even prompting the response in the first place. Kind of like how they always follow current events. I know they did this with Kevin Samuels, and Lord knows that's going to have to be the next one that's going to happen either tomorrow or next week. But, yeah, bitch, you are making this content for that audience. You might think, well, I'm not doing that. I'm making this for black people. But the people who are watching are white. They are white and they're leftists, and they use you as a purse puppy. They use you.
They watch you because you're exotic.
It's like your friend, strange man in a strange land, or excuse me, exotic man in an exotic land would say, they come to you because you're basically like their only fans. He actually sounds like Sebastian. I swear to fuck, he's not doing it on purpose. He just does.
It is accessible to them, but look at the shit. No, I'm gonna come back from that because I think we just bonded a little bit there. I think those of you who are in the Black Manosphere stuff that do watch me because you see at some level there's similarities here in terms of like the struggle and the way we see and experience.
Nigga, what struggle? You don't do shit for these niggas.
Like, he thinks he's not the other side of the same coin. He really no, like I'm like I said before, universally loved. You're just like the little you're like the sticky shit that you get on your stove when you don't wash it regularly. Like, wait, motherfucker, no, you're just the other side of the same shitty coin.
I don't think
you're
he
not
knows
Tom
that.
Hanks. Like you act like you're Tom Hanks to I don't know, like Tommy Wiseau to their Tommy Wiseau. Get the fuck out of here.
You ain't no Michael.
Tommy Wiseau is universally known.
You ain't no Michael B. Jordan, nigga. You're not even Will Smith.
Experience the world, although with a different overall perspective and response to that struggle. And I hope and I'm happy that at some level we can bond on that. And I don't know, man. Y'all just like, let's hug. Like, y'all know I'm an intersectional feminist, and I'm not afraid of male intimacy. Just
Don't say that. Don't say that, then I'm definitely not hugging you.
I'm not afraid of male intimacy. No normal heterosexual person says that. It's like if they want to hug another dude, they just fucking do it instead of like putting all this preamble in there. Like, stop.
That's what you have somebody say in a movie when you want to make fun of them as being like the conservative gay man. Like, I'm not scared of being able to give other men love. Come here. Let me hug you, Bill. Is that Febreze in your clothes, Bill? With the after scent crystals? It smells really nice. Don't touch me!
just bring it.
No! Stop! No! I want it! Bad touch! Bad touch!
Back to the fact that they can't tell that they're the weirdos in the room. The big problem for the first wave era of the manosphere is that much like most nerds, the vast majority of them have what I call STME, or scaring the maidens.
Nigga, did you just try to insult Hopkins? Nigga, you did not just insult Marcus Hobson! Oh my god. So, nigga, when we say, bro, you are scaring the hoes, the joke is that hoes would be scared if the hoes themselves were not scary. There are too many niggas with an addiction to black alternative goth girls for this to be something you thought was serious. Did you seriously think that they were trying to scare the hoes to make them compliant? No! That's autistic Riz!
He's so stupid.
He's so dumb. He is so educated and he is so dumb that he doesn't know how the kids flirt now.
Which is a fancy way of saying that these men are putting off bad vibes and lack social skills or the ability to read the room if the room isn't full of a bunch of other dudes who are like-minded. This is why the manosphere is kind of like a cult, because once you...
And what is the left wing?
This reminds me of like fucking news reports, like that one news report was like, who is this 4chan?
Yeah.
Like, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Like, you were so out of touch with this hello my fellow kids bullshit.
Hello, my fellow niggas. Have you heard about the niggas that's scaring the hoes?
Scaring the maidens?
You're so respectful of women that you can't even call hoes hoes. What good are you? What good are you?
been in there and start adopting that rhetoric to an extent, you can't properly operate outside of it. So you'll have like Manosphere dudes at the kickback, right? And somebody will put on the new Beyond.
Oh, he's doing it again. He's doing that thing again where he's trying to relate to us with topical garbage. Let's hear this shit.
Like Manosphere dudes at the kickback, right? And somebody will put on the new...
You mean the cookout nigga?
Beyonce or Meg Thee Stallion, and these dudes can't even have fun and dance with the ladies because they're too busy thinking about their red pill shit, and they're angry that they're being exposed to this feminist Jezebel shit.
No, I'm pretty sure they'd be bumming around on your grandma. Say what you want about niggas, but niggas will not put past an opportunity to twerk on a bitch that's trying to tune it out for the 99 and 2000s. You have that very wrong.
Yeah, you really underestimate men. Like, oh, like if a woman's enjoying herself, like if he could get, like, if a guy could get with a woman just for pretending to like certain shit, he's gonna do it. Like, yeah, I love fucking Beyonce and Megan Thee Stallion.
They probably wouldn't have said that. They'd be like, it's alright.
That would be enough.
It's like they don't have to fucking swear up and down saying, oh my god, I've been listening to her music since Destiny's Child. She was always destined for stardom. I love Alien Superstar. No, they're gonna be like, it's alright. But, you know, I was more partial to, like, Blackstone.
So they, like, put on MF Doom or Tyler, the Creator. Oh,
nigga, are you serious?
I'm sorry, is there something wrong with other rappers? Is there something wrong with male rappers now?
Like, how the fuck you gonna mention MF Doom? Like, MF Doom's music does not give off energy that scares the hoes. Tyler, the Creator of this era? Gay Tyler? Or Tyler of the era where he was beefing with Hobson when the nigga was eating cockroaches?
Ew.
Yeah, niggas forget about that. Like, I understand you want to show your devoutness because you're a big fan of Loiter Squad, but you do realize that on the opposite end of niggas like Tyler, the Creator, there was motherfuckers like Filthy Frank, or in this case, because you're bringing it up with people who had shows on Adult Swim, Sam Hyde and $1 Million Extreme. Would you say that Sam Hyde scares the hoes? Because Sam Hyde has a whole ass hoe that is willing to get into, like, fisticuffs or combat with him. I don't know what the fucking background behind that one picture he had with a woman where his nose, or I think her nose is bloody, and, like, he's hugging and holding her. I don't know the background of that, but he's got hoes around him. He's got plenty. Meanwhile, on the flip side of that, what do male feminists like you, and in this case, iDubbbz, have in common? Your wives own your balls. Probably in his wife's case, literally. Granted, for some people, it was a lie. They lied to you. He didn't actually get a vasectomy. That happened years ago. Right around the time when she tried to join Zoe Berger's Hoax Squad.
Tyler, the Creator. Everyone's...
See?
Doom, or Tyler, the Creator. Old Tyler, the Creator.
That was him eating a cockroach.
Everyone sees this STME in them, except them. They think they're special, the intellectual woke few. They don't notice how men with their shit together quietly look down on them.
No, nigga, we don't quietly look down on them. We actively mock them on Twitter. You can find niggas like me, niggas like Jay, and even niggas like Poe mocking them on the regular. I go as far as to put myself on tape with the shit they're saying next to me and laugh at them for saying it. We do not do quiet discomfort anymore. Because you niggas do not listen when we do quiet discomfort. We actively tell you to your face you're fucking cringe. Then you get mad and say, look at this guy. Look at what he's doing. Look at how he's laughing at me. It's so stupid. You're so pathetic. And then we laugh at you harder. It's the only way people will actually listen. Because they don't want to feel bad and they don't want to look bad. And for them, in their group, when they're doing this, like you are, to them, if they're in the in group, they think if they point at somebody and laugh, that it's the best defense against someone pointing and laughing at them. Because they understand the power of ridicule. Even you and yours understand the power of ridicule. You literally ended the part 2 of the last stream, where you had a segment where all of you and all the Breadtube people were actively talking about, yeah, we can make fun of men, but we also need to find a way to bring them into the fold, which is keyword for we need to find a way to convert them. Yeah, we can make fun of them, and we can antagonize them to make them quiet, but we also need them on our side. We have to deconvert them. We have to assimilate them into the whole, and you can't do that doing this methodology. If you're quietly dissenting against them, it means that you're not with them, which means you have broken bread with them. You see, if everybody's judging them silently and distancing themselves away from them, that means that they're not a part of it. But you feel the need to address them as though they were a giant fucking monolith, when they are probably irrelevant people who have never been heard and never will be heard of, because they're either not getting the traction, because the algorithm does not allow them to get traction, because why would it? Or they're people who are known, but they're figures that you don't want to platform because you don't want to potentially inadvertently give them attention. You want to get attention and use yourself as a lightning rod. You want to use yourself as a target for people to harass you, and only you, and then you take those messages and you basically cut out the context, and you leave behind the nasty comments, away from the actual discussion that you could have if you engaged with it. It's a very well-known tactic that the left uses all the time. It's really useful. Because if you do that, then you can say, well, all of these people, they have nothing good and positive to say. They're just going to be negative all the time. But if somebody has something that's positive to say, and they do it in a way that's calm, concerted, structured, analytical, and never once insults you, you have to throw the baby out the bathwater. So how do you do that without addressing their attention? Oh, I know! You pixelate the words they say, you take whatever somebody else said as well, you throw them in with a gaggle of people, and when people say, what you didn't talk about so-and-so and so-and-so. They never do any of that. In fact, they have a penchant and they turn down and they look down on people who actively do that. If my name ever came up with a suggestion with anyone else, you would probably look through my content and say, is there some shit that I can find about SinglePlayerCarl that I can use to be able to push back against him, even though he's not a part of the Black Manosphere? You probably can find all the times that I've said, nah, with disabandon when I'm not streaming to Twitch and say, well, see, I can't platform that guy because look at how he speaks. But you'll miss all the other things I said, like I did on the first stream and on the second stream. You'll cut out all of the intelligent analysis and just go to the, well, he says mean words on the internet, so I don't want to talk to him. Meh. That's a bitch, dude. The whole ass bitch, dude.
Those black men who are still invested in conservative and misogynistic beliefs.
Misogynistic beliefs, but also conservative beliefs. You don't want trans people around your kids because you won't want them to program your kids with progressive ideology. Bro, that's so cringe. That's just like when Malik beat the shit out of Jaleisha because she was fucking around on another dude.
Look at especially that smaller old wave of the manosphere and say, I don't know about these niggas. They avoid these spaces because these spaces are dead. They're black holes. They offer minimal support or solutions other than the escape from a world that feels hostile. And this is actually what makes the next wave of the manosphere.
Again, what are these waves? Where did they come from? Who's responsible for them? Who is responsible for the rhetoric that spawned them? Are you going to name names? You already tried doing it once. Why aren't you doing it now? Because if they're a wave of movements, that means there is a group that encouraged them to speak that way. So you have to cite your examples. You're not citing examples for this first wave. You're just saying these random niggas that talked shit about the video I made last. And then you're moving into another wave. Who is the school of thought that they're coming from? Jordan Peterson? Jericho Green? Eric July? Just some guy? Some black guy? Me? Poe? Jay? Who's responsible for the thought line? Are there any niggas who are responsible and attached to you, signifier? Maybe. Could possibly be. Gotta do some studies for it.
That happened in the last couple of years. So interesting because they kind of fixed all of those problems, but at the same time made everything much, much, much worse.
To all you MGTOW Red Pill guys, even some of you Ilpmore guys, I got love for you guys, and I dedicate all this pussy to you. All you guys.
Oh, how nice of him. He's dedicating some ass to me. Shabbat shalom, nigga. Bottoms up.
So tonight, while y'all doing y'all live cast, sexually frustrated, just know I'm probably gonna be dicking down another bitch, and I dedicate all that ass to you.
I mean, he's putting the word, I'm concerned for black men and boys, but he's literally saying, hey, yo, listen, I know y'all go down on your luck, you ain't getting no ass, so while y'all are out here talking about the problems, I'm gonna be in here, beating this pussy up. There's something a little bit, I wouldn't say sophomoric, juvenile in that. Like, comedically juvenile. It wouldn't be unfit in, like, a kid and play movie. Like, a new one. What was even the last one? Was there only ever 2? Jay, my brain is slipping. How many fucking house party movies were there? Oh no, her mic was muted. She probably walked away from her computer. Fuck! Chat, do you know how many house party movies were there? I don't remember. My brain's shorting. Was it 2 or 3? 3? Okay. Catching up with the chat real fast. The first one, then college, which was the third one. Okay. This is complete projection on Signifier's part. True. Bro, I'm probably sure they just roll their eyes at feminist talking points at worst. Could you imagine Signifier's best friend being judged constantly like this? Personally, don't even like rap or hip-hop. Play some Coolios from Sugar Hill Gang. Does this guy think that there are men who have non-flashbacks when the no scrubs come on? Also, Tyler, the Creator, is part of the Black Manosphere now? I too miss Filthy Frank. What's funny is if I heard people dissect WAP as a song and not Good Kid, Mad City or something actually good. Dank Troyevsky. Carl describing 80% of EFAP's foes. I mean, truthfully, I feel like the problem with this kind of material breakdown is that the majority of the time they never describe people like EFAP. They always like attacking them at a distance. There was 4 movie? There was 4? What was the... Oh, the 4th one was in 2001. Okay. So that one's so new that it was like something we didn't see because it happened at the turn of the fucking century. But yeah, I feel like when a person throws this much projection at a group, that it requires you to really think about where that projection is coming from. In this case, we know where the projection comes from for Signifier. He's upset about a group of men that are not following the viewpoint that he wants for that group of people. So that's a bit iffy on his part. But when you extrapolate this out to the entire internet, you never see these kinds of people. Either because they're on that layer that you have to like go down onto like a rabbit hole deep dive to find, or just non-existent. They're just not there. They just don't exist. You physically cannot see them. You're so intelligent or you're so above their level that they're just blind to you. And again, sophomoric joke. It's a fucked up joke. I'll promise. I'll give you that. But it's funny as hell. It's funny in a morbidly funny way. I'm trying to scroll up to make sure I didn't miss any other super chats.
Like,
Jay, did you die on me? I gotta ask her if she's done responding.
come and subscribe. All right, watch the whole thing. Some of this, like some of y'all.
So that's a silver play button on his right. So this is somebody who has at least 100k subs. So if this is supposed to be a person you consider to be part of the bad ones, he has at least 100k subscribers that subscribe to his ideology of thinking. So that means you can't say that he's literally a nobody. He's probably nobody you heard of, but you can't say he's literally a nobody.
here. Some things you're not ready for, but I need you to stick through. Because this is going to reveal the mindset of these chicks out here, and y'all got to understand this, guys, because I want to see y'all win, all right? Now, check the link in the description and the pinned comment, because I got a program to just understand, right? Just female nature. This is only video you need to, all right? With that said, y'all follow me on IG, check the link in the description box. Turn notifications, guys. Let's get it, man. So, guys, listen. Why all women are single?
If we would have just neutralized what we was going through at that time frame, and fast forward to today's time, there will not be no Jim Crow, let alone in certain parts of South Africa.
Part 3 or 4, I'm not sure, but it's titled "Worst Niggas on the Internet." That's my CJ the X impression. So where were we? Ah, shit, I had this in the shot the whole time. Like I said earlier, I feel like the CJ the X impression.
Nigga, what the fuck was that?
So where were we? Ah, shit, I had this in the shot the whole time.
Is that a mouse?
Like I said, internet. That's my CJ.
Welcome back, bitch.
Hello.
Did you go get
no,
food?
That's his heart. That's his artificial heart.
Did you leave?
Sure it was black.
Did you leave me to go get food, bitch?
I was warming up some food.
Okay, it's your turn, bitch. I'm getting more chicken. I'll be right back, chat. I prepared my food ahead of time.
It was already prepared. I just had to warm it up. Jeez.
I can't hear you warming up the kitchen. Oop. I didn't hear anything you said. What?
I ain't saying nothing.
I thought you said something as I was walking to the kitchen.
Yeah, as you were going to the kitchen, I said all I had to do was warm some shit up.
You just disappeared. You didn't say nothing.
I was starving. I didn't have any time to tell you.
CJ the X impression. So where were we? Ah, shit, I had this in the shot the whole time. Like I said earlier, I feel like the first wave of the man.
Just imagining that's like his cuck cup. He's like, oh shit, I can't let people see that.
Fear is very obscure. The rhetoric popularized by them is prominent, but the figures and fan bases are very niche. I think the average person thinking about the black manosphere today is...
Niggas don't think about the black manosphere. That's your problem. Your shirt says common sense. But my mouth says nigga please.
You're the only one who obsessively thinks about this internet bullshit. Only you.
Thinking about channels like Steph is Cold, FitX Fresh.
Now he's starting to give names of channels. But he's not putting them up on the screen. So like, you're willing to play clips. And you're willing to take those clips and clip jump them. But you're not willing to put relevant context clips of them on the screen and the relative size of their channels. So for all I know, you could be talking about absolute nobodies, or like the last guy who had his silver button in the shot, you could be talking about people who are potentially generally decent Andy channels. This is, you can't go half in, half out, Signifier. Either you gonna talk some real shit or you gonna talk some good shit, but you can't talk some bullshit, okay? Damn, that was such a good saying. I should coin that.
Mm-hmm.
Manosphere is very obscure. The rhetoric popularized by them is prominent, but the figures and fan bases are very niche. I think the average person thinking about
and worse, if the content creators are niche, but the rhetoric that they use is common, then they should all be using the same common words. But then your analogy about them being denominations of different churches doesn't work, because a denomination of a church has a different form of faith than everyone else. Your analogy would no longer be, oh, they're all Christians, but they all hate gays. It's like, no, these guys are Christians, and these guys are Sunni Shiite Muslims, and these guys are moderate Muslims, and these guys are Jewish, and these guys just are atheists, but they really fucking hate women, guys. Bro, they really fucking hate women. It's like a racist southern white man named Abernathy Tonald and a nigga from the inner city named Malik Townsend come together and be like, hey, yo, nigga, what's poppin'? And be like, what's good, cracker boy? You come here to do a little piece of that little woman ass? You know it, nigga. You know it. Let's get it on, boy. Poppins, go get the crack. soy sauce. We beating women's asses today, boy. And at that point, can you really say that racism truly exists? Fucking God. I swear, somebody's gonna take those out of context. The best part is don't even like do an animation where you're just covering up my face. Make sure that my face is moving at all times on like a sidebar duet, and you do the animation that way so they can know what black nigga said this shit. Oh my fucking God. Single player Carl is such a rampant, raging misogynist that he even mocks the idea of interracial racism and misogynoir against women. That's why he's a blight against both.
Manosphere today is thinking about channels like Steph is Cold, Fit Fresh, Fit Fresh maybe, Fit Fearless. That wasn't even on purpose. That's just me being stupid. That wasn't even shade. And of course, Fresh and Fit. A lot of these guys have found a lot more success than anybody in the previous Black Manosphere could in a much...
What was the previous Black Manosphere? You barely even talked about the spear. You said there was a first wave, named off some niggas, played some clips, and then moved on to the next one. Who are these niggas? I know who Myron is. Who are the rest of these niggas? You might as well say Terrence Pop, and then I know you're fucking lying. Because even though Terrence Pop of ridiculous.com might mock some shit, he doesn't randomly mock things. He mocks the idea of people who push too far. Women who eventually hit the wall because they have been playing around with and fucking around with guys, and then find themselves on the ouch because no guy wants them because everybody's heard about how she treats them. If you're claiming of these channels that are not Fresh Fit or like that, show me.
Shorter amount of time than their predecessors. From my perspective, this comes down to a few differences. One, their content is much simpler. It's easier to digest. It's not.
Gee, these ones he's not fucking censoring. Very interesting. Very fucking interesting.
It's heady. These are...
Also, I would not say Fresh and Fit is easy to digest, nigga. Nothing Myron has ever made is fucking easy to digest. I can't watch two men throw women out of their apartment that they bring them into to use for clout. Like, that's easy. Even those women should have some level of self-respect. Maybe they do it for the clout, because they know who Myron is, and they know that him and the other guy, whose name I'm forgetting, the one that looks like he's Clout Shark's older brother. You know the one. The one that wears the chain.
The really black one?
Yes.
Okay. You're the one who buys hookers?
Yeah, the one that begs for box. The other guy just happens... Myron just loves to fuck white women. That's all his fucking cope is.
These are not the homegrown intellectuals, most of them. Two, it is much more explicitly misogynistic. Say everything you want about the old manosphere, like genuinely speaking, just say whatever the fuck you want, I don't care. But the misogyny for them was at least couched in this pro-black.
And now he's back to the pixelated clips. So you won't pixelate niggas like Derek Jackson, and you won't pixelate niggas like Fresh and Fit, but you will pixelate these guys. Which means you shouldn't even be including the clip of the other guys. Just focus on the ones you hate so goddamn much.
You know, subtext, or it was a subtext to their pro-black ideology, a lot of them. These new dudes are just misogynistic. It's just misogynist. That's it. Three, and this is the interesting one, they tend to be much closer to ideal images of black masculinity. I should also add that these new guys are younger, which also gives them an edge being of the generation that makes up most of the eyes on social media. But overall, in half...
And what is the left prodigiously hyper-focused on? But what's that? Using Hassan and saying, look at how much he lifts, look at how sporty he is, look at how well he is, but look at his well-groomed hair. Well, this nigga puts on dresses and douses himself in fake blood and stands in his fucking house, taking pictures of himself like he's menacing, like a killer in a Scream movie.
At the amount of time, a lot of these newer guys have amassed much larger audiences and bank accounts on the shoulders of the less attractive, less affable, more steamy, that's the STME, men who came before them. So this second wave of the manosphere raises some interesting things to think about. Going back to the point that I flattened the manosphere into conservative and regressive communities, yes, that is technically correct, but also a reasonable mistake to make. The amount of space and relevance that is made up by the second wave creators that is just classic misogyny with a little bit of conservative talking points, a bunch of red pill nonsense, etc. They make...
Same clips again. So he has no other clips except those few. It means either he or his editor were too lazy to go find new ones.
Up the vast majority of what anyone would think of when they think of the black manosphere. They dwarf the smaller channels of the old wave, especially anyone in the first wave that isn't explicitly regressive and conservative. These creators complaining that I misunderstand the space don't seem to understand the space themselves, that on the grand scale, they are insignificant to the space that they help create, which is kind of tragic on a weird way. It'd be like me saying Breadtube is a very diverse content creation community.
It is. There's so many niggas who are saying the same thing, but of different walks of life. It's a very accurate form of describing you. Despite all your diversity, you all have lockstep thought process. And anybody who just steps out of line, like DJ Mule when he attacks Vanderhall, gets immediately extricated.
Very, 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 very diverse. Oh, hey, look, it's T1J. Hi, I'm T1J.
Follow me.
It's the overt.
Nigga, that wasn't funny.
It really wasn't.
Misogyny that gives these guys their views. The sale of this alpha male image drives clicks and the algorithm responds. Nobody wants to hear a bunch of niggas arguing
There's a new title, everybody.
a Zoom chat or the 45-minute meandering rant that some of these dudes do over static images. What they want is a dark-skinned nigga with a beard and a six-pack to tell them how they too can be an alpha male and level up to get some pussy and understand the philosophy of the red pill. I don't want to spend a lot of time talking about or debunking red pill philosophy. There are a ton of videos that do that all the time.
Camera go up!
I don't want to do the thing that I've been claiming that I've been doing this whole time. Go to other people with an actual functioning fucking brain.
My brain hurts. Also, $10 super cat. $10. Love you, Carl. May your thickness always be thick with 2 C's. Thank you. My ass will enjoy it.
Already, most comprehensive probably being Mooncat's video that came out about a month or so ago. It goes through them like piece by piece to show it's mostly bullshit, but I did want to touch on a few things to just kind of set the stage. For one, I want to be clear that many of the philosophies presented in the red pill strategies or the way of life, at least the ones that actually have any semblance of value, are just repackaged self-help strategies that would be useful for any situation. It's stuff.
So is Jordan Peterson's 10 Rules for Life. And yet, what's about the usefulness of that is that some people need structured old advice repackaged for a new time. That doesn't mean that it's ineffective, and that doesn't mean that it isn't good. If I can be able, and it's really stupid because this happened recently, but if I can be able to deconvert Kanye from being Ye and return to being Kanye because he watches 21 Jump Street and says, God damn, that Jonah Hill, a funny nigga he is. And we end up with edits of people doing the same thing, but they replace Kanye with Dragon Ball's Frieza, and basically replace whoever the fuck presented that to him with Bardock saying, you need to watch this film. And you have a person voice act, Frieza saying, and Jonah Hill, he's a Saiyan too. He's like, yes. He looks down at his hand saying, oh god. And then in comes Kanye's fucking track, come on in. Frieza stops all harassment against Saiyans. His mind was changed when he realized a person who's that funny cannot be all that bad. If that gets a person to deconvert, wouldn't you say that's a lot better than harassing them on the internet and then bullying them into becoming a leftist? I think it would be. Not only is it because it's hilarious, but because if it is able to break what you call deprogramming, it actively brings them into the fold. Is that not good? Is that not a net good? Because if you say yes, but, when you're really saying, yeah, but I don't like that that's the way they got converted. They should have got converted and then prayed to the church of fat asses and leftist thought by saying, yes, I will kiss Akilah Hughes' ass every time she cries. I will suck the dick of every single person who ever tells me that I'm wrong and that I should know my place because I'm a smaller channel and I should read and watch more theory about Anthony Gramsci. And I will suck the dick of every single person that I'm told to by every single person that you ever suggest, Big Daddy.
Jesus, Carl.
Because the alternative is if you say no, well, no, it's not good. These guys are not really getting good, helpful advice. They're just getting, like, fix-me's and picks-me-ups. And you don't care about the fucking society, or you don't care about the health of those men, let alone the health of the black men. Because if the advice of telling them, listen, and let's not use me as an example, because I'm a filthy nigga. I say, as I look back at my unmade bed, because I rolled out of bed this morning to have my neighbors help me deal with a giant log that was breaking down the fence barrier between my house and my neighbor's house.
I thought you meant a log, like, logs.
Well, it was half of a tree and a tree branch, but the part of the tree that fell wasn't on my property. It was the tree branch itself. Visualize
logs like a plumbing problem.
No, we already dealt with our plumbing with my plumbing problem the other day. I had to look through my house for exactly one wireframe hanger because we didn't have an actual snake, and I was not about to get up at fucking 4 o'clock in the morning to go to fucking Walmart 24 hours to go buy a fucking kitchen snake, so I could deal with a hair plug problem that I had in my bathroom. But man, I fixed it. It was so much hair. But imagine, if you can, chat, the picture of two elderly white women helping a young black male lug a giant fucking tree branch across his yard into the front of our houses to be picked up by the trash depot. It's as funny as you think it is. Just imagine that one of those women, instead of using the game Carl, is calling me a Johnny, because that's how they pronounce a Johnny. My white neighbors are funny. I mean, they're trying. They can't wrap their tongue around the pronunciation. So I'm just like, it's okay. It's fine. You don't mean anything mean by it. But anywho, if you say yes, but you don't care about the black males, you care about them doing it the way that you want, which means you want the victory. If you say no, then you don't care about the black men. You just want slaves that do things the way that you want them to. You might not think that you're wanting slaves, but you want slaves. You want slaves that'll show up for the content, that will click subscribe, that will click like, and then will retweet your progress, and then upvote every single tweet that you make about the subject and say, yes, talk that shit. Talk that talk, nigga. Because either you want to help men, or you don't want to help men. You want to help women, or you don't want to help women. You want to help the black community, or you don't want to help the black community. Because the black community does not operate like a bureaucracy. It operates like niggadry. Niggas do not do things because you made good arguments to them. Niggas do things because it sounds like a good idea to me. The way to convince a man to get up and do... It sounds like it's a joke, but you and I both know this is real. The way to convince a nigga to do something isn't to say, listen, down the line, within 5 to 10 years, you'll be able to see a return on your investment of 2%. That will mean that you'll be able to make $10,000. You say, nigga, get up. We gonna make this video. And when we make this video, we finna make a band a week working this regular day job, nigga. A band a week? A band a week. And think about it. $1,000 a week is a lot of money. $1,000 a week, if there's 4 weeks in a month, that's $4,000 a month. That's a lot of money for a person to live off of themselves. Might not be able to sustain 2 people living off that one person's income, but you shouldn't be doing that anyways. You shouldn't even think about that kind of shit. And yet you're telling me that if somebody came up to you and gave you advice that's like, hey, listen, if you, like, scrub your balls real good in the shower for, like, 5 minutes with, like, eucalyptus soap, and you know you get some. What's the fucking brand of anti-hair dandruff shampoo I use? Hold on. Trying to oh, never mind. I just saw my used can as I walked past it. But if you want to walk up to a nigga, because I have to come and go get my actual prop. If you walk up to a nigga and you tell him, listen, you can get hella bitches and make hella money, but all you gotta do is for 5 days a week for at least an hour every week, you need to wash your hair with cortisol A&D. That is an anti-dandruff shampoo that has an active ingredient of ketoconazole, which helps you with actual better flaking because it deals with the fact that it moisturizes the hair flakes and then also makes it so that it wicks the hair flakes out of your scalp so they don't condense on your scalp line, especially if you have 4C type hair. And you use C.O. Bigelow's exclusively made as Presario for C.O. Bigelow Premium Shave Foam with eucalyptus oil. Make your skin real nice and smooth and also give you a tingling sensation. That way you can better deal with the hairs you shave. You do this 5 times a week. You do this 2 times every time you want to shave when you're going for an interview. And you get big booties on your dick every night. They literally creep through your window like, is this the nigga who uses eucalyptus? We got wet pussies for you. If I told somebody and I could confirm with recordings that it happened to me, and then I gave it to them and they were able to reproduce the effects for them, you are telling me that you think they wouldn't go with that? No, they would! And that's the way that self-help works for them. It's not just, well, you see, I want to win against losers on the internet, so I'm going to mock and antagonize them at a distance. No, it's, this is shit that worked for me, here's me explaining it to you. I have had plenty of times where with autistic niggas and also extremely sex-deprived but deranged gay men telling niggas with anime profile pictures and furries, listen, all you gotta do is just change like 3 things about your personality and you get bitches. And immediately that night, they got bitches and or men on their dicks and or vaginas. It works! It works!
Did you literally just use this video to flex your shampoo?
I didn't hear you, Jay. What?
I said, did you literally use this video to flex your shampoo?
No. What did you say, Mama? Didn't she say that she would be getting the mail on Monday? What is she doing with this? We just giving her these coupons? Yeah, I'm just giving that. Okay. Mother, people think about us all the time.
Anyway, Miss Angela left her job, okay? Don't give her trouble.
I didn't give any trouble. I just asked questions.
Okay.
Very weird interlude from my mother. Anyways, continuing.
That probably sounds deep to a 15-year-old, which is the majority of the young men in this space.
Bullshit that it's all 15-year-olds. Those kids are too busy getting groomed on Roblox. Fuck you mean?
You know, the late teens, early 20s at most, but with the added effect of, you know, butthurt and heartbroken men. In a lot of their videos, you can hear the bitterness and heartbreak in between the red pill nonsense. The other thing about...
I mean, I could say that about you, considering that your most successful relationship was probably your first relationship. It's giving forlorn and missed opportunities. Just imagine a fucking video in the background. What was the fuck? Where's that goddamn song? Was it... No, Elton John. John Legend. There's that one meme video that you used for, like, the Brokeback Mountain scene in Scary Movie 3. Like, you're just sitting in your bedroom like, to all the black queens that I couldn't give cunnilingus to.
The red pill is that in a weird way, if you think about what they're essentially saying, it's them breaking down the fact that they've been taught social scripts that do not work. That is true.
Like Kevin Samuels, like Jordan Peters.
Motherfucker, keep Kevin Samuels out your mouth. He does not talk about social scripts that don't work. He actively was an image coach that helped men to be able to change themselves to become the thing that women wanted. Which, unfortunately, is the very same kind of way that you could claim that you could get from Fresh and Fit and from Andrew Tate before he was put in prison, what they did. They were people who didn't say, man, these women are fucked up, they should change to us. They were the kinds of content creators that said, no, the women have in mind a particular kind of man that they want, you just need to suck it the fuck up and give it to them. And we're gonna teach you how to become that and become a hustler so that you can be like us and get women and have big booty bitches all the time. That was Andrew Tate's message. The message that came from, excuse me, the message that came from everyone else, if it was Fresh and Fit, was look at these women, look at how ridiculous they are, look at how they argue, aren't they stupid, aren't they dumb, we're going to teach you how to be able to manhandle and deal with these kinds of women. For them, very much misogynoir cope, because the way that they talk, and what we know about their personal lives and how they pay for box, both of them could not get dates if they did not pay for it. Because you guys were actively bragging about that one girl who claimed that she was being assaulted by Myron, when in actuality, she was finessing them. Because she finessed them for basically getting a night out on the town. She acted as though she was going to sleep with one of them, then didn't, then went and lied on fucking H3's program, and lied to Ethan about how actually they were trying to assault me, and they weren't. Whereas the message for fucking the highest value angel was first to talk to the men and say, stop being fucking lazy, stop whining and stop complaining, go out there and get a life and do a job, and then come back to me if you're not finding ass. And when they did come back to them and they said, bro, these women still haven't changed, he then looked to his female co-workers, because they are also life coaches. They've been actively all over the platform. Not Pearly things, not Pearl, the actual black female life coaches. They all got together and said they would make content. And one of those people who I actually stitched before, some of y'all have probably seen the TikTok, was the woman who was actively pushing back against them. Because the content was that he started talking to those women, and those women started saying shit that was extremely fucking stupid. Wanting to have a man who makes 6 figures, has a 6-pack, has a 6-ab, and has at least 6 feet of dick. In other words, demanding that they have a high-value man when they're at very best an average woman. He was extremely upset that these women would shit on the average guy and say that they're not good enough for them, when they're not even good enough for an average dude, let alone a below average dude. That's why there was the video that was made by Abbott and Preach when they were talking and looking at the video from the guy who, in and of his own self, wasn't necessarily a very good looker, but was just a guy who's like, I want someone who's average for me. I want somebody who looks, likes me, and is these things. I want this thing, and I don't want to be abused. People were getting on that guy for that, and they couldn't fathom why a person would do that. But that's how the internet goes. That's what they did. This guy right here.
Cobra, what's your ideal woman? Well, first of all, of age, alive, cisgendered, consenting.
I like that has to even be stated. Of age, alive, consenting, cisgendered. Shout out to you. You're not open to no cisgendered. They cisgendered.
Non-related.
You said non-related.
All those good points. All those points are valid. All those points are valid.
That's facts. Some of you are right now watching our videos alongside with your cousin, and they also your significant other.
Bing, 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 bing.
Hey, listen, incest is wincest. Ain't that what they say? Let's go.
And at least a 4 or above on the good looks scale. Like if she's a 6 on her best day, you know, kind of thing. Preferably someone who is 21 and up.
He's at a 4 on the look scale.
That is someone that knows.
6 on her best day.
I appreciate him.
Hey.
A man says that, Immediately an incel. That's the flip side of your coin, bruh. The flip side of your coin is that these men are supposedly so wild that they don't know what the fuck they want. Man explains what he wants, gets ridiculed by the internet for it. These men basically describing that they have to be slaves to women's desires and works and actively be footstools and mouthpieces for them. And you're like, no. They're not respecting women enough, bro.
In the respect that he starts out with this, what might be innocuous 101 level advice, like,
clean your room.
Exactly right. Make your bed, have good posture, shit like that.
None of y'all niggas ever have good posture, said Carl as he leans forward on a pillow for support.
And then so it starts out offering comfort and reassurance, and then all this other toxic shit starts coming in once you're roped in. Yeah. But your critical faculties are turned off, and that's something that we're susceptible to across the board. If someone is offering us a message, it starts out by tapping into what we already believe. We feel like, hey, okay, this person's on my team. They're representing us.
Message! God damn it. Nigga, did you try to own yourself like this, or was it accidental? This is this thing that we like to call having self-awareness. He is actively describing you, signifier, and you didn't even tell your editor, no, don't put that in, don't put that in. We have to make it clear that we're talking about the bad ones. Then people won't think about it.
Rocking with them. And then you might not completely turn off your critical faculties, but they'll go from a 10 down to a 7. And you feel like in the abstract, you agree with the conclusion they're going to, so you ignore the fucked up reasoning that's taking them from A to B, and that just kind of gets absorbed in the mix.
The irony is because they've been fed patriarchal nonsense about how women are supposed to act, it makes it impossible for them to understand women in reality, and they just kind of never recover from that.
And when we are told that men should behave a certain way from the feminist perspective, and then women are asked, well, what have you done for him lately? And they say, but I did the bare minimum. Them respecting me is the bare minimum. We are just supposed to believe you and take you at your word. And ain't coochie. Unwashed. Unwashed coochie is the worst. It stinks.
I mean, naturally, we know this.
It just makes them sad forever until they get angry, and that's where the red pill becomes appealing.
And what is feminism? Women turning to conclusive, monolithic tactics to bully other people into doing what they want, and when they are successful, claiming that's what they deserve to do, that's why women should have the best. You threw a whole fit about this with people using Big Red in thumbnails, when Big Red's entire point when she was interviewed by Cassie J for the Redpill film was, well, men don't have it bad. We're always fighting for men, but women still have it worse, even when they don't have it worst. Man, it sucks being aware of what the fuck we're talking about. Because it hurts even more. Because me knowing that makes it worse. Because it's like, you're defending a person who basically murders children for fun, and you're like, well, in the past, they actually did some good work. And that's ironic, especially considering one of the biggest figures in, like, civil rights was that one woman who's a terrorist. You know, the bombing terrorist. What was that woman's name? Do you remember, Jay?
No.
There was a woman who is a well-known feminist, who is a felon, a registered felon, that made a bomb. Chat, you can find out real fast. Somebody can remind me. Does anybody remember? Somebody will come up with it. Somebody tell me in the interim.
The irony, though, is that the vast majority of second-wave Black Manosphere guys don't need the elements of the Red Pill beliefs that they promote on their channels. As I stated before, these guys don't have a lot of STME. They are usually genuinely attractive men, many promoting glamorous lifestyles. You can't teach a guy to look like Fit X Fearless and have his money. Maybe Fit X Fearless has...
Actually, you literally can teach a man how to look like Fit X Fearless and have his money. Because if what you're looking for is a physique, there are exercises that you can do to achieve that. There are men who are willing to put themselves in the gym to become the kind of ideal body that people want. That's what usually happens with a lot of these men that you're claiming have accepted the message. They start going to the gym. They start working out. They start physically taking care of themselves. And then they start noticing that women that never approached them have started approaching them. And yet they're still themselves. For some of them, they might end up scaring away somebody who's like that. They might still have the body of Adonis, but they still talk like Poindexter. So then they go to a pickup artist, because don't they want to pick up women? Which, in my opinion, is the wrong way. You don't need to pick up women, you just need to be more like yourself with this newfound body. Because it's like you feel that you need to have a new perception of the world, and thus a new personality to go along with it, and somehow turn into an asshole when you do. Or a bitch when you do. Because this can happen for men and women. It can happen for women of small size going to big, or of little size going to small. It can happen to men of big size going to small, or men of small size going to big, whether that be in fat or in muscle mass. They always have this personality swap, where, oh, now that I have access to the things that I wanted when I was ugly, I can now act like the biggest asshole now that I'm pretty, because pretty privilege. Same thing with handsome privilege. Realistically, even when they are like, and I don't really want to use her as an example, because even though the image of somebody like Lean Beef Patty, the really muscular girl with the horseshoe eye tattoo on her, is it left or right abdomen? The one that niggas go crazy for. She herself is actually very much leftist. The way that she communicates, the way that she tweets, the way that she acts, she is very much leftist. But at the very least, she doesn't post politically. She usually leaves that to just making posts on TikTok. And whenever she does post like that, she leaves it to Twitter. I know, because I see her Twitter, and the way that she communicates is very much like a mean girl. It's just that you don't see the mean girl quality, because niggas too busy being hard. Let me try some shit like that. Let me go to the gym for fucking 4 months and come back with a fucking 12-pack. And have bitches all over me, but I still talk like this. They would still say the same shit. Jay would be the first person to mock me. Let's be dead ass.
Always been in great shape or had a cool looking lifestyle, but the way he presents and talks about relationships and attraction is going to be informed by the fact that he looks like this.
Stop believing this crap that women just want you for themselves. They will share you. They will share you with no issue.
But he's not lying. How many women have fucking baby daddies that are fucking the same girls and the same men, though? Nigga! What do you suppose that is, signifier? They just conveniently didn't know that Devontae knocked up a girl down the street and her best friend, and now she's baby mama number 4? But it was worth it because the dick was really good, girl. The dick was so good. I just had to get knocked up by him. I had to take it raw. All of it.
I guarantee you.
It's hilarious hearing him talk about like women being willing to share a man and not recognizing that he looks like this. Look at this dude. My nigga, where's your body fat?
It's in his pectoral muscles.
Fucking mean.
What does that mean, nigga? Where's your muscles, nigga? Where's your muscles?
But what is that supposed to mean? Oh, he probably. You're assuming he's a whore because he's fit, huh?
You Jezebel, where's your dad bod? You should be unattractive to women except for the woman who's locked you down.
If you don't look like this, or you don't have a lot of money, women are not going to be willing to share you. Point blank, period. He may be able to...
Let's repeat that again.
Recognizing that he looks like this. Look at this dude. My nigga, where's your body fat? If you don't look like this, or you don't have a lot of money, women are not going to be willing to share you. Point blank.
If you don't look like this...
That's a very red-pilled thing he just said.
Yeah, that's very red-pilled. That's very weird. Are you suggesting that women are willing to tolerate hypergamy if you have enough money and cash to do so? That they're willing to let niggas cheat on them and not be a one-woman man if they know that they have the ability to at least fall back on his wealth as a cope? I don't know, nigga. I think I need to pull your fucking feminist card. You can't be talking like that out here.
Blank, period. He may be able to get away with that shit, but you cannot. Yet guys like
Nigga, you cannot.
Yeah, you.
him insinuate that they can teach anyone to be like them, but no. You can definitely be the best version of who you are, but you might not ever be like some of these alpha male guys. They don't sell this, of course, because that would throw off the grift. But to a lot of young men who don't know any better, who don't understand that you may not even have the genetics to look like some of these dudes.
It's not a matter of genetics. You don't need to look like them. It's a matter of having the confidence level of them to bullshit people. That's what they try to teach. You can't teach genetics, but you can teach strategy.
It sounds solid. It makes perfect sense. Mostly because these young dudes lack perspective and discernment to figure out otherwise. And
they have enough perspective and discernment to know that they don't like being lonely and they want to change it. So they have enough perception to know that there's something wrong, but they don't have enough perception to go to the correct teachers.
Under the false idea that this type of world, lifestyle, or look is the key to them being happy, but that's kind of going into the old video. And this brings you to the last really ironic thing about this whole red pill community, which is the complexity of its origins considering who belongs to this community. For one, the origins of the red pill ideology or philosophy or whatever they want to call it are pretty closely tied to overt white supremacist ideologies and the alt-right. I can't recall exactly who started.
I can't remember exactly who started this white supremacist thing. Researching for a 4-hour series.
And you know,
I guess it's white supremacy. I don't fucking know.
You know, he claimed he did this as his understudy. He did this as his understudy for his graduate.
Okay.
On Reddit or 4chan or wherever, but the red pill philosophy was popularized first by incels, who then kind of became intertwined with white supremacist communities, alt-right, neo-Nazi, like all them tiki torch marching motherfuckers.
Citation needed.
A lot of them were on the red pill. For a while, there were black men who just went along to get along, because, you know, hating women is life.
Citation needed.
Many still do. But eventually a schism did occur, as is typical in these spaces. But for whatever reason, the black men who were in this philosophy space kept that term in overall philosophy despite its origins, despite the fact that this was never made for us to use in the way a lot of us use it. It kind of...
Just like how you guys tried to reclaim the red pill because matrix equals trends. The red pill demonstrates the difference between the saying of the blue pill and the red pill. The red pill wakes you up, the blue pill puts you back to sleep until you can stay in the simulation. To take the red pill is to open your eyes to a truth that you cannot physically deny the longer that you stay awake. Denying the truth that there are people, like Signifier, who will actively bully you and then say, I was always your friend, as they try to gaslight you into being a leftist, is something you cannot deny. The same way that before we went live, you got a motherfucker who's probably bitching and whining and moaning. I'll have to look, because I don't know, because I just uploaded the fucking TikTok after we were waiting for him this entire time. Who will say, you don't care about trans people. And it's like, motherfucker, you don't care about trans people. There is indeed an act. Yes, he did indeed an act.
Shit there, which you're not gonna do.
So yes, he stitched the video, he didn't show up for the live. You have anything you want to say particularly by the trans shooter, Jay?
No.
That's realistically what all of this that I'm talking about right now was brought about from. Somebody was upset that I was playing Hogwarts Legacy, and then got super mad, so he just continued being upset. And I demanded and challenged him to show up on the live, and instead of showing up on the live, he's still sitting on TikTok, crying. See, the unfortunate fact is I'm wearing headsets, so they can't hear you laughing, but I can.
Oh God. Well, I will say one thing. It's really scummy that the media and like activists are trying to make her look like a fucking hero.
I mean, it's disgusting. Hold on, I'm gonna turn on my fucking 3D audio thing. It fucking turns on. There we go. Okay, try saying something again. Shit, that didn't work. 1 second. Let me unplug my headset and let me see if that works. Okay, say something again. Didn't hear that at all. Desktop audio. Change. Properties. Use stereo. And change this stereo. Probably have to change it in Discord the hard way. Okay, try talking again. Goddamn, that came in through crackly. That was the wrong setting. Okay, try again.
Hello.
Yes, much better. Alright.
Okay.
Okay.
I can hear
Let me
myself though.
Hold on. Fuck. Because unfortunately, the only way that I can capture the audio without having to put my headsets back in is to do this. But like, I found it fucking weird that that guy would get upset and then demand and challenge that somebody go onto their content where it's like, oh, you offended my queer trans rights. How dare you stand on a grave? And it's like, nigga, I'm not the one that's using the grave. I'm not the one that's sitting here saying, how dare you play a video game on the internet. Because his cope was literally, I'll kill 1,000 Pekingese career before I let my narrative die. Because his narrative was, I'm going to use the bill to say that you're not really paying attention to the real world around you, bro. How dare you criticize me for making fun of things on the internet? I'm willing to sacrifice that fucking VTuber's career. I don't like him. Okay, that doesn't deal with the fact that your rhetoric can easily be used against you. And because you're going to run away from your rhetoric being used against you, you're going to have to deal with the fact that I'm going to criticize you about that. And if you don't like being criticized, stay mad. And that's what he's doing. He's staying mad. He doesn't want to be productive. He doesn't want to show up for the debate. He wants to bitch and whine and moan. So, we're going to allow him to wallow in his shit. But before we do, we will at least listen to this dumbass shit this guy has to say. Because it'll be the last thing he has to say. Let me just go ahead and pull up the TikTok on my fucking computer. And wire this back through my headset. And let's hear what this internet loser has to say to us. Truthfully, honestly, if we want to be serious, we're all internet losers, but there are some people who are more losers than others. This guy is definitely one of them.
Please don't tell me those donuts are being used for some kind of sexual metaphor, please.
Oh no, the person who made the video on that actually came on those donuts.
What?
Don't ask me what femboys do. I don't understand. Like, why are you back to my headset? Alright, say something. Fuck. Is it off? It should be off. There we go. Alright. Let's look at what this guy had to say. Mentions and tags. Deciding. Yes. I'm not going to your channel. I'm not doing it. I'm gonna do what I want to do. Yeah, fuck off. Not a serious person. You can't be taken seriously. Why can't we hear Jay? You should be able to hear Jay. Chat can't hear Jay? I can hear Jay. Why can't chat hear Jay? Oh, wait, no, I see the problem. I see the problem. I see the problem. Hold on, I see the problem.
Your operation is wonky.
No, when you disconnect your headsets and earphones and you're running, and your computer doesn't actually have a sound card, it will use whatever the thing is using to be able to hear people. So then it will disconnect your audio from each other.
What?
Yeah.
Hang on. Wait, are you using OBS?
Yes, but that's not the problem. My computer doesn't have a physical sound card. It has the headphone jack plug-in, and it has the NVIDIA sound card on the graphics card, but it doesn't have an internal built sound engine. So whenever you disconnect a sound source, it then uses that sound source as the desktop audio. So when I had to use the handheld speaker, it will disconnect it.
How the fuck do you not have a sound card?
Because that's how they make modern computers now. They don't add a sound card, they add the headphone jack.
I don't know. I got a gaming PC. I don't know if I have that problem because
It depends on what desktop you have. More importantly.
Because you're a fucking Crybully.
One second.
Shit there, which not alive. Shit there, which
And we're gonna go ahead and block that. There we go.
Of echoes the reality of gender in this country as a whole. However, and this is the most amusing thing to me, that's not the full origin of the concept. The concept of being a red pill comes from the 1990 film The Matrix. In that film, the main character, Thomas Anderson, aka Neo,
Did you just say
has been seeing
1990 film? Wait, rewind that.
as a whole. However, and this is the most amusing thing to me, that's not the full origin of the concept. The concept of being a red pill comes from the 1990 film The Matrix.
Yes.
He said 1990? It's 1999, you dumb fuck. He doesn't research anything. Oh my god.
I feel like he was thinking in his head when he wrote the script the 1990s. But even then...
But like when you're editing, you don't look back at it like, oh, I fucked that up.
Again, I never want you to ever talk shit about my editing again.
Matrix. In that film, the main...
Okay, you can talk a little shit.
Character Thomas Anderson, aka Neo, has been seeing signs that the world is not what it seems. Eventually, she is in the presence of a lot of oddly androgynous people for the late 90s, usually all in leather. Neo is faced with a decision that she can take the blue pill and stay trapped in the Matrix and not learn the world's true nature, or take the red pill and wake up to the truth. Neo takes the red pill and immediately wakes up to the Matrix, but also her true identity as the one, as in the chosen one. From that point on, she does a lot of karate, hangs out with a lot of clearly, in retrospect, queer-coded people.
He's calling Neo she.
Why?
Because, it's like I said, they want to go with the trans ideology that Neo is actually supposed to be a trans person.
Oh,
but also her true identity as the one, as in the chosen one. From that point on, she does a lot of karate, hangs out with a lot of clearly, in retrospect, queer-coded people, including a character named Switch that was supposed to be male in the real world, but female in the Matrix, where the directors were forced to change this by their studio because the movie was already queer enough for those who could see it to begin with. You might have...
I don't buy it.
Bullshit.
I don't buy that at all. I think there's no way I think there's a lot of cope going on their end, on the Wachowski siblings' end, because let's be honest, how do I put this? A lot of activist types in Hollywood, or like trans, like if you're in the mind of being a trans activist, like your whole life is just a bunch of cope. So you have to like, oh yeah, well we went to the studio, and even though we were men back then, and and we were just and we wanted to do some trans shit, but they wouldn't let us. Like I don't buy it. I think you're just saying that now because you have people to impress, and you have dysphoria to quell. I think that's what it is.
Hello, Carl. Hello, Jay.
Hello.
This video is stupid.
It is. Wait, Carl, where the hell did you go?
I'm sitting right here doing my job, making fun of two niggas at once.
I didn't hear, like, you were like silent for like a whole 2 minutes.
Oh, if I don't talk for 2 minutes, you think I'm dead? Really?
Yes.
I mean, yeah.
Nigga.
Like, dude, you've had health issues in the past, so like, you just keel over and be like, oh, well, it's to be expected. Chat is getting the content of the century.
Never before have you been seeing a nigga talk about a nigga while also making fun of a nigga.
Yeah, or dead air.
Don't worry, I'm gonna show you guys.
Also, thank you, Idjit.
What the hell are you doing, Carl?
I'm gonna show you!
He's literally on TikTok responding to somebody.
Oh, God. Put the TikTok down, Carl.
So, chat, how are you all doing today?
I'll show you that at the end of the stream.
Notice that I keep calling Neo she, and I'm taking the nod from Aeronaut, a trans creator who did the same.
That's who that fucking person is. That one, yeah, the one whose avatar's face paint. Also, remember what you said about niggas who don't show their real face and only use profile pictures of like animated versions of either other characters or like hyper realistic versions of themselves as they wish to be seen? Remember when you said that shit? I remember when you said that shit.
In their video, the Matrix is intrinsically trans. What I and red-pilled men didn't really know about this movie is that Neo is an explicit metaphor for the experiences of being a trans woman. You know, like the two trans women who directed.
They were not trans when they. They were not trans. They were not trans when they produced the film. They became trans later. Retroactively changing the work because you want to try and claim things is the definition of using people as tools. These people are not trans to you because you like them and they happen to be trans. They are trans to you because they bolster your narrative and they're trans. You're no different than the nigga that I just finished making fun of.
This movie, though they were living as men when the movie first came out. The red pill isn't just a symbol for waking up to the reality of the real world and how you're under society's control. It's also a symbol of Neo accepting who she really is as a trans woman. And if you really care about facts more than your feelings, I suggest maybe watching Aeronaut's video or similar work from Sophie from Mars for the full explanation. But if you pay attention, then you see the parallels pretty clearly from the fact that Trinity, Neo's paramour, is explicitly made as a physical parallel to Neo in all of the movies, especially the fourth one. And
you mean the one that they made after they were contractually obligated to produce a fourth film? Dumbass.
Yeah, the one that's supposedly meant to make fun of the studio, the fans, and was basically made as a piss take, just purposely made bad. That one.
Okay, we also need to like just bringing up like everything he said beforehand. I'm like, oh, it's so obvious. You mean like, how would it be slotted in? How would that change be slotted in? Besides like Switch, which is like the obvious. Oh yeah, this is actually a trans allegory. If they wanted to do that, none of this bullshit slots in. Especially when you realize they were basing it off of comics they saw, and then they took the idea and just ran with it, with heavy-handed Jesus imagery.
It physically hurts me. I can't imagine why you would do that.
Sakura hasn't watched the Matrix saga. That's wild. People like that weird me out.
Alright, I have posted the pictures that I just took to community, so people who want to see what it is that I just posted, you can look there.
This thing goes all the way down to Agent Smith's insistence on dead naming Neo or calling her by her birth name over and over, which makes this.
Jesus Christ.
Oh god, no!
You gotta be kidding me! Oh.
Powerful moment of the movie take on a whole new meaning.
Goodbye, Mr. Anderson. My name is Neo.
If you need any more proof, because I know, well, there's no amount of proof for some of y'all motherfuckers.
Wait. Let me guess that the train represents Neo's dilator. Is that what that is? Is that what that is? Is that what it is? How deep does this symbolism go?
It goes as deep as it needs to, sugar. It goes as deep as it needs to.
Jay, in the famous words of Anita Sarkeesian, everything is political, everything is whatever. You need to point it all out.
Oh my god.
You forget this is how these people function.
Yes.
Oh. Dilator Jay, really?
Yes. This is Dilator hitting Mr. Smith in his bigotry.
Oh, fucking Christ, you're gonna hit my chest. Oh. You wild, Jay.
Okay, this is just making me think about it. So, like, just imagine in the Matrix, he's starting to believe, and then Neo just slowly morphs into a woman.
No, I'll tell you what the line change should be. It's like, they start polymorphing into a woman in front of their eyes, and it's like, he's starting to bleed.
Oh! I just know this. No amount of proof, some of y'all motherfuckers, you'll make up some reason why.
You mean that you just made that bullshit up on the spot?
Oh my god! You know what's beautiful about this? The same like thought process that explains how the Matrix is trans is the same thought process that makes like the new Star Wars movies and every shit movie now that decided to go female main character, and then they analyze it that deeply. I'm like, oh yeah, there's so much here, and like you're like, is there? Like Carol Danvers, like holding the hand of a guy who just said, "Hey, I'm the Don," and like that's some deep meaning about women feeling unsafe and everything. Are we gonna be honest here?
Whenever they start mentioning things about the trans status of the Matrix, I just roll my eyes. Because if this was supposed to be a part of the project, it would have been clear when the project was first put in. Because you motherfuckers are not subtle about anything that you claim people should pay attention and notice. That shit was as subtle as a bullet through the brain.
Especially about like movies and TV show stuff. Because there's always a Bible, there's always notes, there's always post-document recordings that get leaked or get talked about in the industry. Like, the reason why we know Switch was a Switch thing was because, why? When the movie came out, Everybody found out. It got talked about way before this bullshit started popping off. Acting like they live in an insular world where nobody hears anything or sees you doing your fuck shit. As they shout from the rooftops, "We're trans."
That's not true. That's fine. But for the last nail in the coffin, just Google what estrogen pills look like in the 90s.
They can look like whatever the fuck you want, dude. Because estrogen pills are based on capsule color. Usually so that they can be recognizable to police officers and to drug cartels when you are packaging them. You could realistically put them in fucking oil packages if you really wanted to, but you don't. Because you don't put the kind of containers that these chemicals come in something like a gel capsule if it cannot actually be used for one. Usually because it erodes the coating. Even if you wanted to say, well, that's what they looked like in the 90s, we were trying to, like, effort to that. Okay, so do you realize how many people that would be able to be immediately recognizable to? And therefore, the code switching based on what actually happens in the text and the subtext that you're trying to apply creates two different conversations, which means both views are valid. Not that one is more valid than the other or the other one doesn't matter. Both are valid. So I get to watch the version where he's saying Mr. Anderson because in the world of the video game that he was in, because more or less, like being in the Matrix is like being in a video game, that was him. He was Mr. Anderson. And then you can have your version where Neo is actually saying, actually, it's Niam.
It's Nia.
It's Neo because Neo has that new shit.
Neo vagina. Neo vagina. Oh my god. It all fits.
No, it doesn't. That's why they need a dilator.
Movie was made, and you'll see that they were literal red pills. Now, I hope this doesn't come off as the wrong type of gotcha on these guys. I'm not insinuating that the idea of pulling symbology from trans experiences is inherently bad. In fact,
It is, because you're using it poorly.
Engaging with more trans people and learning to understand their perspective on things and their experiences around gender has led me to a
Nigga, fuck off. That requires them to interact with everybody else. And just like this fucking loser who would rather sit there on the internet bitching and whining about shit at a distance instead of actually manning the fuck up and getting on his balls, thinking that everybody's gonna do what they want, you don't want to actually be a person who engages. You want other people to engage with you, and you hide behind your numbers to do it.
A lot of useful ways to understand myself and the black experience and even the black men's experience a lot better. But it is humorously ironic that the vast majority of these red pill guys are openly homophobic and transphobic on some level and pride themselves on this conservative image of masculinity, as well as being the big brains who know the real truth about everything. The fact that they named their whole philosophy and movement around this metaphor for estrogen is more about illustrating a different point. That these guys are fucking stupid. They're clout.
This is bad for several reasons. So, as an individual, and like I stopped doing what FD Signifier is doing right now in fucking high school because gotchas are awful arguments. He's only digging deep into this to get a gotcha, and it doesn't work. It makes him look stupid, and then if he hates these people so much, he vilifies them to anyone who isn't in the in-group.
Mm-hmm.
So like this whole thing about male experience and all this bullshit. Like the way you ever look at FD Signifier is like if like the Will Smith situation. Why didn't he actually bring it up? Like this is actually like a perfect because like his situation has been known about for a couple years, right? Like enough information has been out about him being in an unhappy relationship and all this shit. Why not bring that up? Because that's a man who's going through shit and it doesn't fit the narrative. To the point where, like, Will Smith going through that shit actually reflects poorly, not on just women, but young men, and also just men in general. And I know this seems like a tangent, but what I'm saying is, yes, we can tie this all back together because, people look to stuff and they see themselves in stuff, yes. But that's not all there is to it. Random rant, like, over.
Chasers who grabbed onto a hot concept that was really popular with frustrated virgins, aka, I don't know, 65% of the internet at the time, without thinking too hard about it. Now, I'm sure many of them would have found another way to express this belief system or find their way to the same content without the Redpill brand, but I doubt the brand would have had the same popularity with this group if it was called the estrogen pill community. That's it.
The problem is that the people who decide the meme are the ones that decide the name. The Wachowskis did not decide the name. They decided the analogy. They were extremely upset that they couldn't decide the analogy, and they actually have actively bitched about that. That they wish that they could be able to what's the word? Brain fart.
Co-opt.
Yes, co-opt or subvert the phraseology to make it cringe that people would abandon it, as they always expect people to. If they adopt the philosophy, that they eventually abandon the philosophy. I usually expect and hope for that to happen, but they couldn't do it because The Matrix was so popular, even if the sequels were shit, that they couldn't undo that. So instead, they decided to go for, well, we're just going to reactively make it trans, and that way, we know that we reclaimed it. And it's like, nigga, you didn't reclaim that like niggas reclaim nigga? Nigga, what you think you doing?
Perfect modern example is Pepe.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the creator, like, killed him off, and they tried to add all this other stuff. I'm like, you can't. Because, funny enough, these like, a lot of FD signifier types on the world are subject to 4chan. The reason why the white people hand sign, white power hand sign got, the OK hand sign got, like, labeled white power was because, 4chan decided they're going to fuck with the news. Like, that's what happened. That's what he wants. That's what they want to do with the estrogen pill shit. But they don't have the cultural know-how to actually do it. Like, unironically, there is some black auntie and uncle talking about how white power, and they use the OK sign to mean white power to people, being woke in a conversation with, like, in a room full of people. That's cultural influence right there. Oh, man.
The second wave of the manosphere does have much more estrogen than its pre-modern or prehistoric permutations, and that's in the form of actual women. Yes, believe it or not, more than a few women have also emerged in the black manosphere in the last few years.
She was already there. I know exactly who that is. I know exactly who that is. She was already there.
Basically the exact same content. It's just a bunch of why modern women fail. Here's why feminists are so stupid or unhappy or something. I don't want to say a lot about them because they're basically,
because I'm gonna get canceled if I do.
Content. It's just with a bit more of a pick-me edge. If you don't know what a pick-me is, a pick-me is basically a person of oppressed identity, but in this case, a woman who isn't just deciding to go on a different path than other women, but is loud and proud about it to the point of tearing other women down in order to hopefully get picked. And it's just not that interesting. You can find plenty of videos looking at pick-me.
These women just aren't that interesting.
Black film or even non-black film creators on YouTube. But this isn't the only concerning women-led movement growing out of this space. While a lot of black women and film creators have made content addressing problems found in the current manosphere, it have found success and notoriety at times by examining valid and important issues for black women created by misogyny and misogynoir. There's also been another...
Because you have to have a separate word to describe black woman hatred.
Smaller, uglier response from a portion of black women that is so toxic it's begun to fester, creating the strange and dangerous creature that many call the divester.
Oh my god, this nigga's trying it. He's actually going to try and find a way to talk shit about the fucking Passport Bros.
Okay, no. I need to say this first. Let it be known for all the people bitching about Passport Bros, there are several black women who were getting ran through by bottom shelf Brad. It didn't work out. Then they decided to be pro-black. Let it be known.
And let's not skirt over the fact that there are women who go to Dubai to get shit on for money. But that's okay though. They're just expressing their sexuality freely for monetary gain, and that's fine.
So is Malik.
That camel.
So is Malik, and so is the camel. Does it really truly matter if they debase themselves for money if they're getting Arab money? Yes! Also, nigga, you just doxed yourself.
What are you doing? What is this?
Okay. Oh, wow.
Nigga, you just doxed yourself.
Wow.
Rewind that. Yeah. I want to see that again because I didn't see what you saw.
Well, what I'm looking here is the titling. He's telling people where he lives in the area where he lives.
Oh. And it's funny that he lives near where the Blair Witch thing happened.
Mm-hmm.
I just think that's funny.
That's a happy coincidence.
I mean, something that pisses me off about his video, like essays, is just like, if you're going to do these weird cutaways, can you at least have a through line, like a story going in between the cutscenes? Like, if you're going to have fun, do something instead of just random bullshit.
But he won't,
It's just
though.
random skits.
But he won't, though.
We got him at the hair salon. We got him going into the woods, apparently. Him just stopping in the middle of a video to say some random bullshit. What is happening?
Breadtube niggadry.
I know you're coming for it.
Watching his wife get piped like.
And he knows that he lives in the area of the Blair Witch Project because he's taping it like it's the end of the Blair Witch Project.
Wondering why I'm speaking in a low voice and I'm hiding. You see the pink light? They're finally coming for me. The man Svinnick has been telling me for a year that I'm afraid to talk about divestors. They were right. How will I survive this? Why did I ever speak on the divestors? I mean, sure, it's like nobody knows who the fuck they are, right? They have like very minimal like relevance on any platform as a whole. Who are they? Why are y'all niggas so scared of them? What the fuck is wrong with y'all? Y'all keep bringing them up.
Okay. Let's just. So this is weird. Like, not only because the way he's shooting is weird, but because like Passport Bros isn't, and like divestor bullshit isn't new, like at all. I remember like in your previous video I brought it up. Like even mainstream shit like MTV Guy Code brought up a passport is like an assport. Like any nigga who's ever traveled and then did the ooh la la I'm exotic thing knows this, and then they tell their friends. Military dudes know this. It's just popular now. Carl, you still talking shit to that guy on TikTok?
Oh no, I was looking at this fucking post on Twitter of somebody finding a ladybug in somebody's throat exam. A living ladybug in their throat.
Oh God. Oh God.
Stupid y'all are. Did y'all think people are afraid to talk about them? I had one dude on Reddit and I asked him, what's...
Oh, excuse me, I got that wrong. Not in their throat, in their colonoscopy.
Ooh.
Yeah.
How did a ladybug live all the way inside of your colon?
Ladybug was deep in that ass.
The biggest threat to black people in America. This nigga said divestors. This is why nobody takes y'all seriously. almost as long as fans have been telling me I should make a video on the Black Manosphere, I've had a
your
lot of
audio
male
editing
fans
sucks.
telling me to make a video on divestors. For the longest, I said no. At first, it was because I didn't realize how bad divestors were. I don't have, much respect for Manosphere niggas, and thus I didn't take their cries seriously. They complain all the time about them. Yet, if you go to any divestor video comment section, you'll see Manosphere type motherfuckers all up in the comments arguing. These dudes are addicted to arguing in the comment section. So at first, they just seemed like controlled opposition from my perspective. It wasn't until I did a little bit more research that I realized that divestors took things to a different level. Like, we have the niggas ain't shit discourse, and is that divestors? Is that just, black women with bad takes on masculinity? Is that just misandry?
Remember, everybody, whenever you hear women say niggas ain't shit, look around and see if there's any gay men repeating it with them. Well, you might say niggas ain't shit, but I can promise you, Sweet Malik might just walk up to Devin and be like, "You need some head, baby boy." You think that's a fucking joke? I live in the goddamn South where niggas do that shit for free. There are definitely niggas paying money for it.
There's arguments there, but divestors be like, niggas ain't shit, and I hope they die.
When I look at these white men, they...
Why is her out of your ass too?
Not only did he pixelate her face, he changed her voice as well because he got to protect the queens, even though he probably looks down on all the chicks he's been talking about so far.
Okay, can we also just say divestors are just a form of hypergamy? Like, okay, the black men we want don't want to deal with us, or they're not to our standards, so we're just moving over to white men of similar standards?
Technically, it's not quite hypergamy, because hypergamy is monkey branching. If a nigga says, "I don't want you, get out my house, chick," and he kicks you out, and she goes, "Well, I guess I'm gonna call up Brad," it's not quite jumping from one branch to the other. It's more like going away from the tree and climbing up another tree.
Okay, that's accurate.
Are the epitome of masculine, and watching some of these police officers manhandle these black men in the street is very attractive, and it's a turn on, and I'm wondering, does it...
If you don't know
I saw Malik get shot and I was soaking wet.
Like,
that's what she's saying.
A white supremacist, like the most foaming at the mouth, hating black people, white supremacists, but make it a black woman. I'm not joking. That's not an exaggeration.
The way that women
Could you just be normal for this part, please?
or advocate for it is passive. They do by the ostracization, gossip. It's all of these things that are never direct. It's almost always direct. So when you think about what a divestor is, the fascism that's coming in, the people who are likely going to be the foot soldiers of that are going to be women, because the women are the teachers, the women are the social workers, the women are the nurses.
What was that shit I was saying yesterday? Or actually, the first stream. That women are the ones shaping the men that they end up inadvertently not dating?
He has a script and an editor, Carl. He has a script and an editor.
I wasn't even drunk for the first stream. I haven't been drunk for any of these things. I haven't had a taste of liquor in months, which means I can figure out what you're thinking sober! I could do it drunk too, but sober is more salient.
I think I should drink for this stream too. It's more fun when I do it.
Buy me booze, nigga.
You know what? Give me your Cash App. I'll send you like $20.
I don't use Cash App. I only have PayPal.
No, don't fall off the wagon, Carl. Please.
I am not a nigga who uses Cash App. I have one, but I don't use it. I don't know how to use it, actually.
It's really simple, honestly.
And we don't look at them because they're not directly and outright violent.
They don't have policy power. They
don't have policy power, but they're the people who are going to be pushing it through. They're on the school boards. They're pushing some of these.
Then they have power.
Then they literally have power. If they're on a school,
places of authority, but they have no power.
That's actually sexist.
Like, if they're sitting on positions of power in institutions and have the ability to decide what is heard and what is seen, they have power. Even a person on TikTok who will stitch parts of a video and leave out other parts of a video by nature. Because the nature of that kind of application is you can't record what isn't available to record, but you can leave out clips that remove context. If I have 10 minutes available to me to say something, and I use close to all 10 minutes to demonstrate and paint a picture, and a person tries to only take out 5 seconds of that reply, the most abrasive version of that they can frame to their audience and say whatever they want. Even that form of censorship is power. Because information is power. Intelligence is power. Resources are power. And the power to tell people what you can do and what you can't do, and what they will do and what they won't do, is power. If you claim that women are the handmaidens of the regime that you oppose, then that means those women have social power and political power. A lot of the times when you say you need to have enrichment and you need to have fulfillment and you need to have the ability to do these things, what you mean to say is that you wish that you had real-world political power. Because political power is force. Any kind of action that pushes and pulls upon a dialectic is force. Political power is the push and pull between two parties, or more, pushing against something for and against. Are you for birth control? Are you against birth control? Are you for abortion? Are you against abortion? Are you for single mother parenthood and the use of DFACS and state support? Or are you against motherhood, single motherhood, DFACS, and state support? Are you for the system abusing men? Are you against the system abusing men? Are you for Darvo? Are you against Darvo? Are you for niggas on the internet capping? Are you against niggas on the internet capping? Whenever there are two people that are diametrically and optically opposed to each other on either personal or political issues, that is an expression of political violence. Because realistically, what we usually consider to be political violence is actual violence done for the purpose of politics, but that's not political violence, that's terrorism. Anything that is done with the express purpose of trying to change someone's opinion through any other mean that is other than the word, but rather the sword, is terrorism. So the idea that you're putting forward here is you're admitting that you have power in the places where it matters, but it's not the kind of power that can force a person to change their opinion wholly to the point where it's either you do what I say, or the kid gets it, or the mom gets it, or the dad gets it. Or in this case, the black community and black divester gets it.
Okay, this is actually a perfect example of why FD signifier and a lot of these types are shitty, because they will get mad at all the black manosphere, all the black people, because they approach something in a way that is abrasive to them. But they're not mad at them, at the behavior or the saying. It says you can't be abrasive, or you can't say it this way or do it that way because it hurts my feelings. But then want power, and they just go about it in a very whimsical, doublespeak type of way. They don't actually say, but then they mean what they the subtext means some other bullshit. That means I want to hurt you if you don't do what I say, or pay somebody to do it, because I would never do it. That's the mentality about it. They're passive aggressive, or aggressive by being passive. It's both, and it's weird. It's, man, these people are pussies. That's all it is.
Lawsuits, it's subtle. It's subtle. So I think the intervention is different, because when people think of fascism and how reactive you got to be, you think of like, you need to punish it. I'm like, well, this type of thing, I don't know if that approach makes sense, but you do need to treat them as if these things can be harmful. Because when I first wrote an article about the divestors, I had a guy, one of my mentors growing up, a friend of the family, he called me like maybe a day later. He's like, thank you for writing that. I'm seeing this in schools. these teachers and how they talk about black boys. I'm like, so it's just it goes somewhere, and I think we just
Also,
are not.
this is actually a good point to pause.
Where it goes,
because he brought, like, it's happening in schools. Did you hear about the study where they showed how boys are discriminated in schools?
Yes.
And how black women, no matter if the black kid did anything or not, will get on his ass.
Oh no, I was that child that they did that to. I've told that story many times. The base.
No, and I get this. I have so many friends that are like that. And let me point this out. Those same people get mad at black boys going to white women. Because if white women are, like, nice to them and aren't judging them as much, what does that say?
Really, it just means that Samantha wanted to be nice to the black kid who was always nice to her, and didn't imagine that she'd be heads up in the backseat of her car getting her fucking ass eaten out. To be honest, a lot of the white women do it because they were taught to be nice. Some of them don't realize that their nicety usually gets them into sexual scenarios. Because a lot of the time, even when you're just nice to a guy, you can end up having them follow you around like a lovesick puppy because they've never been treated nicely before. It never even passed some people's mind. It's honestly something that they actually have to now teach in counseling to girls. When it's like, well, did you do something nice for the boy? Like, yeah, I said that he looked good that day. And did he ever get compliments like that before from anyone? No, I don't think so. Oh no. It's like a thing they actively teach now. It's scary that you're teaching that to kids, because really you're giving these girls a handbook to manipulate men. But that's neither here nor there. The important part is that you know what the problem is, but you don't know how to fix it. Because you don't know how to address it.
In the beginning, I think a divester was simply just a black woman who sought to divest or get away from dating only black men, opening themselves up to dating men of other races, something that historically black women didn't do a lot of.
Willingly.
What?
You left out a word. Willingly.
I mean, like, we can't act like a lot of these women, even willingly, like, betrayed their country and, like, their country or their people for, like, men of different cultures. Like, that's a thing.
It depends on where they were living.
Yeah, true. But, like, we have historical record of shit like this.
Yeah. In the West, the majority of black women were not getting to choose because they were being passed around by their master to other men. If not getting passed around to every room of the house by their master, manhandling them. If you were from Britain, you were more than likely getting to have sex with Spaniards and Mexicans and Frenchmen and Germans and eventually a good old Yankee if he happened to cross the fucking pond. But the majority of that was happening in Louisiana. And y'all know what happens when exceptional Negroes go to Louisiana. Well, even without the Bussy Play film. Women have had the ability to do this for a very long while and have been doing it for a very long while. It is just not discussed in the black community. It's one of the it's the exact same kind of taboo for white women with the black fuck as it is for black women with the white fuck, or in their case, the non-black fuck. For some of them, it's white men. For some of them, it's Asian men. For some of them, it's trailer trash men. But for them, there's a type of man that they're willing to interest themselves into and get involved with, who they can find themselves getting bent over a bench and getting railed, because it's just something to them that they want and need. It's like anytime Amy posts about the werewolf dick, you know?
Oh, God.
Just replace the werewolf dick with a really big, buff, white male, and she's in for it.
And I have no problem with that. I think only the most fervent Hotep dudes would have a problem with that. However, somewhere along the line,
Technically, Hoteps don't really have a problem with race mixing. They have a problem with the pairing. They could care a fuck less about your child being intermixed. They care about you publicly wearing the all-black, all-Pan-Apticon African everything. So you could have sex with a white man and have a child by a white man, but you need to be married to a black man publicly. Hypocritical? Yes. But that's what they do.
So it's escalated into rhetoric so vile and hateful, I don't even think white supremacists would say some of the shit that these women are saying publicly.
Because the majority of these women never get called out on it. Because whenever we do, when they show up on places like Female Dating Strategy, you niggas are more than happy to sit behind black men like myself and Poe mocking them for it, but you'll never say it yourselves because you don't want to be the one to risk getting that shot in the face.
Yeah, they, like I said, like dudes like Empire just crave female approval. They're never gonna say anything like outwardly bad about them.
There's a deep connecting issue of that because the social upheaval is actually the same thing that it's always been. It's social proofing. They need women to embolden the words that they say and promote what they say. Because if women co-sign it, then other women will digest it and will consume it and will say that it's good. And if the men are told by the women that they should listen and be more like a guy, and they are being basically gaslit into being like Signifier, they will eventually become white allies if they've been bullied into believing that this is the best way for them to access pussy. And unfortunately, too many male feminists of the last 10 years have been outed as men who were trying to get access to women by being super relatable and super safe for them, and a super safe place for them to express their opinion, only for them to realize that they were more abusive and more violent than the most violent wife beater from the trailer trash. By design. They were always abusive, but they realized that they could become more abusive if they just hit it really well. You were going to say something, man?
Yeah, no, I'm about to bring up, like, the thing is, we've culturally known this, like, for a while. Like, I remember years ago, like, Ben Shapiro read some article about a woman talking about, oh, how our son was watching Ben Shapiro videos and feminist own shit, and she had to keep a closer eye on it. But, like, she never addressed the fact that, okay, I do what you want me to do, but I never get the dividends or the respect or the love for women that my brother, who doesn't do what you do, he's more masculine, so he's less he's more disagreeable. So, and then she, in the end of this thing, was just like, she says, I'm just watching him more now. Sort of like, there was nowhere in that article about her looking at her son and trying to guide him. It's just that FT Signifier is that young boy, and that's what he is. He's
yeah. I can see your point.
Like, that's just sad that, like, this is the thing, because, like, people go like, oh, yeah, it's new and everything. But the thing is, it's just reaching a boiling point, because this was, like, over a decade ago. We're reaching, like, that shit that's happened over a decade, and we know it's happening. It's starting to lapse back around, because the issue is getting way too big for it to get waved away.
It's a bit concerning, I think, because I have to imagine if what you get as a takeaway to your child watching like old anti-SJW compilation cringe videos is, I'm going to watch him more closely now, I'm going to watch him like a hawk. What exactly are you doing to prevent them from being this version of a misogynist you imagine they'll become if they consume this content? What are you exactly afraid of? Can you put it into words?
The lack of validation. That's what I think it is.
I'd imagine. But, like, if it's old videos from the Goobergate years, leading up to, when did those videos fall out of favor? 2018?
I would say 2016, honestly.
On my own subjective measure, it was around the time of Internet Blood Sport, so around late 2017, early 2018.
Yeah. So, like, if you put in the angle of blood sports, you would basically have figures that have fallen by the wayside and who have had their story already told to them. So everything from old Warski before he became new Warski, Tonka Saw, fucking losers like The Burner Show who have now disappeared entirely, people like The Tale of Two Rabbits Fucking who has also disappeared entirely along with all the content that he ever had on his channel ever since that Lauren Southern debate. All of those figures would have done and died and dusted. Even Miley Yiannopoulos, done and died and dusted. Heyday, come and gone. They would see the rise and the fall. So even if they watch the content, if you put it into context and you're like, if they think that this is fun and funny and cool, you just show him the aftermath of what it led to. And even if you want to go for the angle of scaring them straight, that would be effective. But at the very least, your child would be like, yeah, that shit was funny, but, like, that's also a horrible way to be. And even then, if it's like, okay, so my son's watching it, and I'm terrified that they're going to get the wrong message, it's like, well, what's the message, actually? Because the majority of those things, that's people who had, in a moment in time, saved permanently forever, had a piece of their incompetency demonstrated on full. That happens every single day at a British fucking college. Every day. You know what I'm talking about? The one who's black with a giant-ass afro. That one. Niggas like that do that shit on a daily basis. He just doesn't record it all the time. And the one time that it did, it got covered in the podcast of the Lotus Eaters.
Well,
So, like,
Calvin Robinson?
Yes, Calvin Robinson.
The Anglican deacon, who's
Yes.
also incredibly based.
Yes. For Britain, it's him. For us, I think it's Thomas Sowell. And occasionally the writings from the desk of Corn Pop. But there's always an aftermath to those stories, and they never talk about how the aftermath physically caused a problem for them grifting. Because if you wanted to say, oh, I'm scared that my son's going to watch a lot of Miley Yiannopoulos content and he's going to become like him, it's like, all you got to do is show him right now what's happening to America first. That's all you got to do. All you got to do is show them what happened after the Dangerous Tour. Show them Miley Yiannopoulos going from hardcore, super gay, to I swear off my gay relations. I am no longer attracted to the black penis of my husband. All you got to do, boom, like an Etch-a-Sketch, gone. All the influence, gone. Because nobody wants to follow a loser. This is my take. That's my opinion. Said loser. But it's different. I'm a good loser who makes you laugh. And that's worth its weight in kecks.
Actually, just to add on real quick to that, the perfect example of why, like, even after Signify noticed this, why aren't we connecting these young men? Because you're losers. You are connecting because, like, Andrew Tate, as much as, like, he's been transparent about what he actually does in life to the point where everybody gets upset about him, but, like, the people don't get that Andrew Tate is a high-skilled boxer, world champion, all this other stuff, rich, all this other stuff. You have to be the ideal. You have to be better than them. You can't be a loser and try to say, oh man, you could totally do all this and life looks good.
I would
being constantly debased.
I would disagree with that because we found out the reason why he had all that shit is because he had bottom bitches that helped him be able to rope dope bitches into his sex trafficking. However, you are correct. You need to have the optics of a winner. And what do we socially perceive to be a winner in our society? Man, conventionally attractive, has muscles, has money, probably looks like he can fuck good, is surrounded by people who either believe that he's an influence on them for the better, or surrounded by women who find him attractive, and also like other things about him. That, in their mind, is what they think the red pill is to people. But it's really just, if you look like you have your head on straight, and you seem to have people who around you like you, you could be a form of red pill. By that definition, Moist Critical, Charlie, would be red pill. By that definition, Zachary, Asmongold, would be red pill. By that definition, Abba Breach, and he already claimed that, would be red pill. By that definition, I would be red pill. By that definition, Jay would be red pill. By that definition, Mahler and everybody on EFAP would be red pill. By that definition, Destiny is red pill. By that definition, Sargon and the podcast of the Lotus Eaters would be red pilled. So it'd be Relevant Southern, so it'd be Dev, so it'd be Aiden. Anybody who can have something about them that people can find either conventionally attractive to the point that they would possibly want to listen to them talk ad nauseum, or would want to fuck them, would be that. Because beauty's in the eye of the beholder. So whenever they say attractive and conventionally attractive, attractive to who? Attractive because of what? Because if it's just money, then it's hypergamy. But these guys don't get and start following Andrew Tate because they want to suck his cock. It's because they want women to suck his cock like they're sucking his, or so he says. And when the person that you're trying to emulate is a man who puts people through sexual tourism and uses the lover boy tactic to recruit women to be in his webcam business, do you really want to be that guy? Some people would say yes, but realistically, no.
You guys know I personally think that it should be legal to just...
That sounds like a black woman's voice. I think you're gonna get upset about this, bro.
How do I say this without getting you, kicked off of YouTube? I think it should be open season.
Oh, this man is a full fucking bitch. Oh my god.
No way did he just cut her off.
He did!
Summarize her.
He did!
You fucking cunt. Oh my god, you weak-willed I'll get you demonetized if I no. Fucking that is actually legitimately made me angry.
She goes on to use the euphemism rat-a-tat-tat. The other women chime in with affirmation of the usefulness of unaliving black men and looking at them wrong and the word Swiss cheese and what that brain doer also used. Don't worry, buddy. I'll chime in for you. Past Carl. Handle my lightweight if I can even find that video from back then. It shouldn't even be that long ago. It should be that video with Aguero in the picture. There it is.
Pray tell. Regularly that I create.
My hair looking even nappier back then as it does now.
My content stream, both on Twitter and every other thing. People in response that we all touch is what Detroit just for people
to be informed, try and use their, there were some points made that they really don't. Try and use their allyship to the best of their ability to try and get reforms and different policies in place.
I do understand that, and there's a lot of different problems that comes with HBCUs and white people being within them. Now, in retrospect, in the regular day world, if there is a white person or someone who is non-black in a black space, as long as you know your place as a non-black person in a black space, then you being there is not much of an issue. But at the end of the day, the people who are within these black spaces, they tend to, and it's on both sides, people who claim to be allies and people who are just straight up ignorant. Sometimes people who claim to be allies try to speak over and speak for the community, and the point is to uplift our voices, not to speak over us for our voices. And then on the other side, we have all of these ignorant people, especially the ones who have the whole nice guy trope, oh, I'm very understanding, the devil's advocates, people like that who come within these spaces, especially HBCUs, and do the same shit. And now, mind you, why would you come to a historically black college and then oppress against black people? That goes against the historically black college in general. Don't come into a space that isn't even technically meant for you and then do some bullshit, because of course people are going to have a problem with it. So I do value black separation as well. I do believe that we should have our own spaces, but I'm also a very friendly person. Like, I don't sit here and, even though like I'm sitting here and I'm laughing with y'all, I don't have too much hate in my heart. Like, I do have it, it's there, it's simmering, but at the end of the day, I usually mind my business. But the whole white people being in spaces thing, it just seems like sometimes we lose more than we win. There's those few allies there as students, because black students still go through a whole bunch of shit, even at HBCUs. But I don't know. It just seems like I want to be able to have allies and shit like that. Like, I'm not against that, but it's more of a losing situation for us. So I don't know how. I don't think that's going to be. I think us having at least one space to ourselves is good. And white people being a percentage in an HBCU doesn't fit.
First of all, little TikTok, let me tell you something. If you're in here, or y'all go run back and tell them, y'all ain't got to tell them that nobody else said shit but me. I'm going to say, listen, you ain't got to chop shit up. I am for the white genocide. I am for the total erasure of the white race. You don't have to chop this up. Yes, I am for all of you white bitches dying like flies. I am for it. I am for it. I support it. I am for putting all you white possums in a gas chamber and letting that motherfucker ring, bitch. I am for it. So you don't have to chop shit up. I'm for it, and I'm going to stand 10 toes down.
I just gotta say this. This brings back, when I was on Twitter a while ago, like, this brings back to memories of me and my friends just being like, dude, this space is wild. And we would just join to listen in and just hear bullshit like that. And we would just be dying laughing. It's like, it's always entertainment.
But see, this is why I can't, like, whenever people whinge, like, people like this whinge about white supremacy, just like, you cannot be surprised that this sort of stuff exists when that kind of attitude, I'm not saying it's common among black Americans, but what I'm saying is it's there, it exists, and it does seem to be a growing sentiment amongst the young, and so you can't be surprised when there's a natural reaction to it. The best thing we could do is kill it off on both sides of the aisle, but they just don't want to admit it exists, because to admit it exists, they see as some they see it as losing power, losing the culture war, whatever the fuck, because it's just this blatant radical racial identitarianism that you see from people like this. It genuinely makes me feel physically sick. I won't lie. It's like, what? How do you get this angry? How?
I could tell you one way: having no sex. But seriously, even though this is from the Black Twitter space that happened over, how long ago was that, Jay? A year and 4 months?
Oh, yeah.
Yep, because this says November 29th, 2021. So yeah.
They were this angry coming up to Christmas. That doesn't make any fucking sense.
Niggas don't have money for presents. What do you say? The white man took all their holly jolly spirit. But no, seriously. In this context, this is just being used as a stand-in for what we possibly would have heard if Signifier hadn't been a bitch and cut the microphone. This is how they speak behind closed doors. They act like it is not, but this is how they speak when they're behind closed doors. Because every single person who was in this TikTok, I think I even have it on screen, yeah, all the people who were in that TikTok immediately deleted their accounts after they were caught saying that level of extremist behavior. And they always do. Because that's how they behave. That's normal for them. It's normal for them to say that level of permanently online, and when you call them on it, they say, I don't hate white people like that, you lying about me. And then when you play it back, it's like, account delete. Like, it happens all the time. I'm not shocked that Signifier did it, but I am disappointed in you. If you go and put people on the spot, and you're gonna talk about, I got you dead to rights, I got you in 4K, get me in 4K, nigga, because I'm gonna have you in 8K. 36K! I will mock you for the rest of your political existence if I catch you saying something that dumb! And if you don't own up to it, when I have you dead to rights, I'm gonna bring it up every time you are funny enough to be mocked about it, which is every single moment it's relevant to. Because you're never gonna be allowed to live it down. You don't get to live it down. What?
So you're saying people can't grow? That's every time you bring it up. So people can't grow? People can't make mistakes? Huh?
No. People can grow, but they have to be able to own it. Because if I bring up something that you did that was cringe, and I say, is this you? Let me use an example. Hold on. I need to go to my kitchen. This is why I had to go get a picture.
Is this you trend? It's beautiful. Is this you trend is beautiful. It's always divestors or pro-black people. Like, is this you? Or some other group talking about something? It's always beautiful. Having receipts is beautiful.
This is my life tux picture from, I don't know, fucking first grade, second grade. I don't remember when I got my front teeth knocked out, but I do remember that it happened so somebody punched me in the face. Because I remember this Pokemon Snorlax shirt. If somebody pulls out a picture like this, and they talk about me, personally, and every single time that something comes up that ever gives them the opportunity to bring up something like this, and they say, is this you? The correct reaction is, yes, that is me. Look how adorable that little nigga is. Look at his little chubby cheeks. Look at his gap teeth. Ain't that bitch adorable? Ting!
What happened? Carl, did you hit him with, what happened? Life.
I actually have! I had somebody actually do that to me who personally knew me. It's like, nigga, you used to be so cool, so sweet. What happened? I looked at them. Pussy.
The years have not been kind to this old soul.
You know
Real
what's
shit.
also hilarious?
If a person mocks you for something that you have done that is cringe in your past, that is regrettable, something that is really dumb for you to have been associated with. Let me use an example for me. If somebody... Do I have my headset on backwards? Yes, I do. If, for me, somebody comes up to me and it's like, yeah, but remember when you were associated with Smug Rocco and you were tangentially connected to Ian Miles Chungus because she was stealing money from her fans? Wasn't that you? Yes, it was. And I did exactly what I always was going to do, and I removed them from my life because I gave them advice to stop, and they didn't listen. And when I put my foot down, they called me Negroid. And now that word describes me in a fun way, because I took an insult that was designed for me, and I turned it into a euphemism. I turned it into a word of endearment. I took your power away from you, and now you can't use it to hurt me anymore. That's what you do. If you know that the thing that you did isn't something people can hold against you because you didn't do anything wrong, you didn't violate anyone, you didn't lie about anyone, you didn't hurt anyone, but people keep trying to hold you in a place the way that they try to hold PewDiePie to the gamer word moment from PUBG, I can promise you to the ends of the earth, just the same way that they did to Marcus Dankula when they tried to attack him and his wife, and then eventually him and Sue then conceived their child through ya boy, Raid Shadow Legends, sponsoring Sadie's in vitro. They will sit there and say, yeah, but he's still in the Nazi plug thing. And I'm like, nigga, that man has a whole daughter and is getting number 2. You gonna keep bitching about it when he gets number 3? Same thing. They don't like people growing up because they mentally want to keep you trapped. I'll be there in a second. They mentally want to keep you trapped. Because if they can... I just said I'm coming. And then I'll arrive. But they want to keep you mentally trapped. So that they can bully you and make you feel small and always make you fall back to be on the defense. Oh my god, mother! You can't even wait 60 seconds! I'll be right back. It's the man that never fails. It makes up one of wanker tail and when he's up and one of else. I just realized that the Blue's Clues song would be a really great way to piss people off if they want to talk about transgender issues. Anyways.
Just start randomly playing it every time they start talking. It's like, keep going. No, you're making a great point.
All you gotta do is just replace the male line with female when they're female to male. But anyways, they want to keep you mentally trapped from ever being able to mature past who you were in the past. Now, bringing up events in the past that either you matured from or they matured from is relevant because it happened. But the point about becoming a bigger person is you outgrow the childish idea of being ashamed about things that happened. Because not everything's in your control, and there's no reason for you to still stress about it. It happened in the past. If people are going to still judge you for the shit that happened in the past, then they are never going to judge you as you are in the here and now. And that's the reason why I mock people the way that way. Because it's not just you're upset. You're upset about people mentioning it. You're upset that anybody even remembers it. You want the idea and the concept memory hold. That's what you do when you censor people giving what's supposed to be an adherent and vile form of anti-male and anti-female sentiment. You should put that to tape. You should document that. You should be willing to see that and hear that. All that shit y'all niggas be talking about. Oh, it's not enough that you are having to just be not racist. You must be anti-racist. It's not enough to be anti-misogynist and anti-misandrist. Or excuse me, to be misandrist. You must become anti-misandrist. When you hear women saying we should be able to run men's pockets 2023, I'm gonna bust a hole in them and make them look like Swiss cheese, you should put their name and their face on it. Because the way that you just complained about people hiding behind anonymity, you should be willing to stand 10 toes behind everything you do and say if it's about something serious on the internet. And if you take this as serious as a heart attack, that these people, as you list in your fucking section here, inside of your chapters. Okay, you're welcome. Oh, she's talking to her on the phone. As they who should not be named, if you claim that they can't be named, they can't be deserved, they can't be perceived, then they're not threats. Because you're problematizing them. You're problematizing them specifically to say they're terrifying. They're scary. They're so scary, I have to treat them like Voldemort and instead say the Dark Lord and you know who. I don't know who, nigga. Tell me! Help me to help you! Help me to help you! Point the niggas out to me! Also,
and that makes divestment and the divester move.
Thank you for the for the super chats not applicable. You are correct. If the hurt ever ends, they cannot Crybully people anymore. That is true. That's the other reason why they never move the fuck on from saying these things. A lot of the time you could say that, oh, a person uses this kind of victimhood because they can always victimize themselves for the internet. And that's half of it. That usually happens a lot. Like, oh no, I've been a victim. Please, I'm going to make a GoFundMe and I'm going to immediately pay out on that. Look to no one other than Keffels as the best example of this. But that happens with everything. The other reason why is that if they ever stopped doing that, they would have to actually become something more than just a victim. You can get victimized by many things in your life. But your pain response should not always to be weepy and say, oh, woe is me. Sometimes you gotta pick your head up and move the fuck along, bruh.
Movement, or at least creators that attach themselves to that like ideology, kind of complex, because some are so fucking goofy and ridiculous. You don't take them seriously. Their rhetoric is awful. Their rhetoric is violent and vile, but it's like, you know, it's just so over the top. It sounds like what a 13-year-old boy would say when he wants to be mean. And it's also a relatively new and nebulous concept. The original rhetoric around this community was likely just born out of the growth of the black manosphere or general black male failure or discontent from black women that has been going on for generations.
I was surprised at the number of people, but they were all white. That was like, wow, like it's really black women that really feel that way. And I'm like, yeah, like that's how, like, I just said it in the video, I've been hearing it. I grew up around majority black women, most of them single, as in never married, single black women, and I've been hearing this from the time that, oh, you know, I'm gonna marry a white man, you know, black men ain't this, black men ain't bada, whatever. But the day
before you get too far past it, can we just point out that he blamed the victims?
I mean, true.
Like, I just had to internalize that. He's like, oh yeah, he literally just did the trans shooter thing. Well, like, it's because the homophobes. It's because the transphobes. It's because of all the bigots that they started getting really toxic.
Yeah, it's really bad rhetoric.
So, again,
it's just venting, but it's like you vent long enough in a nigga ear.
Right. It becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy.
The way I see it, when convicted predators Bill Cosby and R. Kelly came under justifiable.
Okay, so like, so isn't the manosphere just venting then?
You see, it's only justifiable venting when you're a woman.
Also, can we not act like Bill Cosby's situation is far more nuanced than R. Kelly's? Like, that nigga, like, this happened, what, like, it was political that got him put in prison. Oh, like, there's a lot more to that than just yes, Bill Cosby the rapist. I'm like, I know we got like a fucking commentary, some commentary and some stuff said about from Raven Simone, but like knowing how like she is, like no offense, but like she's like not somebody I would trust to not jump on this for clout.
Ironically enough, Raven Simone, despite being I wouldn't even say she's a political lesbian. I'd say she's a later in her life lesbian, just like Queen Latifah. She's intelligent enough to recognize the problem. And I don't think she would flippantly say something so ridiculous. And ironically, she's been able to say a lot of stupid shit in her time period. But between her and stars of that age like Adriana Bilar, the one that is Latina who looks kind of a little bit half Asian. She's one of the hosts on The Real. With bitches with bitches like Lonely Love and whatnot. Even women of Raven's age recognize and understand that there is an element of, even for her, lesbianism, that wasn't necessarily brought about by a need to evade and run from male sexuality, but necessarily a confusion of not really knowing who to trust and who to believe. Because in the same breath that a woman could be confused about who she should associate with, who she should be friends with, who she should go to, and who she should trust to assist her with keeping her head on straight, there's always that particular person who could or couldn't end up being a help or a hindrance to dealing with those problems. And for somebody in the public eye, as often as she was for Disney in the 90s, the need of making sure that she could keep that image squeaky clean so she could eventually, as an adult, come back again for Raven's Home is a political path that both she and her co-star physically navigated better than, say, Orlando did. Because, nigga, we all know about what happened to Orlando. That's what happens when niggas get involved in drugs. Ironically, the same thing happens to Kyle Massey. And you gotta think, how the fuck does that happen to 2 black males out of 2, and yet every single white bitch and every single black bitch avoids this shit? Except, I guess, maybe Bella Thorne. I think it's just her and Miley Cyrus that is probably the better case example.
I mean, like, Disney has, like, a weird... And, like, Hollywood as a whole has a weird history of sexual abuse. So, like, especially when you add up, like, oh, they couldn't go anywhere to talk about it.
I mean, they could talk about it amongst themselves, but then the problem is that you're just 2 Disney stars that have internal trauma that you both recognize, and you can't use sex as a cope, because if you get pregnant, you're getting kicked off the air. So you only have drugs and video games and food. And then add in the fact that you're a black star, so if you do anything negative, it will immediately reflect negatively onto you. You have to get past a certain age, and then you're allowed to have an emotion and an opinion. Like, that's what it was for Zendaya Coleman. Or are we just calling her Zendaya like this bitch is Beyonce? Like, she's allowed to have her boyfriend, who's also her celebrity couple, to act across from Marvel, because she is now old enough that if she and Bella Thorne were to just meet up again in business, and they could be able to talk about their life since being involved in Disney, if you had a camera as a fly on the wall for that conversation, the amount of nigga, bitches, and girls that would fly across that room would be so frequent, you'd think that they were both living with each other for years on end. And we've heard Raven Simone actually talk about how she and her female co-star, who has the really long name that's hard to pronounce, is it fucking Anna de Vandepol?
I don't know.
Jay, you have free hands. Google this for me.
Get to work, woman.
Get to work for Uncle, baby. I promise I will never say that again. But she has talked openly about the fact that when the Disney executives first presented her with the idea for That's So Raven, that she specifically chose her co-star that she would go on to become friends with to this day because of the fact that she wanted to be better friends with her just based on appearance alone than the person that they had originally had chosen. I don't even remember who the fuck was chosen. I don't think we ever got a picture of that person that was chosen. But that's what fucking happened. That's how they ended up going about it. So she's smart enough to realize these problems, and she's at least smart enough to not give a public opinion. But again, private opinion, behind closed doors with the promise that the work will be left untouched, she won't be cut out of context, it's literally open door, hello Miss Baxter, or hello Miss Simone, let's talk. Closed door, camera on, no lying, as much alcoholic beverage as you desire to talk about some shit, and the promise that nothing will hurt your business integrity and your viability. She would probably tell a whole bunch of shit about Disney. So much shit about Disney. That'd make your fucking head spin. Then you'd be like, they did what to Raven? And we really thought the worst that we got was from Miley? Damn! That's just my opinion. Because whenever it comes to show business and this kind of popularity contest, they love to talk about when this shit happens amongst the older generation, but they never talk about it happening amongst the generation that was growing up, only in the context of it being a spectacle that happened. They do it for Disney, they do it in Nickelodeon, they did it for that one part of generation of CN Real, which I guess includes Jeremy Shada, and I guess also Zach Levison, only because of the fact of what the fuck happened to that kid being involved in Steven Universe. But whether you choose to use Raven Simone or Zach Calliston, you have a generation of youth that is physically affected by the environment in which they're being reared around and they're being brought up in. We see what happens when you stick a little kid's head deep in the hyper-sexual pool of hyper-politics rooted around characters that are lesbian space rocks. And we see what happens when you have the inner working studio politics of a young generation person having to navigate not screwing their career over and what happens if they fumble it. You've got everything from the cast of All That to what happened to Kel Mitchell's. You have what happened to Orlando. You have what happened to Kyle. You have what happened to Miley. Technically, you have what happened to the Osment siblings, Haley, Joel, and Emily. But then again, Emily didn't really suffer anything. Not necessarily, like, really terrible or bad. Just one of the ones that kind of fell to the wayside. And I guess you can also include Mitchell Musso and the other one fat black kid that they had for Disney projects. The one that was on Pair of Kings with Mitchell Musso. You know the one. The other fat one.
I don't know that many fat niggas, Carl.
Hold on.
Just you, John Panette, Ralphie May, and Ricky Cotto.
Pair of Kings! Doc Shaw! That nigga. This nigga. Right here. Looking like he's one of Poe's brothers.
That's just racist.
And yet I'm right!
Another satisfying racial moment.
Another satisfying
Also, I'd like to say, Dear Longbone, big fan of yours, and thank you for showing me the exceptional Negro that is SinglePlayerCarl.
Next season, it's all going to be about the fucking intelligent, successful negress. When are they supposed to drop season 2 of Fable Gabo again?
I don't know, but they just cast an actor I actually like, and now I'm mad.
You don't want to shock shit about him? Is that it?
No, I don't. I'm guessing he might be the best part of the show come that season, but I don't know. Maybe the writing will be so bad that he'll be shit too.
Did the Mayfair Witches already start? I haven't been paying attention.
Yeah. Remember we were gonna watch it.
Okay. How many episodes are out so far?
That reminds me. When's that Woman King video coming out? I want to hear that.
Yeah, I still have to work on that. It's gonna be a little while.
The people are waiting.
Don't worry. Take your time, my man.
You got a whole lot.
The people are waiting, Jay. They need it.
Are you going to bring up the actors that left in that video and made a documentary about the people being slavers?
Oh yeah, I'm definitely gonna bring that up.
We'll be able to do recordings for the Mayfair, which is over the incoming week as the new Path of Exile expansion comes. I have free time. I have nothing but free time. You know this. Anywho, now that we're done with that diatribe.
Public scrutiny and thankfully went to jail, kinda. So many black men were completely resistant to acknowledging their wrongdoings, and even more, literally took joy in fighting and arguing with black women around it. This is something that is still happening on Twitter to an extent. And there's a portion of black women that I think saw how some black men acted in that time period, and we're probably never gonna get some of those ladies back. They've just legit written us off based on that experience, and I low-key don't blame them. But those women are in the minority.
Stop taking away their agency. They're people.
He can't stop doing it. It's his right. It's just like that one.
Our queens this way. It was our.
It is my right to have them queens.
It's literally like that scene in the New Roots where he starts raping the victim, or he starts raping the fucking ancestral victim. It's my right to pick them black queens.
We was failures.
They had to buy product.
Khadijah, don't go.
Don't leave. Don't leave me, Highness. Don't take away your dick. Don't leave me, Goddess. Please yell at me, girl.
And call me exceptional.
When you say you hate me, I agree with you. I hate myself too, deep down to my roots.
In mainstream theory, so figures in sociology and critical theory such as Kimberly Crenshaw, Pat Hill Collins, and Bell Hooks went from heady academic figures to names you might see on Twitter or being joked about on mainstream TV. So now a whole generation of millennials and Zs that had never actually read any feminist texts were learning about feminism from Tumblr or Facebook or YouTube.
And they were worse off for it.
Women that complained, whether validly or invalidly, about something that men did could be labeled a feminist, and some would call themselves feminists, even while exhibiting wholly anti-feminist rhetoric and attitudes like blatant homophobia and transphobia, the denigration of other black women, and especially with divestors, an explicit love and desire for patriarchy, specifically white patriarchy.
So I don't want to take away from the fact that like some of these divestors have been through some serious shit in their heads responding to the serious issue and plight of black women and girls. But, you know, it's kind of familiar. It's like almost all of their videos are about how much they hate black men and
I've been sucking your wife's strap. What the fuck is up with your voice, nigga?
He can't even do a fake pretend scared voice.
And then we'll just putting that out there. So let's get into the profile.
Now, see, he's doing this one, so he can't say, see, y'all niggas think I'm not gonna get on the men, I get on the women too. Flash, flash, flash. It's a fair bit. I'd have to say, it's better to be a whole ass than a half ass. You can be an asshole and have a point. That's why they call it a dick.
Of your broken buck, and then we'll talk through a few stories.
More importantly, is this person running their voice through a filter? That doesn't sound normal.
No, I think he is to try to protect their identity.
How black men do.
But if you're covering the image, we don't have the ability to figure out what channel it is just based on image alone unless we've seen the image before and know what to associate it with. So it would be pointless. It's like putting a person in a voice modulator, but you also have them in the dark, but they're in complete dark. They're not like in that silhouette where you can see that it's a male or a female. It's like they're in a dark room. There are no lights. You are recording them talking into a microphone in pitched perfect blackness in a room painted with Vanta Black colored number 2. They literally could never be discovered, but we're going to do everything to hide their voice. Because somehow somebody will recognize and be like, is that Alan from down the street?
Okay, you gotta understand, dude. He has to protect them because even though they're wrong, they're going and responding to trauma.
It's more like he wants to avoid the accountability for being made responsible for what happens if his audience starts going in on them, and he knows that his audience would. Because that's exactly what this dumbass did. I'm no longer on TikTok. Now I'm just surfing for candy. Because that's what they do when they do this. He knows that his audience is the kind of people that will go after people and attack them if he gives them the information to be able to figure out who it is he's talking about. So he's claiming he's doing it to say, oh, but I don't want them to be exposed because I don't want them to really have attention from what I'm doing. But the real answer is, if I put their names on the screen, my audience will harass them. So instead, I'll do the wishy-washy bullshit of not putting them in the accountability position by revealing who they are, but I will post that the content exists so that people like Carl don't get in my ass, pause, and mock the shit out of me for being a coward. But you're still a coward because you're doing a half measure. It's just that you took a half measure against the women, or excuse me, a half measure against the men, and you did the same half measure against the women. You're still a half a bitch, both ways. You could say that this creates the whole ass cheek, but if you're gonna be an asshole to men, you need to be an asshole to the women, because they're already not gonna like you, so why be nice to them?
Carl, FD is a whole switch. He's a switch.
That's a whole circuit breaker. Let's be real.
That is a new one. I've never heard that before. A whole circuit breaker. This man is innovating our insults. Get like him, guys.
This and black.
Thank you.
You're broken.
It's what I get when I have that authentic riz.
Based.
So let's get into the profile of your broken buck, and then we'll talk through a few stories.
Did she just say
their
broken
physical
buck?
appearance. So these.
Yes.
Oh no.
It's what
she not only wants the black man to die, she wants them to get fucked.
No, a broken buck is what they call a broken black man that doesn't live up to your standards. It's their version of Stacy's and Roasties.
That's even.
It's even lamer than saying low value man. Yes. They call them scrotes if they were to do so on a place like fucking female dating strategies.
These bucks have limp wrists. They are loose booty hoes. This is why oftentimes they'll have skid marks and dookie stains in their drawers and their underwear.
So much like the manosphere, it's hard to pick out who's really in the divestment movement per se. But the scary and dangerous thing is that the rhetoric of how divestors talk about black men can subterfuge itself into bad feminist takes, or at worst, niggas ain't shit talking points that just seem normal to this point. A lot of black women will, much like black men, go through a bad breakup or rejection and open up TikTok to a femininity code, and then somewhere down the line think it's cute to call niggas bullet bags. I don't think we have a strong critical lens to looking at black women's dysfunction from the intersection of being black and woman. It's kind of like we took standpoint theory and decided that if you stand at this particular point, there's no theories on how you contribute to these problems. And yeah, these women clearly prove that that's something we need to dig in a little bit on.
I was just curious to see what was there, and I was like, holy crap, this is like Stormfront in here. Yeah. So normally this happens with a lot of online communities. It starts off as a response. There's always been black women responding to this rhetoric, even on blog forums. But over time, as it increases, and not to mention when people are like bashing your group, it's just natural that you're going to want to defend it. But I don't think people realize that gradually they started to become just as toxic as the people that they were criticizing.
And I want to be clear, we know how to call black women out and especially embarrass black women when they do something we think they should have done. But I'm talking about the level of critical assessment for explicit toxic behavior like homophobia, biphobia, the things I mentioned earlier, that is relatively common among a lot of black women. There's a gap in that analytic.
Biphobia? Okay. No. I need to actually say this.
In 2020, when Ice Cube,
he only tended to care when it affected gay people. You were a cis black man who was probably on the end. The black women weren't responsible for their actions until they went too far. And the only reason why they went too far, and you notice they went too far, is that they started saying stuff against gays and bisexuals.
And need I remind him that biphobia, if we are to even use that as a legitimate term, I'm not sure if that's actually been codified in the dictionary or not.
It just means he's afraid of bicycles.
A lot of biphobia actually comes from gays. There's a lot of gays actually are very skeptical of the idea that bisexuality actually exists.
Oh yeah. No, I find it funny. That's actually a huge reason why I think a lot of bi people end up in straight relationships. They had to deal with gays giving them shit for liking both genders. So they just went to somebody who understood their pain.
Mm-hmm. It's a bit scary when they talk about it that way, because what they end up demonstrating is that it doesn't matter if they admit that they see what the issue is. It always comes back around to, but you still are doing something that I feel is cheating. Because when they describe it as, I feel that you're cheating because you shouldn't have access to as many people as I have access to. I feel like you're getting away with something that you shouldn't get away with. Because they will always say, well, it feels like you shouldn't be able to move amongst these places. It feels like you shouldn't be with these men. You shouldn't be able to have all of these partners because it feels like you're not necessarily like us. That you're doing it because you want to be, if you're a woman, have sex with women and be a lovely free spirit. Or if you're a man, have sex with men and be a raging homosexual. It feels like you're picking and choosing who you want to be with, and we feel that you're taking advantage of this. Which is a very weird take. Because that's the kind of take that you would think would be associated with a person who does or doesn't appreciate being who they are. Because if you see it as you're taking advantage of having more access to more things, like, oh, you said you're vegan, but here you are having meat, Dick. You can't do that. You have to only ever eat the vegan quality vagina. And if you eat non-vegan things, then you're not really a true vegan. For them, it's an action that goes along with a political identity. They look at it less as you having an identity and looks more as it being a label for a status and a benefit. It's like applying for aid, right? You only can have so much. For them, they believe you're only allotted to have this much sexual activity, and anything above this needs to be delineated amongst the tribe to see whether or not you're having good sex or bad sex. And if you have sex with people who you have not enough allotment and credit to do so, it must be justified. So if you're a black woman having sex with a black man, and you decide, I don't want to have sex with black men. I want to have sex with white men. The tribe will come along and say, hold on there, sister girl. Do you really think you're allowed to have Michael's penis? What's wrong with Daryl's? Doesn't Daryl's extra long, super thick with a gummy core? That's enough candy for you to have, don't you think? Do you really need to be swallowing another man's gummy rope? And the answer you should give is yes. I want him and him. Why can't I have both? Same thing with women, same thing with men, and intermix as desired. It's really weird and very possessive. They'll never admit it, but they know it. That's my take anyways. Anybody have any other take?
Mm-hmm. My brain is fried right now, so I'm good.
Why do you think I'm buying candy?
Did that dumb shit, Donald Trump.
This is your fault, Jay. You're making me watch it in one time. We could have been done by now.
Why the fuck did he bring up Donald Trump? What?
Because everything relates to the orange man, and orange man equals bad.
Look at this man, looking like he's cosplaying as a homegrown Muslim terrorist.
He looks so fucking sinister.
He looks like a black Ming the Merciless. I'll get you, Flash Gordon, with your nappy-headed ass.
He unironically looks like the old man that stays at the boxing gym being like, these young whippersnappers can't do it like me. I think he actually played that character in the film. Am I crazy? Not well? Lottery ticket? Am I crazy, Jay?
Yeah, no, he actually play it wrong.
Watch out!
Wait, is that Ice-T?
Yes, no, wrong beverage assortment. Wrong beverage assortment. That's Ice Cube, not Ice Tea.
Ice Cube. I don't pretend to know rappers. I'm a metal guy.
I don't know your fucking Yankees. I'm a fucking Brit, man.
Donald Trump kind of just made him look stupid and used his name to, rile a couple of niggas up. The media were very quick to pathologize the reasons why black men were supporting Donald Trump and how blackness and
Ice Cube never said he supported fucking Donald Trump, you dread-headed moron.
This is actually also worse. The way he, bring up Ice Cube in this situation, it's having him on the screen when he said, my identity isn't owned by you people. I will talk to anybody if they provide what I want to my community.
Mm-hmm.
That's all he did. Exactly. And then he got lynched for it. They can't do as much because they don't have the power to do as much. But they tried to culturally lynch him or do a struggle session. Best way to put it.
And he signify right here looking like he's got to do it. He's done the first 2 steps of the Macarena. Either that or he's about to go Wakanda forever.
Just for that, I'm making that the thumbnail. Oh.
I'm going to the chat. I apologize if my quality sounds like a tin can in Paris Hilton's whippersnapper.
We couldn't hear you.
I'm using my phone.
Okay.
Motherfuckers didn't check that intersection. It was time to evaluate that take. Because the data shows that black men are the most progressive group of men in all of the country. We overwhelmingly vote for leftist policies compared to other men, but, we don't get credit for that shit. Meanwhile, some of the biggest and most visible black stars in the Republican Party over the last few years have almost all been black women. And we don't attribute that to their status as black women. I've never heard.
I guess you completely ignore. I think there are more conservative black dudes than black women. That's because I actually watch this shit and I don't ignore it.
Yeah,
you have to understand. You have to understand. The only reason why he knows about the black women is because the diaspora of black people and women got super butt mad when they see a woman who is in their collective and disagreeing.
Mm-hmm.
Niggas can get along, be okay with that. The only reason why Cameron Sanders got big was because women were sharing his shit. You gotta remember, it only hits their radar if it starts happening to women. Or women start showing it, or talking about it.
Mm-hmm.
These divestors love them some Candace Owens. But
not really. I remember that bitch from Social Autopsy. I have never liked her.
So for real, it's one of those things that it's only mainstream conservatives that even give her a platform. Anybody who is very libertarian, middle of the center, left of center, right of center, knew who the fuck she was. Did fuck with the authoritarian bullshit she was trying to pass, and then when she started doing all this bullshit because she got ousted because what was it? They started targeting her for her social autopsy bullshit. Then she decided, yeah, I'm conservative. Are you gonna apologize for all those takes you did, or say you don't believe in that stuff now since you realize what it would do? Nope, not never.
Never.
Remember, BLM, buy large mansions.
It really is the logic. We go chase this bag. I'm not even mad at Candace Owens. Chase that bag. These stupid people will do anything to hear somebody sprout their own opinions to them.
On one hand, I have to say her doing the drive and shuckle to grift off of people is exciting and interesting because it can take you to a very interesting semiotic wormhole, like the semiotic wormhole it took us to during BLM. Is it great that the information comes at the hand of Candace Owens? I guess. Probably. The information that helped destroy somebody like Richard Spencer came from the hand of Miley Yiannopoulos deciding to backstab him, the same way that he is currently doing to Nick Fuentes in America First. Do I like them for it? Fuck no. Just because Hitler happens to backstab Mao Zedong does not mean I'm immediately going to start Sieg Heiling. No. No. I'm going to laugh along with the information and be like, the world's a crazy place. It's a crazy world we live in. Because it's wild to think that, normally, in another timeline, under different circumstances, maybe Candace Owens would be standing next to, if not getting her own vagina licked by Patrisse Cullors. But we live in this timeline, where she goes onto Fox News and is able to demonstrate that, yeah, this is somebody you shouldn't trust. Maybe in an alternate timeline, Miley Yiannopoulos never makes the joke that he did during the Ghostbusters phase and gets his account banned because he made fun of a politically connected black actress who is really fucking mid and not funny. But he still provides us the information in this timeline to deal with the octoroon hater Richard Spencer. But how quickly did it take him to say, I disavow Donald Trump and all of his orangeness for them to let him onto news as a left-wing perspective source? You take the good with the bad, you take tomato and tomato, and you make tomato soup.
We assess Candace
You take the good, you take the bad, you take them both, and there you have the facts of life. The facts of life. I'm sorry, I couldn't resist.
The naps of niggas.
Assess
the naps of life.
Status as a black woman brought her to that position. A well-understood tenet of popular black...
Technically, it was her shit-slinging that brought her to that position. The same that it does for any person who's politically connected.
As a black woman brought her to that position. A well-understood tenet of popular black feminist thought is how the damage that black men often do to black women is in part a product of our desire to attain the status of white patriarchy.
Again, you keep saying that, but it's not necessarily true. Because if society is based on white patriarchy, then that means there can never be successful people that aren't that thing. Which is what then leads to you saying things like the interracial whiteness. Because you still are framing it in the perception of, we're trying to be like the white man. No, the white man's trying to be like us. Unironically. From Eliza Blue to the regular girl who speaks black but never was black and never associated with niggas from the trailer park. I personally know a white woman who was married to a black man and has a half-black child who worked with me at Waffle House that is blacker. I'm air quoting really hard. It's not even a shit talker. She is blacker in the perspective of how she acts and how she behaves and how she thinks than I am. And yet, she is probably one of the realest people I've spoken to because she came from the trailer and she was just surrounded by black men, the same way that I was surrounded by black women, and found herself in a relationship and then eventually in a marriage with one, and then pregnant by one. But to him, in an alternate timeline, she would be pejoratively expressing her internalized blackness and her desire to be like us. He'd probably even say that in this timeline.
This is, for whatever reason, controversial to some black masculine scholars, but I don't buy that shit.
Also, what the fuck was up with that film grain there? Am I crazy? Did you see that at the top and the bottom of the screen?
To some black masculine...
That black fuzz on the fucking footage? I can't tell if he did that intentionally or if it was a piece of the restoration footage. Let's give him the pass and say that he didn't do that intentionally.
Patriarchy. This is, for whatever reason, controversial to some black masculine scholars, but I don't buy that shit, and I don't think it should be. And this isn't a black feminist concept. Eldridge Cleaver, Malcolm X, Fanon, so many black scholars, black men scholars, have recognized this phenomenon. However, I don't know if anybody has effectively described the same phenomenon for black women. No, I'm not talking about the Hotep talking points. I'm talking about the soft life, the femininity coaches, the black women in luxury, not to mention the traditional denigration of working class black men in women-centered black media. In T Noir's last Manosphere video, which I featured in, we talked about this conundrum that isn't fully being unearthed among the culture. And she also observed some of these same issues with social media movements that tacitly endorse a specific type of femininity as ideal that needs to be unpacked.
Of the coaches themselves, then definitely the aesthetic of the women they pedestal. And the way I know it's aesthetic driven is some of these coaches will have videos with their faces in it, but a completely different woman in their thumbnail, a woman who coincidentally matches the aesthetic of the movement.
Because if I'm trying to sell you a product, I'm going to put something on the fucking label that you recognize. Like the Dole Banana Chiquita. Or, formerly, the Land O'Lakes Indian. They got rid of the Indian, but they kept the land.
American tradition.
American tradition. Fuck them guys. Anyways.
I struggle to get on board because this image, which is eerily close to the white European ideal, or as close as we can get as Black women, is passively championed not just as yet another option of feminine expression, but as the true feminine image in its purest of forms. Now again...
Well, because the normal nature image of woman is a soft, gentle, feminine creature that excites a man's exotic wilds. That is the image that has been used historically in any kind of idea to tantalize men into the foreign and exotic. It's been like that since old Hollywood. They use that for the movies. They use that for travel agencies. They use that as, and even to this day, agencies use that as a methodology to get people to come to their fucking country.
Hey, Redpill shit does this.
Redpill shit does this. Like, Redpill shit does that. Like, we talk about women, I put a hot woman on the video, clickbait you successfully. Even leftists do this. Only recently, within the last 10 years, have we really gotten the idea of, here's the content creator's face, here's the subject matter in question, here's us looking depressed. This is a call out to both myself and Jay. But only within the last 10 years has that really been a methodology of how we make content and how we make thumbnails for things. And still, it works. You could say, well, this is a thing that we shouldn't do. No, you should continue doing it. And you should know that it's a tool. And that if it's being used, it can be used against you. Aggressively. The fuck?
This is just passive, but I still get the vibe. How the hell did we get here?
Now, of course, there's...
I can tell you how we got here.
Again, this is just passive.
The same way that you chose to use Gullah Gullah Island flowers on your shirt, and the makeup, and the hair, and the choice of earrings, and the choice of lip gloss and lip stain, and the eyelash highlighter that you used, and what is that, fucking contour on your nose line?
She looked just like these bitches in the picture, except she ain't got no hair.
It's even worse than that. She's an exotic example of what a Jamaican or a Caribbean woman could look like. To be exactly, this would be more like Gullah Gullah Island. This would be the variation of Gullah Gullah Island if you wanted to do anything honestly. Shout outs to people who remember Gullah Gullah Island!
I remember.
I remember all the women. Anyways, you're as much as the problem as they are. If you know that that's the image and that's what people want, why not do what white women like to do and go fully alternative and get a full body sheath of fucking tattoos all over yourself and then shave your head bald and then tattoo your head? Then you definitely won't be the aesthetic they want, but you'll end up being somebody's aesthetic.
But I still get...
It's giving the reaction that women have when they are victims of sexual violence. So they drastically change the body image from what they assumed that the predator that attacked them wanted and change it into something else. I've always had the idea that there must be a person who's done like a bit where they do the pantomime of, here's a woman who's constantly getting abused. She got abused as a pretty girl who was like a Southern belle, so she changed her image to grunge, but then she got assaulted by a male feminist who also dressed in grunge, so she completely changed her image to like an alternative cybergoth, but then she got groped at a fucking rave party, so she changed her image to a modern day feminist, but then she got fucking assaulted by a lesbian feminist, so she changed her image to like an androgynous like alien being, and even then she still got fucking assaulted and touched and groped on because she was basically wearing a skin tight outfit as a leather bikini. So then she ended up revolving right back around to like the soft plain Jane image that she started with, and then the cycle continues. That's how easy it is to manipulate it.
I think it's a good point to point out that a lot of people, like a lot of women too, like even though a lot of women like tattoos and everything, a lot of women get tattoos and other things and other like weird stuff. I would not tattoos like weird, but I mean like weird. They do weird stuff to seem different. It's to seem tough. They're like so they don't look like a victim in what they think a victim is in their mind. And I think that's one of those things where we just need to go, man, therapy needs to be having. It's mental illness.
Mental illness. Permanent mental illness. 'Cause a lot of the time, when that does happen and you call them on that, they're not very happy to admit if the thing that they're upset about is actually fair for them to be mad about. A lot of the time, it's not. There must be a way to get this cheaper on fucking Amazon. But, yeah, that's a thing that they commonly never really admit to, but if they did, they'd lose that as a structure to grift people with, so can they really?
Get the vibe. How the hell did we get here?
Now, of course, there's nuance and complexity in play here, and I hope y'all give me the grace to know that I know as I've engaged with this on numerous times on the channel. But the reality of the problem of divestors is that they take these not so toxic, trending topics to their natural extreme of overt white supremacy.
And like what she was positioning will still give birth to these males.
That is another woman that you're hiding the identity of. In this case, you unfortunately left the name in, so I can go search this video, sir. If blank black males isn't the solution, what is? I'm assuming it's killing.
Okay, can I also point out like this like overt white supremacy? Like race traders exist. Like plenty of women in like Africa married white men to get rid of the curse of black skin, so their kids will be lighter. Like we act like, oh yeah, women are like they are the real bedrock of everything. Like they can't be forces. Like acknowledge their agency.
With a title like that, I can't imagine the video stayed up for very long, but I'm going to see if I can find it. If aborting the black males isn't the solution, what is? Damn, I failed that game of fucking... Wheel of Fortune? Fuck! Cynthia G. Oh, no. Not Cynthia G. Am I the only person who knows who this is?
No. I mean, yes.
This is a 2-hour and 57-minute video that they're quoting here.
What it is. Let me see. Nyla, can you say something so I can see if I hear you?
Sure. Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, I can hear you. If these men are not going to raise their children, they're going to leave you single mothers.
They're saying your video is lagging for them. I'm not sure. They say it's patchy. It's not patchy for me, but it's patchy for, it seems like the majority of the audience is complaining about it lagging and being patchy. There.
To turn my camera off and go downstairs. You have to keep in mind, I'm watching the playback as I'm live. I have YouTube up. That's how I'm looking at the chat box. So you guys may want to read.
Even as she's fucking talking, the fucking chat's buffering. But that's funny. But I think the general idea that Cynthia G is actually giving here, because I know who this is. She's claiming if black males giving women children that they will never raise, and our choice to abort the children of these men is not the solution. What is the solution? I need you to understand, Signifier. Siggy D. That sounds dirty when I say it. Siggy D, you understand that if she's suggesting, actually, these men who don't want to be fathers, maybe aborting their child isn't a bad idea, which you can have a debate about whether or not abortion is right or wrong, but what they're saying is these men have signified that they do not want to be fathers, and there are women who are still having babies by these men. I think the smartest thing that we should do is to actually preemptively protect ourselves by choosing to not have their children and not bring them to term is a smart thing to do. If I can't be allowed to do that, what is the solution to do that? To that, I would say the answer, Cynthia G, is don't have sex with the men. Or, if you're going to have sex with the men, have sex with the intention of pair bonding and finding a meaningful, deep relationship. Which is to say, if you're gonna fuck around with somebody, and you want to have sex with them, because you're a sexual creature and you want it, then you need to make it clear that, hey yo, I don't have any birth control. If you don't want to be a dad, you need to put on a condom, or we can't be fucking. Because if we fucking, you with me, and I own you, and you own me, and you're responsible for whatever you put in my womb. That's what you have to say. If they ain't gonna be serious, and they're not gonna own up to parenthood, don't have sex with them. If we're aborting black males as the solution, what is? Abstinence.
Or hear me out. We put them on insurance, let them come around like we're still in a relationship. Then, when they do some fuck shit again, just kill them. Get their benefits and let them be paid out. Do crime. Just do crime. Girl boss.
For legal reasons, I have to disavow.
All my homies are good. Plenty of my homies do fuck shit to women, but they only do it to white women, so it's okay.
So, to elaborate the point that we've been saying about your stupid ass tactic to try and hide the identity of these people, you shouldn't have even put the title there, Signifier. You shouldn't even put it there, Ziggity. You shouldn't even have it there. If you're gonna fucking censor everything. Otherwise, don't bother.
But black women do more than you're already doing. So you already have to work and go to school and be the breadwinner, but do more to...
No, you don't have to be the breadwinner. Women prefer to be the breadwinner because, and this is an actual good thing, they don't want to be dependent upon the money of a man because then that's how they get trapped in relationships that they regret. But at the same time, that is not the same as, I want to have my own money because I want to have independence and freedom, and, oh, I'm going to have my own money, but I'm going to spend his money too. Don't confuse the two, nigga. There's a very serious difference between those two things. And it's the difference between a city girl and a responsible young adult.
Raise these male sons. And it's like, no, like you worship black men to the highest extent. Bottom line.
Male sons, not black daughters. So you don't have a problem with raising girls, but you do have a problem with raising boys. Interesting.
That's just trauma. That's just trauma speaking. I'll raise a girl, but I can't raise a dude. He looks like his father.
Yeah.
It's literally just saying, I don't want to bring more of the people who hurt me into the world. It's legitimately just... It's speaking from years of... that is years of pain speaking through. And that is I hate the term generational trauma because it always gets brought up by fucking prog grifters who want... but... like, that's a genuine, I would say that's a genuine example of generational trauma.
I would agree. It's fair enough that you could say, I don't want to end up being tied to a piece of a man who left me behind, and every single time I look into my son's eyes, I see his father. But we only ever hear that rhetoric when it's a male child and a male abandoned her. Imagine if it was a man who said, oh, I could never look into the eyes of my daughter because every single time I look at her, I see her mother who left me behind. She just left me with a kid and said, good luck, nigga. And that happens. Male and female children. But the rhetoric's never the same. And even then, people could say, oh my god, I can't believe that happened to the man. That's so horrible that happened to him. But does the accountability stop and begin there? Or does it begin and stop when you decide it stops? As I often see that it ends up stopping and beginning when they decide it's gone too far, or that it's not good enough, or it's too good enough. in my opinion. The talk around the abortion topic of should I abort black men's children is always iffy, because on one hand you have, of course, the Margaret Singer. Margaret Sanger or Margaret Singer? Always forget how to pronounce it. Pretty sure it's Margaret Singer. The founder of Planned Parenthood.
Oh, I have a meme about her. It's literally just, what race is it?
Because, like, on one hand, there's always the eternal question of, you're giving in to literally what eugenicists want. But on the other hand, you start talking about what's best for the mother, what's best for the child, what's best for the father. If you're a person who believes in pro-life, then abortion is never an option. And then the only option you have is to bring it to term, then give it up for adoption. And that in itself would cause trauma. That would lead to a person saying, no, I could never do that again to a child. I could never abandon them. I know people, personally, who have had to do that not with one, but with multiple children. And yet, that doesn't make them lesser women for having done so. It's actually an extremely hard thing to be a mother and give up a child to adoption, knowing that eventually in the future, this child could come out to seek you. Because now, you have the heart-beating conversation of, why didn't you want me? That conversation's a lot harder to have as a male than it is as a female. Because as a female, there will be plenty of people who are willing to adopt you. And I don't mean sexually. I mean, ironically, there will be a lot of people who are willing to adopt you. There will be plenty of people who will see a very tumultuous young youth that's going through the world without a lot of guidance and possibly without a lot of resources, who will be happy to offer resources to you. It's why we have the meme of every single time you see a woman who's homeless, she's like 2 heads, like she's 1 hour of head away from having herself a new place to live and a new boyfriend. But with men, it's always an issue. And something blah 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 blah, divorce courts, something blah blah blah, family courts. So then your only options that are left behind is, rhetorically, what is the best thing to suggest to people? And rhetorically, we don't want to suggest that every single male child that is unwanted and undesired should be aborted, but every single young female should be had, because that's how you end up with a disparity of hurt people hurting people. Because then hurt people raise hurt people, who then are broken people, who hurt other people who are as broken as they are. And then it's all fucked up. Want to talk about trauma of generations? A person gets into a relationship with somebody who was abandoned by their father or abandoned by their mother, who now has to go into a dating scene with other people who have similar trauma, if not the same trauma, from the other way around. But one side has been taught that they're permanently victims no matter what they do, and it's always legitimate for them to be victims as loud as they possibly can be, versus a person who is only a victim in the sense that, oh yeah, I never really got to know who my dad was, but I can't say that I didn't have somebody who was there to fill that role. You weren't missing a father, you were missing the connection of your biological dad. And your biological dad ain't your daddy. Your real daddy's your daddy. And that's the one who stepped up, because there's no such thing as a stepdad. It's the dad who stepped up. The same thing is no such thing as a stepmom. It's the mom who stepped up. But you're seeking a physical connection to a biological source because you probably have what Signifier would call a form of generational parental longing, where you need to tie yourself to some kind of male perspective, even if it's your father's male perspective, that you're still looking for somebody to replace your daddy. So that's how you end up looking for love in all the wrong places with a giant penis in your face. Long diatribe to say these bitches be fucking.
Okay, Carl, I have to go. I have to wash dishes.
Okay.
See you later. Bye, guys.
Yeah, see you, Jay.
Bye.
It's already fucking nearly 8 o'clock, and we're only halfway through.
Speak with you.
What?
Oh, I was saying that to Jay.
Okay.
Oh, what?
Okay, since Jay is leaving, can we put like it on 1.25 or 1.5 because this nigga talks slow as hell?
I feel like we want to have Jay here to finish this video, so I feel like we're gonna pause here and pick it up tomorrow. This shit is
I can be here tomorrow.
This shit is very long. Christ. So, yeah, the last thing I'll leave it off with is, like, I don't fault people for deciding to have a conversation about if aborting black males isn't the solution, what is. But I think it's very telling that to Signifier, he can't even be brought to leave the word aborting on the screen, but he's willing to use this as his talking point while also trying to hide Cynthia G's fucking identity. This person is a verified creator with 120k subs. People know who she is. And even though the profile picture that she has here of herself doesn't match the image that she had there with her hair all done up like a Caribbean woman, you can't try to squelch her opinion and say, oh, I'm trying to protect it for her own safety. I don't think she'll be okay! Even in her subtitle. Let's get to the conversation. Let's get the conversation popping on how we can reform black women. This is all about empowering black women and doing my part to liberate black women's mind from the toxic grasp of black male worship, focusing specifically on the one-sided, non-reciprocal relationship that black women are willingly engaging in with black men despite their continued treason and disloyalty and the need to establish firm expectations and boundaries. Damn! That sounds like the anti-F-Day signifier. Shit!
FD signifier saw real shit then ran away.
A woman who focuses on the female perspective and how she can try to fix black communities and black women. Here's that black intellectual that you were wanting. Here's the content that you say that you describe and wish that you could find. And you hit her! Nigga. Damn, nigga. I can't believe you did that. Oh, God. Anywho, that's all the time we have for today, ladies and gentlemen. We will see you tomorrow and reconvene at the same time. Same Carl time. Same Carl channel. I've been Carl, and this has been my chat room. This has been Versus Chat. Goodbye, everybody. I'm leaving.
Bye-bye.
And remember, if you too would like to be able to support this kind of content and see this shit on your screen and have more Carl in your life, and maybe end or your wounds, consider supporting and being a supporter at any of the locations seen on your screen, and consider becoming a United Decoy Cringe founder, because a Carl is a terrible thing to waste, especially if you spit. Goodbye, everybody! Play me out, Jethro! That last one might be a little bit too far. That last one might be a little bit too far. But it gets the people going! And indeed.
Coming and going.
Oh, and indeed. Didn't she get pregnant by a Dusty? Yes! Yes, she did! I'm so glad you brought that up, Crown Scrooge. But, like I was mentioning before, the dumbass, we're still on the air, but this is the last thing I wanted to mention. The dumbass that we challenged to come onto the air did not come onto air. He ran away from the conversation. Specifically, his quote was, well, I'm gonna do what I'm gonna do, and I'm gonna be here, and I'm gonna be doing what I want. So I just simply took pictures of the shit that he said in Community, and I'm like, he ran. And I went to his video, and I left the following messages. Cope and seethe, buddy. Our lives do not revolve around your politics, and the video is already live on YouTube. You were proven wrong about a narrative, and then you tried to stand on the dead bodies of kids, just like many people try to use trans issues to bully them. You're gonna need a lot of help in your life. Good luck, bro. Who knows what the fuck he'll say next? The more important is, it's no longer my fucking problem. He couldn't stand up to what he wants. He wants somebody else to do what he needs. That's not how it fucking works around here. Oh, now I'm going to go and blaze my butthole in the toilet. Oh my god, I'm not putting in more spices in my chicken for a week.
Don't do it, Carl. You'll lose your melanin. You'll become a white person.
I mean, if it has to become white so that my booty hole's not on fire, that's fine. Hot sauce is enough for me.
He'll become Italian.
Oh no! Mamma mia!
Oh no!
He'll get attacked by the Spice Police.
Oh no! I'm not my amiga! Okay, I'm leaving for real now. Goodbye!
Goodbye!
Goodbye.
Oh shit! We have a little bit of fun here. We do a mild bit of trolling.